Chapter 1365. Duan Ling Tian learned a little about Mound Hill City along the way. Mound Hill City was a big city in the west overlooking Sea of the Tao Marshal Saint Land. It belonged to a powerful sect. The area around Mound Hill City was governed by Mound Hill City. This included Fuyu Town, which was also Guali's hometown, Fuyu Island. Duan Ling Tian, is the mortal continent fun? Guali asked Duan Ling Tian about the mortal continent excitedly along the way. After learning that Duan Ling Tian's strength was the best in the entire mortal continent, she was eager to go to the mortal continent. The mortal continent is much more fun than our Tao Marshal Saint Land. Take me for example, I've never left the area around Mound Hill City before, Guali said in disappointment. She was a little disappointed. There were many powerhouses in the Tao Marshal Saint Land. Mortal shedding stage cultivators were everywhere while Saint Rudiment stage cultivators were as common as dogs. Due to this reason, a mere mortal shedding stage cultivator did not dare to wander around recklessly. If they were unlucky, they would be killed. If they died, they would lose everything. Everyone has their own strengths. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Take me for example. I've never seen anyone younger than me on Cloud Continent who has the same strength as me. You're only 27 years old, but you're already an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. This is unimaginable on Cloud Continent. That's because the cultivation environment is different. I heard there's no Saint Stone Reserve in the mortal continent? Guali asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's right. Do you know that even our Fuyu town has 3 Saint Stone Reserves? Our Gua clan occupies one of them. The Ye family where Yi Man is from occupies another one, and there's another clan who occupies one as well. Guali said, the 3 great clans in our Fuyu town are barely considered as a ranked force in the Tao Marshal Saint Land. A 9th-rated force. 9th-rated force? Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard that. Such a weak force had a Saint Stone Reserve? Nobody snatched your clan's Saint Stone Reserve? Duan Ling Tian asked. There's nothing to fight for. The 3 Saint Stone mines in Fuyu Town are only 9th-grade Saint Stone mines. We usually produce 9th-grade Saint Stones, and we'll only find 8th-grade Saint Stones if we're lucky. Guali said. Duan Ling Tian had heard Xueqi mention the different grades of holy stones before. Saint Stones were divided into 9 grades. Rank 9 was the lowest and rank 1 the highest. 1 1st-grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 10 2nd-grade Saint Stones, 100 3rd-grade Saint Stones, 1000 4th-grade Saint Stones, and so on. 9th-grade Saint Stones were the worst Saint Stones. For example, the Saint Stones that appeared in the 2 ancient clans' Supreme-grade Origin Stone Reserves on Cloud Continent and the 4 overseas Saint Island Supreme-grade Origin Stone Reserves were only 9th-grade Saint Stones. On the other hand, what Xueqi gave him were all higher-grade Saint Stones. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian learned about the situation in the Tao Marshal Saint Land from Guali. In the Tao Marshal Saint Land, forces that did not have a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse were considered mediocre forces. The 3 major clans in Fuyu Town where Guali was from each had a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. However, since they did not have a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, they were only considered mediocre forces. There's no Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse in the 3 major clans? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. Very rarely, Guali said. Although Yi Man and I have the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, we might not even be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Put everything else aside, the 3 major clans in Fuyu Town won't allow any Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses to appear in our clans. I'm 27 years old, and I've been assassinated by the other 2 major clans no less than 100 times. Guali sighed when she reached this part of her sentence. She seemed a little tired. Yi Man is the same as me. That's why both Yi Man and I couldn't wait to join the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City when we found out we had the opportunity. However, it's a pity. Guali did not finish her sentence, but Duan Ling Tian knew she wanted to say it was a pity for Yi Man. In some ways, Guali and Yi Man appreciated each other's talents. Now that you've joined Mound Hill City, you should be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Duan Ling Tian smiled. However, Guali shook her head. In the Tao Marshal Saint Land, there are many people who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. However, it's already not bad if 1/10 of them can successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Put aside the fact that it's extremely difficult for those who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. The dangers they encounter in the process are enough to cause many people to die prematurely. Guali's words were filled with sorrow. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized how cruel the Dao Martial Saint Land was. If you want to survive in the Dao Martial Saint Land, you'll have to have a strong fist. At this moment, Lin Qingrong said to Duan Lingtian, the stronger one's fist was the most important thing. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strong ones were revered. The law of the jungle was even worse than on the mortal continent. Hualao, do you have a spiritual secret tactic that can detect other people's age? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled how Hualao had detected his age. He could not help but ask Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, since Hualao had lived for so long, he should have such a secret tactic. A spiritual secret tactic that detects other people's age is just a low-level trick. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you a high-grade secret tactic right away. As long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is one stage higher than yours, you won't be discovered. Hualao said. A secret tactic that won't be discovered as long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is one stage higher than yours? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. His face was filled with anticipation. Hualao, quickly teach it to me. The secret tactic that I'll teach you is called the Divine Eye. In the future, when you open the saint veins that connect your eyes, it'll become even more powerful. As soon as Hualao's voice sounded, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a lot of information about the Divine Eye in his mind. The Divine Eye was an assistive secret tactic. Its main function was to detect other people's cultivation base and age. As long as one could project their spiritual energy, it would be easy for them to master it. It only took Duan Lingtian half an hour to master the Divine Eye. After mastering it, it was only natural that he wanted to test it out. His first target was Guali. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guali. His spiritual energy silently extended from his eyes and appeared around Guali's body in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not touch her. At this moment, something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. After he decided to check Guali's age, he discovered that there were rings of veins on Guali's body. Come here. Why are there veins on her body? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Trees have growth rings, and so do humans. What you're looking at now is a human's growth ring. Hualao replied. A human's growth ring? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to count the growth rings on Guali's body. Soon after, he discovered that there were a total of 27 rings on Guali's body. Guali was 27 years old. How magical! Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly. From the beginning until the end, Guali did not notice anything. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian probed Guali's cultivation base. Second-level mortal shedding stage. I wonder if Senior Lin is at the Saint Rudiment stage or not. If he is, he'll definitely notice if I probe him recklessly. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lin Qingrong, feeling a little conflicted. I don't care anymore. In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to probe Lin Qingrong. The first thing he probed was his cultivation base. Paramount mortal shedding stage? After probing Lin Qingrong's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Senior Lin's age. Subsequently, he began to probe Lin Qingrong's age. A total of 58 rings. Senior Lin is 58 years old this year. Soon after, Duan Lingtian also probed Lin Qingrong's age. The Dao Martial Saint Land is right in front. Lin Qingrong suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw a vast piece of land behind the sea in the distance. This is the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian was a little excited as they were about to step foot on the Dao Martial Saint Land. Once we enter the Dao Martial Saint Land, we'll reach Mound Hill City in another half an hour. Lin Qingrong continued. We'll reach there soon. Lin Qingrong continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, the three of them entered the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the vast Dao Marshall Saint Land, the area near the sea was filled with lush greenery and the air was fresh. Half an hour later, a small black dot appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Mound Hill City is right in front. Upon hearing Guoli's reminder, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dot in the distance continued to expand in his field of vision. Soon after, it became a vast city. The city was ridiculously huge. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never seen such a huge city on Cloud Continent before. Mound Hill City. From afar, Mound Hill City looked like a gigantic beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing cars and pedestrians. It gave off a strong sense of oppression when one looked at it from afar. Why isn't anyone flying in? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed the problem. There's a flight prohibiting formation that covers the entire city above Mound Hill City. It's a Dao formation that was set up by a powerful Dao cultivator. As soon as the formation is activated, Martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage won't be able to fly in the city. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Qingrong explained patiently. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon after, the three of them landed outside Mound Hill City. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the city, he saw Lin Qingrong lifting his hand and taking out a car. Chapter 1366. However, the carriage that Lin Qingrong took out was even more luxurious. Get in. Lin Qingrong got into the carriage first after calling out to Duan Lingtian and Guoli. Guoli did not seem to be surprised as she followed him into the carriage. Duan Lingtian was the last to get into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Duan Lingtian realized that the interior was like a combination of two carriages. The only thing missing was the required horse. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering how the carriage was supposed to move, Lin Qingrong's voice came at the right time. Sit tight. As soon as Lin Qingrong finished speaking, the entire carriage started moving. Duan Lingtian noticed that Lin Qingrong's hand that was casually placed on the wooden table in the carriage was shining with a deep luster. He was controlling the carriage with his true energy. Is this the technique of a paramount mortal shedding stage? He can control his true energy to such an extent. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked when he saw that. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see the endless stream of carriages and carriages through the window. Bored, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye to look outside casually. Apart from the people in the other carriages, he did not miss anyone on the road. Soon he realized that most of the people in the city were at the mortal shedding stage. Those at the mortal shedding stage were better. The most powerful ones were only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. On top of that, the buildings and the scale of the market in Mound Hill City were not comparable to the cities on Cloud Continent. It broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons, and he secretly exclaimed that the trip was worth it. Duan Lingtian's carriage moved forward. Every time they came to a crowded place, the passers-by would avoid them and look at their carriage in awe. It was as if they knew that the person in the carriage was not a simple person. After entering the depths of Mound Hill City, the four-wheeled luxurious carriage that Lin Qingrong was controlling finally stopped in front of a spacious and luxurious mansion. Could this be the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The entrance of the mansion in front of him could accommodate several cars like the one he was in now. It was very spacious. What surprised Duan Lingtian even more was that the few armored guards in front of the mansion's entrance were all at the intermediate mortal shedding stage through his divine eye's inspection. Cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage are only gatekeepers in front of this mansion. This city must be the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian was completely sure. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable on Cloud Continent, he still felt like a country bumpkin here. Anyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could sweep across the entire Cloud Continent and even the four great overseas Saint Islands. However, such a person was only a gatekeeper here. With my current cultivation, I can't even compare to a gatekeeper. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. This is the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The city governor's estate is the place with the highest authority in the entire Mound Hill City. In the carriage, Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and Guoli and reminded them, after we enter, I'll hand both of you over to the latent dragon camp. That's where the city governor's estate trains geniuses. Latent dragon camp? Duan Lingtian and Guoli's eyes lit up at the same time when they heard that. Soon, Lin Qingrong continued to drive the four-wheeled carriage forward into the city governor's estate. When they passed by the entrance, the gatekeepers bowed one after another. It was obvious that they recognized Lin Qingrong's carriage. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian realized that the city governor's estate was ridiculously huge. It was even bigger than the palaces on Cloud Continent. Along the way, Duan Lingtian did not stop using his divine eye. He realized that the people who passed by the carriage were basically all at the mortal shedding stage and above. Not only that, Duan Lingtian even saw a few people with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Soon after, Lin Qingrong stopped the carriage and gestured for Duan Lingtian and Guoli to get off the carriage. Subsequently, he led Duan Lingtian and Guoli to the bamboo forest in front of them. After passing through the bamboo forest, they walked on a road paved with bluestones. They did not see anyone else along the way. Along the way, Lin Qingrong led Duan Lingtian and Guoli to a vast courtyard in the depths of Mound Hill City. Before they even entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian and Guoli could not help but scrunch their noses. This was because they could smell a stench coming from inside. The stench was obviously the smell of feces and urine. What the hell is this place? Duan Lingtian and Guoli looked at each other. They could see that something was wrong from each other's eyes. This seemed to be the end of the city governor's estate. Could it be that the latent dragon camp was inside? When they thought of this, they did not dare to think further. Duan Lingtian and Guoli frowned as they smelled the stench of feces and urine. They followed Lin Qingrong into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard was a wasteland filled with potholes. Such a place appeared out of place in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was like another world. Duan Lingtian squinted and looked ahead. He noticed that there were dilapidated wooden houses built on the wasteland. They looked like they would collapse at any time. Behind these wooden houses was a high platform. There were also 13 wooden houses on the high platform. However, the 13 wooden houses were brand new. One could tell that the environment inside was not bad. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian discovered the source of the smell of feces and urine. There was a long and narrow septic tank under the high platform. It was filled with feces that made one feel nauseous. However, Duan Lingtian was fine. He was a special forces soldier and a mercenary in his previous life. He could adapt to any harsh environment very quickly. However, Guoli was different. She was so disgusted that she began to vomit. This is the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate. It was built by the governor himself. It's a place to cultivate geniuses. This is also where you'll be staying. Lin Qingrong did not seem to notice Guoli's reaction. He introduced the place to her and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Guoli's expression changed drastically. She began to vomit even more violently. Latent dragon camp? This was the godforsaken place that she would be staying in. At that moment, Guoli even had the urge to turn around and leave. However, she dismissed the thought when she realized that she might be assassinated by the other two families if she gave up this opportunity and returned to Fuyu town. Duan Lingtian was still observing the environment before him. He noticed that apart from the dilapidated wooden houses on the wasteland and the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, there was a towering pavilion on the side of the high platform. Haha! Qingrong, you're back too? Accompanied by a wave of hearty laughter, Duan Lingtian saw an old man walking over from the other side. Behind him were two young men. The two young men frowned. They were pinching their noses. It was obvious that they were disgusted by the environment here. Elder Lu. Lin Qingrong greeted the old man with a smile when he saw him. They seemed to be familiar with each other. What? Are these two the geniuses you brought back from Fuyu town? Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian and Guoli. He narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. The old man's gaze seemed casual. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. He could not help but activate his divine eye. He discovered that the old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage just like Lin Qingrong. He was the second person at the paramount mortal shedding stage that Duan Ling Tian had seen since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. His strength was not inferior to Lin Qingrong's. Guali, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. What kind of force is it? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Guali through true energy voice transmission. At this moment, Guali had also recovered a little. When she heard Duan Ling Tian's question, she replied through true energy voice transmission. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is considered an 8th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. 8th-rate forces usually have a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. For example, the Lord City Governor of the City Governor's estate of Mound Hill City is a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Senior Lin is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Guali said. On top of that, the City Governor's estate of Mound Hill City owns an 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Her name is Guali. She's a genius I brought back from Fuyu Town's Gua clan. Although she's just a girl, she's ranked first among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Lin Qingrong smiled as he introduced Guali to the old man. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the smile on his face widened. As for him, I met him on the way here. His name is Duan Lingtian. He's from the Mortal Continent. Mortal Continent. Upon hearing Lin Qingrong's words, the old man could not help but be shocked. Even the two young men behind him took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian. Qingrong, someone you brought back from the Mortal Continent? He must be extraordinary, right? It seems like he'll be rewarded by Lord City Governor this time. The old man said enviously. Then, he began to introduce the two young men behind him. First, he introduced the young man in blue. His name is Hu Jie. He's a genius I brought back from Wind Rain Town. He's 28 years old this year, and his cultivation base is at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The other one is Zhu Lang. He's also a genius from Wind Rain Town. He's 29 years old this year, and his cultivation base is also at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the old man looked at the other young man in green. When the old man introduced the two young men, his face was filled with pride. Not only did he report their ages, but he even reported their cultivation base as well. They were not even 30 years old, but they were already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Such people were considered top-notch geniuses even in the area around Mound Hill City. Behind the old man, the two young men, Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, who were initially pinching their noses and frowning, followed suit when they saw Guali stop pinching their noses and relax their brows. Although they still found the place disgusting and had the urge to turn around and leave immediately, they endured it. Chapter 1367. This is as far as I can go. The old man glanced at Hu Jie and Zhu Lang and said calmly, cultivate well in the latent dragon camp. If you can become one of the 13 Grand Guardians, you'll gain a lot of benefits in the future. Qingrong, shall we go together? Just when everyone, including Duan Lingtian and Guali, had no idea what the 13 Grand Guardians were, the old man looked at Lin Qingrong again. The calmness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Lin Qingrong nodded at the old man and then looked at Duan Lingtian and Guali seriously. Duan Lingtian, Guali. What old Lu said to Hu Jie and the rest is what I'm going to say to you guys as well. Perform well and try to become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. After saying that, before Duan Lingtian and Guali could react, Lin Qingrong and the old man raised their heads and looked at the pavilion on the side of the high platform. Then, they turned around and left together. They came and left in a hurry. After Lin Qingrong and the old man left, Guali, Hu Jie, and Zhu Lang frowned again. Their faces were extremely pale. They thought that it was too ugly. Only Duan Lingtian was calm. He seemed to have gotten used to the smelly environment here. Hey, Duan Lingtian, right? Don't you think it's smelly here? Zhu Lang was as unrestrained as his name. Like a friendly person, he took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian, so what if it's smelly? We still have to stay here, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and then walked into the latent dragon camp. He walked toward the dilapidated wooden house in the wasteland. That was the place closest to the septic tank. The stench was even worse. It was even more unacceptable and made people flinch. Guali gritted her teeth and followed Duan Lingtian. Hu Jie and Zhu Lang looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then they followed them. A short while later, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the dilapidated wooden house area. Over here, they could see many young men like them. These young men seemed to be as young as them. Duan Lingtian used his heaven's eye to scan them and discovered that most of them were between 20 and 30 years old. There were also some people above the age of 30, but the oldest was no more than 37 years old. It seems that I'm considered an old man in this latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he knew that this was because he came from the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This was a subconscious feeling. 21 years old and at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian noticed that the youngest young man had a cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, just like him. As for the remaining people, the weakest among them was at the early mortal shedding stage while some of them were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, none of them were at the mastery mortal shedding stage. These are the geniuses from the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. A 21-year-old at the early mortal shedding stage gave Duan Lingtian a huge shock. When he was 21 years old, he had not even left the Darkhan dynasty yet. Needless to say, his cultivation base was incomparable to this young man's at all. The cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land is really ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. Unlike Guali and the other 2 who followed behind Duan Lingtian, these young men were scattered around the dilapidated wooden house. They stood there as though they were already familiar with the environment here. There's a newcomer again. There were both men and women among these young men. When they saw Duan Lingtian and the other 3 walking over, they looked at them with interest. Of course, most of them had their eyes on Guali, Hu Jie, and Zhu Lang who had a frown on their faces. Guali, in particular, attracted a lot of burning gazes. Guali was naturally beautiful and elegant. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens among the young women here. Due to this reason, she was the center of attention just by standing there. Nobody could take their eyes off her. What a beauty! At once, many people's eyes lit up. Many people exclaimed as they walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. The moment they came out, they looked at Guali fearlessly. Their gazes were like male wolves in heat. It caused Guali's expression to turn grave. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Guali's grave expression. He slowed down his footsteps and allowed Guali to follow closely behind him. He used his body to block many people's gazes. Thank you. Guali thanked Duan Lingtian softly when she saw his intention. Hu Jie and Zhu Lang who were standing at the side saw how Duan Lingtian's careless action earned him the gratitude of a beauty. They looked at each other and followed suit. They quickened their steps and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the 3 of them blocked all the gazes that were looking at Guali instantly. The burning gazes changed and turned into hatred. The gazes of hatred that gnashed their teeth seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to drag Duan Lingtian's group of 3 out and give them a beating. Humph. Geniuses from all around Mound Hill City. Is this all you've got? Hu Jie snorted and said in disdain. The people who came to the latent dragon camp were all people who wanted to change their fate. They were either supported by 9th-rate forces or mediocre forces in the area around Mound Hill City. If they did not go through the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, they would never be able to rise up. They might even be killed one day. The city governor of Mound Hill City's city governor's estate loved cultivating talents. He built the latent dragon camp to add new blood to the city governor's estate, and also paved the way for many people to rise up. Here, they could change their fate and soar up to the sky. Are we really going to stay here? Hu Jie's expression was grave as he approached a dilapidated wooden house. However, when he saw the young men walking out of the wooden house, he knew he had no choice but to stay here. Guali and Zhu Lang's expressions were grave as well. The wooden houses outside are all occupied? Only the wooden houses near the septic tank can be chosen? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized that the people who came earlier than them had occupied the wooden houses near the outer area. Although the environment was the same, the stench outside was definitely fainter. F***CK. There's not a single wooden house outside? When Zhu Lang realized this, He couldn't help but curse. If you want the wooden houses outside, you can defeat the owners of the wooden houses and throw them out. That's like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest. A young man reminded them when he heard Zhu Lang's words. You can do that? Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. You can fight in the latent dragon camp? Fighting is prohibited in the latent dragon camp. As long as you don't kill or cripple someone, you won't be punished. Someone explained when he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian and the other three's faces. Is that so? Before Guali and the other two regained their senses, Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as he walked to the wooden house near the outer area. He looked at the owner of the wooden house. 23 years old and on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. This was the cultivation base of the wooden house owner. Although he was on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, it was obvious his ability was not weak since he was able to occupy the wooden house near the outer area. When he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him, he smiled faintly. What? Are you trying to take my wooden house? Let's try. Duan Lingtian nodded. Subsequently, the young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his attack was fierce, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move. Intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage? After being defeated, the young man inhaled sharply. After glancing at Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked for a wooden house near the septic tank and went in to recuperate. Only after he had recuperated would he have the opportunity to challenge the people outside the wooden houses and occupy the wooden houses outside. Duan Lingtian, good job. Zhu Lang could not help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up when he saw how quickly Duan Lingtian had occupied a wooden house near the outer area. At the same time, he looked around and found the owner of the wooden house outside. Fight! Zhu Lang was quite lucky as well. He found a young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. He defeated him in just 2 to 3 moves and occupied a wooden house near the outer area. Hu Jie, it's up to you now. After Zhu Lang successfully occupied the wooden house, he looked at Hu Jie with a smile. Both of them were from Wind Rain Town. They often competed with each other in the past. Naturally, it was inevitable now. Humph! Hu Jie snorted softly and found an opponent as well. His opponent was also on the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, in the end, he defeated him in one move. How dare you try to snatch my wooden house with such little ability? You're seeking death. The young man who defeated Hu Jie glared at him coldly. If we're not in the latent dragon camp, I'll cripple you even if I don't kill you. Scram. Hu Jie's expression was grave. However, he was no match for the young man. He could only endure the humiliation and retreat. What? Beauty, you also want this young master's wooden house? The young man who defeated Hu Jie soon noticed Guali looking at him. His eyes were filled with lust. As long as you come in and spend a night with me, I'll give the wooden house to you and find another one. What do you think? The young man's words were brazen. Guali's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was there anyone in the latent dragon camp who had such qualities? Whoosh! As the mocking gazes landed on Guali, she had already leaped out of the ground and charged towards the young man who had defeated Hu Jie. She used her own actions to respond to his taunts. Guali's speed became faster and faster. When she arrived in front of the young man, his expression turned solemn. This was because he realized the beauty whom he had teased with words earlier seemed to be more powerful than Hu Jie. The young man no longer looked down on her. When Guali was close to him, he took the initiative to attack. However, he soon realized there was a huge gap between his ability and Guali's. Guali defeated him in just 3 moves. Is this all you've got? Perhaps, women were petty creatures. After defeating the young man, Guali stepped on his chest and said coldly. The young man's expression was grave. He felt extremely humiliated. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not being a match for her. Amazing! Chapter 1368. Many young men, including Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, looked at Guali differently now. They no longer dared to look down on her just because she was a woman. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Gua Li was a woman, and she was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town at the age of 27. She even defeated Yi Man, who was also on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was clear how powerful she was. Hu Jie, who was looking for another target, had a slight change of expression when he saw the young man who stood up from Gua Li's feet looking at him. He noticed that the young man's gaze was vicious. It was obvious that he thought he was Gua Li's companion. And Gua Li's actions just now were naturally seen as helping him. Hu Jie immediately dismissed the idea of occupying a wooden house near the outer area. He pinched his nose and looked for a wooden house near the septic tank to stay in. Although it was a little smelly, he endured it. What a heroine! Beauty, you're very powerful. Why don't you try challenging the 13 gangsters? Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the wooden house, a young man looked at Gua Li, who was about to enter the wooden house, and grinned. As long as you can defeat any one of the 13 gangsters, you'll be able to occupy the wooden house that he's staying in. The young man pointed at the high platform behind the septic tank as he spoke. There were 13 brand new wooden houses on it. You won't be able to smell the stench if you stay there. That's because there's a small wind attribute formation on the side of the high platform that blows the stench of the septic tank toward us. The young man continued to persuade. Moreover, if you become one of the 13 gangsters, even if you're the last one, you'll receive 100 8th grade saint stones every month. Meanwhile, people like us can only comprehend 10 8th grade saint stones every month. 13 gangsters? Upon hearing the young man's words, apart from Gua Li, even Duan Ling Tian, Hu Dong, and Zhu Lang looked at the 13 brand new wooden houses on the high platform. Are those the 13 gangsters that Senior Lin mentioned earlier staying there? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Gua Li and the other two finally realized what was going on. F***CK. We only get 10 8th grade saint stones every month, but they get at least 100 8th grade saint stones every month. It's not fair, it's not fair. Zhu Lang shouted loudly. How's the cultivation of the 13 Grand Guardians? Gua Liqiu's eyes lit up. She was also interested in the position of the 13 Grand Guardians. However, she was very calm and did not rush up impulsively. Apart from the people in the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, the others are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Upon hearing Gua Li's question, many people scrambled to answer for her. There are 13 wooden houses on the high platform. From left to right, that's the ranking of the 13 Grand Guardians. The one who lives in the wooden house on the far left is the number 1 of the 13 gangsters. The one on the far right is the weakest one among the 13 gangsters. Many people opened their mouths to explain. Even more people's eyes lit up as they waited to watch the show. They wanted nothing more than to see the world in chaos. There are markings on it. At this time, the sharp-eyed Duan Ling Tian also noticed that the 13 wooden houses on the high platform were all engraved with symbols. From left to right, the symbols were 1 to 13 respectively. Among the 13 Grand Guardians, the top 3 have the opportunity to be summoned by the city lord himself and receive guidance. Someone added fuel to the fire. Zhu Lang, will definitely be one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Zhu Lang exclaimed loudly. Since there was a flight prohibiting formation in the city, he could only run to the side of the septic tank and jump onto the high platform where the 13 Grand Guardians were. Haha, this is going to be a good show. I wonder if he'll be able to make the 13 Grand Guardians change their blood. I think it'll be difficult. Let's not talk about the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage among the 13 Grand Guardians. Even the bottom 8 who are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage are the best among the Mortal Shedding stage. Their strength is extraordinary. That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the 13 Grand Guardians. Many young men lifted their heads to look at the high platform with anticipation on their faces. He's going to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians as soon as he arrived at the latent dragon camp? At this moment, many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses. They were attracted by Zhu Lang. After they came out, all of them looked at the high platform with interest. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrow. With his heavenly eye, He could easily see that these people were at the early or intermediate mortal shedding stage. It made sense. If they were at the mastery mortal shedding stage, they would have been one of the 13 Grand Guardians. They would not stay here and smell the stench in the septic tank. Other than receiving 108th grade saint stones every month, the 13 Grand Guardians could live in a place where they could not smell the stench of the septic tank. Their preferential treatment was obvious. Who would not want to be one of the 13 Grand Guardians if they had some strength? Of course, there were some masochists who liked the smell below. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not such a masochist. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians and become one of them. Soon, Zhu Lang arrived at the last wooden house among the 13 brand new wooden houses. Perhaps Zhu Lang was a little hot-headed just now, but after he got onto the high platform, he calmed down and chose the weakest one among the 13 Grand Guardians. The owner of wooden house number 13. As one of the 13 Grand Guardians, the closer the wooden house was to the front, the better the treatment. There was a huge difference in their strength. For example, the top 5 were all geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Although the bottom 8 were all on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, there was still a difference in their strength. The owner of wooden house number 13 was undoubtedly the weakest among them. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if he was the weakest, it was only in comparison to the other 12 of the 13 Grand Guardians. The air here is much fresher. Standing in front of log cabin number 13, Zhu Lang took a deep breath and said somewhat intoxicatedly, "In here, he couldn't smell even the slightest bit of stench. Compared to the area below the high platform, it was like a completely different world." "Hey, the guy in wooden house number 13, come out. Your master Zhu has taken a liking to your doghouse." Soon, Zhu Lang shouted at wooden house number 13. "Doghouse?" Upon hearing Zhu Lang's words, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Guoli, had a strange expression on their faces. Did this guy just say that wooden house number 13 was a doghouse? Did that mean that he wanted to fight for the doghouse? "Ha! Who's there? How dare you challenge me? Ho Lin!" Almost as soon as Zhu Lang's words left his mouth, a loud laughter resonated from the wooden house. The laughter was wild and unbridled. Just by the voice alone, one could tell that it was an arrogant person. Soon after, the door was opened, and a tall and muscular young man with a ferocious expression walked out. He stood there like an iron tower that was intimidating. This young man was close to 2 meters tall. He was the person who ranked 13th among the latent dragon camp's 13 Grand Guardians. His cultivation base was on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He was one of the best among the martial and Dao cultivators on the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. At this moment, the young man was glaring at Zhu Lang fiercely. "Shorty, you're the one who wants to challenge me, Ho Lin?" "Shorty?" Upon hearing Ho Lin's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. No matter what, Zhu Lang was at least 1.7 meters tall. However, Ho Lin had called him a shorty. However, compared to Ho Lin's height that was close to 2 meters, Zhu Lang was indeed a little short. "Then, let's see how a big guy like you is going to defeat a shorty like me." Upon hearing Ho Lin's sarcasm, Zhu Lang's face turned grave. His eyes were bloodshot. He stomped his feet and his body suddenly spun like a tornado. What a powerful movement technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Zhu Lang's movement technique was so fast that he was even faster than Yi Man from the Ye family in Fuyu Town. Of course, there was still a gap between them. "You're quite fast. However, you won't be able to defeat me with just speed." Faced with Zhu Lang, who seemed to have transformed into a tornado, Ho Lin's face turned a little ferocious. The muscles on his body bulged, causing his clothes to bulge. If it was not for the fact that his clothes were spacious to begin with, his clothes would have been torn apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Zhu Lang was close to Ho Lin, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword moved like a swimming dragon, creating sword flowers that were dazzling and eye-catching. Every time the sword moved, it seemed as though it was drawing a sword flower in the air. Zhu Lang's sword is faster than Yi Man's saber. His overall strength is much stronger than Yi Man's. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of Yi Man whom he had fought before, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Yi Man was the first martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage whom he had fought since he came to the Dao martial saint land. Although Yi Man was strong, he was far from being a match for him. In just one move, he was defeated by him. Ho Lin's expression turned grave as he faced the sword flowers that accompanied Zhu Lang's tornado-like figure. A metal rod appeared in his hand. Naturally, it was not an ordinary iron rod. It was a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. Ha! Suddenly, Ho Lin shouted. The iron rod in his hand trembled and began to spin. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a windmill that spun rapidly in front of him. Is this an offensive technique or a defensive technique? Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked when he saw Ho Lin swinging the iron rod and causing the air to tremble. Perhaps it was because of the strong gravity in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Ho Lin's technique that could cause shockwaves in the cloud continent only caused waves of rolling airwaves here. At this moment, Zhu Lang also arrived in front of Ho Lin. Along with the sword flowers that he shot out, he pointed at Ho Lin. Clang, 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 clang. Along with the sound of metal clashing, Zhu Lang's body began to tremble. In the end, the hand that was holding the sword trembled, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn, dripping with blood. At the same time, the sword in his hand was sent flying by the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 1369. Zhu Lang was sent flying. He drew a perfect parabola in the air and fell straight into the septic tank below the high platform. The crowd was stunned when they saw that. At that moment, they even suspected that Ho Lin did it on purpose. Just when everyone, including Ho Lin, thought that Zhu Lang was going to fall into the septic tank, a figure shot out like the wind and arrived next to the septic tank in the blink of an eye. The owner of the figure reached out his hand and grabbed Zhu Lang's belt. He pulled Zhu Lang to his side so that he would not fall into the septic tank. Newcomer, how dare you challenge the 13 gangsters with that little ability of yours? Many of the onlookers mocked him. They're both on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, but he couldn't even take one hit from the last person in the 13 gangsters. It seems like the newcomer today is nothing special. Waves of mockery were heard. Zhu Lang finally regained his senses amidst the mockery. You're so cruel. When he realized that he almost fell into the septic tank, he glared at Ho Lin and roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to fight Ho Lin again. A loser can only scream like a shrew. Ho Lin glanced at Zhu Lang nonchalantly before looking at the person who saved Zhu Lang. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was displeased with the person's behavior. You! Zhu Lang's expression changed drastically when he was looked down upon by Ho Lin. He was so impulsive that he wanted to go up the high platform again. You're no match for him. At that moment, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder and shook its head at him. Zhu Lang regained his senses at that moment. He looked at the person who stopped him and said gratefully, Duan Ling Tian, thank you. The person who saved Zhu Lang was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Although it was the first time Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Lang met today and they were not friends. Zhu Lang was the genius that Old Lu found for the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City. Old Lu seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Qingrong. Because Lin Qingrong had saved his life before, he decisively saved Zhu Lang, which could be considered as indirectly repaying the favor. You seem to be stronger than him. Do you dare to come up and try? Ho Lin stood on the high platform, looking majestic. He looked straight at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a booming voice, Do you dare? Ho Lin's words were undoubtedly a naked provocation. As soon as Ho Lin finished speaking, the gazes of everyone present, including Zhu Lang, descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. They were all curious if Duan Ling Tian would go up to battle Ho Lin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian ignored Ho Lin, as if he had not heard Ho Lin's words at all. His gaze landed on a beautiful figure not far away. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Gua Li. Coward. Ho Lin was instantly enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian disregarding him, and he used a condescending tone to speak in contempt. Besides containing flames of rage, His pair of eyes that were large like gongs also contained slight disdain mixed within. He was very dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's action of saving Zhu Lang. However, there were rules in the Leighton Dragon camp. Unless they were fighting for the wooden house and took the initiative to issue a challenge. As a member of the 13 gangsters, they were not allowed to challenge other members of the Leighton Dragon camp. This was because it would be considered as bullying the weak. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. They thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to fight Ho Lin. However, Duan Lingtian's next words stunned them. "Guali, why don't you go first?" Duan Lingtian looked at Guali and asked politely. "Thanks." Guali was still a little hesitant at first. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she instantly smiled like a blooming flower. At the same time, many young men present were mesmerized by her. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Duan Lingtian. After nodding at Duan Lingtian, she floated up to the high platform. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. Coupled with her graceful figure, it was pleasing to the eye. Is he giving Ho Lin to Guali? At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He's doing this. Either he knows he's no match for Ho Lin, so he's using Guali as a shield, or he's confident he can defeat the person who's ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters who's ranked above Ho Lin. Someone guessed. I think it's the former. I think so too. Most people thought Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Ho Lin, so he used Guali as a shield. Duan Lingtian did not care about these comments. He knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. His gaze quickly landed on Guali, who was standing on the high platform. He saw that after Guali ascended the high platform, she was not in a hurry to fight with Ho Lin. Instead, she picked up Zhu Lang's sword and threw it back to Zhu Lang. Then, she looked at Ho Lin with a calm expression and met his gaze. "Thank you." Zhu Lang put away his sword and thanked Guali gratefully. "Little girl, you're quite pretty. However, do you really think you can fight me, Ho Lin, with that tiny body of yours?" Ho Lin asked in disdain as he sized up Guali, who had a body similar to Zhu Lang but was much thinner. Guali raised her hand, and a black whip appeared in her hand. It looked like a black python, and it danced with Guali's hand. Guali used her own actions to answer Ho Lin. "Very good. Very good. It seems like you're treating me, Ho Lin, as a soft persimmon." Ho Lin's face darkened instantly. His eyes were filled with anger as he raised the iron rod in his hand. "I'd like to see what you're capable of, little b asterisk tch. How dare you challenge me, Ho Lin? Little b asterisk tch?" Ho Lin's words made Guali's pretty face change color. Her eyes were filled with coldness. All of a sudden, Guali moved. She stomped her feet and flew out gracefully. It was pleasing to the eye. However, during this process, Guali's speed became faster and faster. It did not take long for her to become an afterimage in the eyes of the spectators. It was difficult for them to see through her. So fast. Immediately, many people cried out in surprise. Guali's speed was even faster than the speed Zhu Lang had displayed earlier. It seems like Ho Lin's speed is not as fast as Guali's. Duan Lingtian's attention kept shifting between Guali and Ho Lin. Soon after, he noticed that Ho Lin's expression did not look too good when Guali flew out. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Faced with Guali, who was charging at him rapidly, Ho Lin did not move at all. This was because he knew his speed was not as fast as Guali's and could not dodge her attack at all. Moreover, if he hastily dodged when he knew his speed was not as fast as his opponent, he would only be more passive. Therefore, Ho Lin cleverly chose to stay where he was and wait for Guali to come forward. However, the metal rod in his hand had already begun to move. A gust of wind blew around the metal rod, causing waves of air to wreak havoc. It was just like when he was fighting with Zhu Lang earlier. "It's this move again." Many people exclaimed in surprise. Of course. This move is Ho Lin's trump card. It's said that it's a move that has both offense and defense in the Saint-grade martial tactic that Ho Lin cultivated. It's called airtight. Airtight? It really lives up to its name. When he swings his metal rod, even the wind can't penetrate it. Not only does this move have a shocking defense, but its offensive power is also not weak at all. The whispers of the crowd clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A move that has both offense and defense? Quick look! Ho Lin has taken the initiative to make a move. All of a sudden, an exclamation entered Duan Lingtian's ears and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his daze. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the high platform again. He saw Ho Lin swinging his metal rod at Guali, who was swinging her black whip like a spirit snake. It seemed like he wanted to use the same move again to sweep away Guali's weapon. Humph! A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Guali's mouth when she saw Ho Lin, who seemed to be dragging a windmill. When she lifted her hand, the long black whip shook and instantly became taut. It could be seen that around the long black whip, wisps of faint real chi were flickering, like tiny lightning bolts jumping around, emitting bursts of terrifying aura. Whip like a sword. As Guali's red lips parted slightly, she spat out 3 words. In the next moment, the long whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a sword as it pierced toward Ho Lin. Whoosh! At this moment, Guali no longer seemed to be holding a long whip but a long and narrow sword. Sword. The disdain on Ho Lin's face increased when he saw this. He swung the metal rod in his hand to meet the black whip that had transformed into a sword in Guali's hand. In his opinion, the black whip in Guali's hand would be swept away immediately. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. The black whip in Guali's hand that seemed to have transformed into a sword pierced Ho Lin's metal rod, causing dazzling sparks to splatter. Just as Ho Lin revealed a smug smile on his face and continued to swing the metal rod like a windmill in his hand forward, Guali's wrist made a subtle movement. Fight strength with strength. When your opponent is at the peak of his strength, you'll instantly turn soft and defeat strength with softness. Almost everyone in the crowd, including Ho Lin, did not notice Guali's little movement. The reason he said it was almost was because Duan Lingtian saw Guali's movement and guessed she wanted to change her move when Ho Lin was about to fight her head-on. Unknowingly, the smile on Ho Lin's face froze. Meanwhile, the people in the crowd could clearly see Guali's taut long black whip suddenly softened. Subsequently, it coiled around the metal rod like a spirit snake and danced with the metal rod. After a while, the metal rod's dancing slowed down. *T. When Ho Lin realized the metal rod in his hand was coiled by the long black whip and he could not break free, horror dawned on his face. At this moment, Ho Lin felt a huge force surging from the metal rod in his hand. It was Guali's whip that shook and brought Ho Lin and his metal rod closer. Chapter 1370. Bam! Without any suspense, Ho Lin was injured by Guali's attack. He fell onto the ground with his staff and rolled a few times before he stopped. He was in a mess. He was one of the 13 gangsters who was so majestic just now, but now, he was defeated by a woman. You've lost. Guali shook the black whip in her hand and straightened it again. She pointed it at Ho Lin and said calmly, "Creak." Before Ho Lin and the onlookers could react to the situation, the door of the wooden house number 12 where the 13 gangsters stayed was opened. Then, a person walked out of the cabin. This was a young man who was about the same height as Duan Lingtian. He was about 1.8 meters tall. Compared to Ho Lin, he was slightly slimmer. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. One look and one could tell that he was not a kind person. "Ho Lin, you've really embarrassed the 13 gangsters. You've been defeated by a little girl. From this moment onwards, you've been removed from the 13 gangsters." The cold young man looked at Ho Lin, who struggled to stand up, and sneered. "Li Han." Ho Lin glanced at the cold young man coldly. Without saying anything, he jumped off the high platform. Just like what Li Han had said. From this moment onwards, he was no longer one of the 13 gangsters. If one of the 13 gangsters was defeated, he would only drop 1 rank and would not be removed from the 13 gangsters. However, the problem was that he was ranked 13th. There was no place for him to drop. Guali, right? 3 months at most. I, Ho Lin, will take back what you've taken away from me today. After Ho Lin jumped off the high platform, he looked at Guali and said word by word. After saying that, without waiting for Guali's response, He turned into a gust of wind and flew to a dilapidated wooden cabin. He kicked the person in front of the cabin away and went into the cabin. Who did I offend? The unlucky young man who was kicked away and had his cabin taken away smiled bitterly. There were so many people in this row of cabins. Why did Ho Lin choose him? Of course, although Ho Lin had taken his cabin, he did not dare to take it back. What a joke! If he could snatch the wooden house from Ho Lin, he would have replaced Ho Lin and become one of the 13 gangsters. I didn't expect there to be a female in the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of log cabin number 12, Li Han looked at Gua Li and smiled. However, Gua Li did not pay attention to him. Instead, she looked below the stage. Immediately, Li Han's face could not help but sink. Following that, he followed Gua Li's gaze and saw a young man in purple standing where Gua Li's gaze was directed at. For a moment, hostility rose in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, my position is quite awkward. Gua Li looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. When they heard Gua Li's words, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone else, including Li Han, did not understand what she meant. Who asked you to choose number 13 from the start? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed what Gua Li meant. When Gua Li said that her position was awkward, she was referring to her awkward ranking among the 13 gangsters. Number 13, the last one. At this moment, no matter who Duan Lingtian defeated, she would be eliminated. Then, I'll have to fight again. Gua Li shrugged and said helplessly. At the same time, her eyes fell on Li Han, revealing a strong fighting intent. At this moment, everyone, including Li Han, realized what she meant. At this moment they finally understood what Gua Li meant. She was not willing to be ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters. She felt that this position was awkward. This position was indeed awkward. No matter who was defeated, she would be eliminated. Just like Ho Lin, who was previously ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters, he was willing to be ranked last because he had fought with everyone other than the top 5. 7 battles. 7 defeats. Therefore, he could only be ranked last. As for the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, they were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. He knew his place very well. Not to mention challenging them, he did not even dare to think about it. It seems like Gua Li wants to challenge Li Han, the number 12 among the 13 gangsters. Many people exclaimed softly. If I can defeat Ho Lin, I'll definitely challenge those who are ranked higher. You know, the higher the ranking of the 13 gangsters is, the more benefits you'll get. Someone said so. Many people agreed with what he said. If there was a chance, who would not want to take a step forward? Therefore, it was understandable for Gua Li to do this. I wonder if she can defeat Ho Lin. She should be able to. Even Ho Lin was defeated by her in a head-on battle. Li Han's ability is not much stronger than Ho Lin. He defeated Ho Lin in almost 20 moves. The group of young people below the high platform discussed among themselves. They were more optimistic about Gua Li. The young man who had his wooden house snatched by Gua Li earlier and was lectured by Gua Li for speaking rudely now had a fearful expression on his face when he looked at Gua Li. If he still had the thought of taking revenge before this. But now, the thought of revenge had been completely dispelled by him. You want to challenge me? Li Han looked at Gua Li as if he wanted to confirm. Make your move. Gua Li nodded faintly. She shook the black whip in her hand and it danced like a poisonous snake. It gave people a creepy feeling. It was similar to the feeling they had when they looked at Li Han. Good, very good. Li Han's face turned green and white. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was not confident that he could defeat the lady in front of him, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. If he did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he admitted defeat. That would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, he would not accept it. Thank you. Li Han quickly spat out those 3 words. Before Gua Li was ready, he had already shot out like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, there would be a gust of cold wind. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Gua Li. How shameless! Many people cursed secretly when they saw Li Han attacking Gua Li. Of course, they only dared to curse secretly. They did not dare to provoke Li Han. Li Han was the person who ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Among the dozens of martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he was ranked 7th. This was enough to prove his ability was not something an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could compare to. However, Gua Li's expression remained unchanged in the face of Li Han's sudden attack. When Li Han appeared in front of her, a steel claw appeared in each of his hands, revealing an eerie cold air as he clawed at her. The black whip in her hand suddenly trembled, and began to spin in front of her. At once, the place where the long whip touched turned into a black light shield that enveloped her entire body. It was the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic that Gua Li cultivated. A defensive move appeared, blocking Li Han's attack. Li Han's steel claws left a series of sparks on the shield, but it did not break. Li Han's expression turned grave. He had no choice but to retreat. The sudden attack ended in failure. After Li Han retreated, Gua Li made her move and dashed toward him. Li Han moved as well, but his speed was slightly slower than Gua Li naturally. He was much faster than Ho Lin, who was defeated by Gua Li earlier. This Li Han is going to lose. Actually, when Li Han's attack was blocked by Gua Li's defensive move, Duan Ling Tian already knew that he would lose without a doubt. Although the defensive move was barely able to block Li Han's attack, it was still blocked. Being able to block one's opponent's attack was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Moreover, not only was Gua Li's defense strong, but her movement and attack were also very strong as well. She was a martial cultivator with a strong overall strength. It was just as Duan Ling Tian had expected. In less than 10 moves, Gua Li sent Li Han flying with her whip and defeated him. Li Han was only lightly injured. At the very least, his injuries were lighter than Ho Lin's. Gua Li seemed to have held back when she defeated Li Han. Otherwise, it's impossible for Li Han's injuries to be so light. Many people could see the clues. She's a woman after all. Perhaps she was soft-hearted in the end. Someone said, after consuming the innate medicinal pill, your injuries should be able to heal in 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you should be able to recover to your prime. When many people were whispering, Gua Li looked at Li Han and said nonchalantly. Li Han was stunned. He did not know why Gua Li revealed his injuries. As Gua Li said, his injuries would be healed after consuming the innate medicinal pill and recuperating for 15 minutes. The innate medicinal pill that Gua Li mentioned was equivalent to the royal grade medicinal pill on Cloud Continent. Above the innate medicinal pill was the saint grade medicinal pill. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Xueqi. Li Han's minor injuries need 15 minutes to heal after consuming the innate medicinal pill that's equivalent to the royal grade medicinal pill. Is it because of the Dao martial Saint Lan's environment, or is it because the medicinal efficacy of the innate medicinal pill is difficult to integrate into a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator's body? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this. Just like what Gua Li said, Li Han's complexion recovered 15 minutes after consuming the innate medicinal pill. He was full of energy again. He walked to cottage number 13 behind Gua Li with a solemn expression. I think you don't have to go in anymore. Gua Li said. What do you mean? Li Han's face darkened. This little girl still wanted to humiliate him after defeating him? What she means is, you're going to be eliminated soon. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from below the high platform. When it entered Li Han's ears, a third person appeared on the high platform. Duan Ling Tian stood on the high platform and took a deep breath. He could not help but look intoxicated. Although he could adapt to the environment below the high platform, he still preferred the high platform when he could no longer smell the stench when he was on the high platform. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw Duan Ling Tian had also ascended the high platform. Does he mean he wants to challenge Li Han? Chapter 1371. Li Han is ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Now that he's defeated by Gua Li, who's ranked 13th, Gua Li has replaced him. Now that he's taken a step back, it's equivalent to switching places with Gua Li. If he's defeated again, he'll be removed from the 13 gangsters as well. If he's really removed from the 13 gangsters, Ho Lin will definitely gloat. Earlier, when Ho Lin was defeated by Gua Li and was removed from the 13 gangsters, Li Han even mocked Ho Lin. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Lingtian and landed on Li Han. This Duan Lingtian seems to have come with Gua Li, very soon, someone spoke. No wonder Gua Li didn't injure Li Han severely earlier. So, she wanted to give Duan Lingtian a chance to defeat Li Han and make Duan Lingtian one of the 13 gangsters as well. Many people came to a realization. You want to challenge me as well? Li Han didn't expect that right after he was defeated by Gua Li, he would be challenged again before he could recover from it. This made him a little angry. Did they really think he was a pushover? Li Han's gloomy eyes flickered with a fierce light as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. If his gaze could become a blade, Duan Lingtian would probably have already been scraped to the point that not even his bones would remain. Did I not make myself clear enough? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Li Han deeply. Good, good. Very good. Li Han's breathing became rapid. The steel claws that he had put away earlier appeared again. The tip of the claws gleamed with a cold gleam that was terrifying. I'd like to see how you're going to eliminate me. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Han made his move and struck first again. A pair of steel claws left claw marks in the air. The shadows of the claws covered the sky and shrouded Duan Lingtian as though he was going to trap Duan Lingtian inside. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of Li Han's aggressive attack. Soon, a bow appeared in his hand. It was the sun-shooting bow. The onlookers stared intently at the duel in front of them. They all wanted to know who would emerge victorious next. Was it Gua Li's confident companion, Duan Lingtian, or was it Li Han, who was ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters? Gua Li was the only one who didn't look forward to it, because she already knew the result. Duan Lingtian was even stronger than her. If she could defeat Li Han, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Li Han. Unfortunately, Li Han did not know what Gua Li was thinking. Currently, Li Han was using all of his means to defeat Duan Lingtian and regain the dignity he had lost to Gua Li. To him, being defeated by a woman was a great humiliation. At some point in time, Ho Lin also walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. His gaze landed on the high platform. Li Han, I'd like to see if you're still one of the 13 gangsters after today. A sneer appeared on Ho Lin's face. At this moment, he noticed Gua Li's indifferent expression and realized there was no doubt about the result of this duel. Die! Li Han's entire body flew out, and at the same time as the claw shadows that filled the sky descended, a steel claw descended from the sky. It was like a hail mixed with rain as it descended towards Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Li Han's eyes turned red. He had completely forgotten the rules of the latent dragon camp. A person stood in the pavilion next to the high platform. Nobody knew if he had just appeared or if he had been there for a long time. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. His face was cold. He stood there, and a chilling aura seemed to be exuding from his body. He was one of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest among the 36 guardians was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. He was ranked 14th, and people called him the Heavenly Harm Guardian. At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was watching the duel on the high platform quietly. Even if Li Han was in a frenzy and disregarded the rules of the latent dragon camp, he had no intention of attacking. It was not that he did not care about the rules of the latent dragon camp, but he could see that Li Han could not hurt the purple-clad young man. Li Han will definitely lose after 3 moves, the Heavenly Harm Guardian mumbled to himself. The Heavenly Harm Guardian muttered. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted, because the scene before his eyes was completely out of his expectations. Facing Li Han, who was charging at him menacingly, the purple-clad young man did not retreat as Li Han had expected. Instead, he used his bow and arrow to attack him from afar. The purple-clad young man stood still on the spot. However, his hand was placed on the bowstring. Seeing that Li Han was so close to him, his hand moved. He pulled the bowstring and released it. Then, he did the same thing and kept plucking the bowstring. Clang, 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 clang. A series of muffled sounds resounded, sounding like a series of unpleasant musical notes. Every time a musical note rose up, a Xueqi light blade swept out. At this moment, the true energy light blades shot up into the sky and collided with the claw shadows that filled the sky. Without any suspense, The claw shadows that filled the sky were destroyed by the true energy light blades in the blink of an eye and turned into nothing. The true energy light blades did not slow down at all. They shot up into the sky and disappeared. At this moment, Li Han was the only one who was left with his final attack. Li Han was like a ferocious goshawk that swooped down from the sky. His red eyes resembled the fierce eyes of a goshawk. The steel claws in his hands were the sharp claws of a goshawk. The sharp claws tore through the air and were about to crush Duan Lingtian's head. Clang! Just as the sharp claws were about to land, another dull noise reverberated in the air. As soon as the dull noise reverberated in the air, an arrow condensed from true energy shot out from the sun-shooting bow and collided with Li Han's steel claws. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the arrow condensed from true energy exploded. On the other hand, the steel claw in Li Han's hand had been blasted into the sky, and Li Han's hand was now a bloody mess. If it was not for the protection of the steel claws, his hand would have been crippled. "You've lost," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Li Han, who had landed on the ground in a wretched state. His tone was as calm as usual. There was no emotion in it at all. "I've lost." When Li Han heard this, he looked dejected. He leaped down from the high platform in a daze and walked to a wooden house near the outside. When the original owner of the wooden house saw Li Han walking over, he dodged as though he had seen a ghost. He tactfully gave his wooden house to Li Han. "Li Han, stop acting like a fool. I can't believe you're in this situation." At this moment, Ho Lin did not forget how Li Han had kicked him when he was down. He returned everything that Li Han had given him. When Li Han heard Ho Lin's words, his body trembled. He increased his speed and entered the wooden house directly. Ho Lin's gaze soon landed on the high platform. "Both of you can be smug. I'll definitely break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in 3 months at most. At that time, I'll defeat both of you one by one to avenge my humiliation." Looking at the two high-spirited people on the high platform, Ho Lin turned around and returned to the wooden house to cultivate. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were geniuses invited by Lin Qingrong. Now that both of them had become members of the 13 gangsters, it was obvious that they were fated to be together. "Gua Li, did you go the wrong way?" When Duan Lingtian was about to return to the number 13 wooden house, he realized Gua Li had already entered it. He could not help but be stunned. "I didn't go the wrong way. This is where I should be staying." After Gua Li entered the wooden house, she turned around and smiled at Duan Lingtian before closing the door. What does Gua Li mean by that? The onlookers were puzzled. What else could it mean? Gua Li must have admitted that she's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's why she voluntarily became the number 13 of the 13 gangsters and gave the number 12 position to Duan Lingtian. Many people began to realize what was going on. This Duan Lingtian is really powerful. Li Han fought with him with all his might just now, but he still defeated him. Defeating Li Han is one thing. Most importantly, when facing Li Han, who is fighting with his life on the line, not only can he not kill Li Han, he can also not cripple Li Han. Amidst the praises, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked into the number 12 wooden house. This would be his residence for the time being. They seemed to be brought back by the Heavenly Hero Guardian. In the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The Heavenly Hero Guardian he was talking about was Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong was also one of the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians. Among the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City, only the first 10 guardians had 2 names. The other one had a normal name that belonged to him. The remaining 26 guardians only had one name, which was the 36 heavenly spirits. The entire latent dragon camp did not quiet down because of Duan Lingtian and Gua Li's departure. Instead, it was bustling with activity. In just one day, 2 of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp had been replaced. This day was destined to be remembered by many people. Crack. In an independent mansion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, a middle-aged scholar who was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard crushed the teacup in his hand after listening to the servant's report. The servant outside the pavilion was so shocked that his body trembled. "Ha ha! Great, 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 great. After crushing the teacup, the middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. As expected, I didn't pick the wrong person. Duan Ling Tian, Gua Li, well done. He could not help but feel excited. Apart from the 36 guardians, many people had gone to the city governor's estate to recruit geniuses this time. Even the revered elders of the city governor's estate had gone out to look for and invite geniuses. Lin Qingrong, the heavenly hero guardian who was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians, had brought back 2 geniuses who had become part of the 13 gangsters on their first day in the latent dragon camp. He could almost foresee it. Soon, he would be summoned by the city governor and be rewarded handsomely. Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li have really made me proud this time. The more Lin Qingrong thought about it, the happier he was. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Although he was one of the 10 guardians who were most valued by the city governor's estate, there were still 8 other guardians in front of him. Therefore, he felt especially proud today. Putting everything else aside this time, he had been selected for the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Chapter 1372. At the latent dragon camp, Duan Ling Tian was lying on the bed leisurely in wooden house number 12 on the high platform. It was rare that he did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate this afternoon. Compared to the smelly dilapidated wooden houses near the septic tank under the high platform, Duan Ling Tian was much better. The wooden house that Duan Ling Tian was staying in was like heaven on earth. This was the treatment of the 13 gangsters. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian also learned that after a few days, the 13 gangsters who ranked the last would receive 108th grade saint stones a month. As the second last, he would receive 208th grade saint stones a month. Those who ranked above him would receive the same amount. The leader of the 13 gangsters would receive 1,308th grade saint stones a month. That was equivalent to 137th grade saint stones. 130 saint stones would be 13 6th grade saint stones. And that's only for a month. Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. However, the leader of the 13 gangsters is not only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he's also the most powerful among the 5 Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators in the latent dragon camp. With my current ability, I can't even win against an ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage cultivator, let alone the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian deeply felt how weak he was when he thought about this. It had been a few days since he came to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had gained a certain understanding of the latent dragon camp during these few days. The latent dragon camp was built by the city governor of Mound Hill City to recruit young geniuses from the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City for training. The recruitment of young geniuses this time began half a year ago. The young geniuses recruited by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City had an age limit. Only genius martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 40 could enter the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was said that the latent dragon camp was the reserve camp for the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. Almost everyone in the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City knew about the 36 guardians. They were the most capable subordinates under the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest one was on the perfection mortal shedding stage. It was said that those who were strong were not only at the paramount mortal shedding stage but also at the saint rudiment stage. Of course, these were only rumors that Duan Ling Tian had heard. However, to think that Senior Lin is also one of the 36 guardians. This is truly shocking. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also found out that Lin Qingrong was the heavenly hero guard that was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians. It said that the top 10 guards among the 36 guardians will become revered elders of the city governor's estate in a few years. At that time, only 26 of the 36 guardians will be left. The remaining 10 guardians will be selected from the latent dragon camp. Duan Ling Tian had been trying to gather information about the latent dragon camp for the past few days since he arrived. Of course, he did not take the initiative to inquire. It was bustling below the high platform. As long as he opened the door of the wooden house a little, he could hear the voices coming from outside. What he heard was what the other latent dragon camp members were saying. Now, I've finally settled down in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how the two girls are doing. And Xueqi as well. She shouldn't be looking for me anymore, right? Duan Lingtian knew Han Xueqi very well. Before she found him, she would definitely not spread the news of his disappearance to Half Moon Island. This was because she was afraid that his two fiancés and the three little fellows would be worried. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not plan to go back for the time being. Of course, apart from this reason, there was another reason why he did not plan to go back for the time being. He was scared. That was right, he was scared. When he came here, he had experienced many life and death situations because he was lost. It made him realize how terrifying the wild beasts in the boundless ocean were. He also realized how precious life was. Previously, in order to protect himself, he even went into closed-door cultivation on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 years. He successfully opened 15 Saint Veins and broke through to the early mortal shedding stage. However, even with his cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, he was almost killed by a few wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Fortunately, Lin Qingrong was there and saved him. Therefore, he did not plan to go back to Cloud Continent for the time being before he was strong enough to protect himself. Strength. My current strength is still too weak. After sighing, Duan Lingtian stood up and closed the door of the wooden house. At this moment, the noise outside became so weak that it could be ignored. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and placed it in the wooden house. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, remind me 2.5 months later. After informing Hualao, Duan Lingtian went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, the 2.5 months Duan Lingtian mentioned was 2.5 months on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2.5 months on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to almost a month outside. At that time, it would be the day for the latent Dragon Camp members to collect their Saint Stones. He was ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters, so he would be able to collect 200 8th grade Saint Stones. Although 200 Saint Stones were nothing compared to the thousands of high-grade Saint Stones that Xueqi had given him, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. After arriving at the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he began to sort out his current strength. With my current strength and the sun shooting bow, I don't think I'll meet many opponents among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to defeat all the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. He might not necessarily be a match for those at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated their Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao methods to an extremely high stage. Compared to the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators, apart from having a body that's even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon, my current advantage is the sun shooting bow. Although I can't unleash the full power of the sun shooting bow with my current strength, the power I can unleash with the sun shooting bow far surpasses the power of a human rank mediocre saint weapon in the hands of someone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had witnessed Gua Li, Ho Lin, and Li Han using their human rank mediocre saint weapons with his own eyes. Therefore he was certain of this. As for the advantage of my saint bloodline, it's only more obvious when compared to martial and Dao cultivators at the same level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had only opened his saint bloodline once as a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this is because the true energy in my Qi Si is limited. If I can break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can easily defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage without relying on my brute strength and the sun shooting bow. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. At that time, the number of saint bloodlines in his body could not be compared to other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators at that time. If he fought with martial and Dao cultivators at the same level, his true energy would be completely channeled through the ridiculous number of saint bloodlines before his opponent's Qi Si could release much of their true energy. As long as he struck first, his opponent would usually be defeated before they could even channel their true energy. Intermediate mortal shedding stage. I wonder how long it'll take for me to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was filled with anticipation as he prepared to cultivate. At this moment, he took out the saint stone that Han Xuanai had given him. It was a 5th grade saint stone. This was his first time using the saint stone that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate. Previously, when he broke through to the early mortal shedding stage from the peak of Emperor Wu to the early mortal shedding stage, he had been using 9th grade saint stones to cultivate for 3 whole years. In 3 years, he had almost used up all of his 9th grade saint stones. Those 9th grade saint stones were Half Moon Island's stock. Duan Ling Tian did not want to waste them, so he decided to use up the low-grade saint stones that he had. Now that he had used up all of his 9th grade saint stones, he had broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. He only had the high-grade saint stones that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate with. Among the thousands of saint stones that Han Xuanai had given him, 90% of them were 5th grade saint stones, while the remaining 10% were 4th grade saint stones. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes as he held the 5th grade saint stone. At the same time, he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was very rich, it was only equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 1st level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much more powerful than the one in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. While absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he also absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy accumulated in the 5th grade saint stone. After a great qi circulation, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes without warning. The cultivation speed of absorbing the 5th grade saint stone is not much faster than the 9th grade saint stone. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in it is indeed much more than the 9th grade saint stone. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 5th grade saint stone in his hand. He could see the heaven and earth spirit energy that was flowing into his body from the 5th grade saint stone was almost substantial. According to Xueqi, this 5th grade saint stone is much more durable than the 9th grade saint stone. With my current cultivation speed, I can finish 1 9th grade saint stone in a day. Naturally, this was because Duan Ling Tian's cultivation speed was too exaggerated. Duan Ling Tian had 15 saint veins to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. His cultivation speed was even faster than most martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the number of saint veins was the key to the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Due to this reason, the more saint veins a person had, the faster their cultivation speed would be. If an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage were to compare their cultivation speed to Duan Ling Tian, they would definitely cry until they fainted. An ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage would need a few days to finish 1 9th grade saint stone. If you change your saint stones frequently during your cultivation, it will affect your cultivation speed to a certain extent. Therefore, it's best to use high-grade saint stones when you're cultivating if the conditions allow it. You can keep it for a long time. Chapter 1373. Xueqi even gave me a 4th grade saint stone. The durability of a 4th grade saint stone is equivalent to 10 5th grade saint stones according to the conversion ratio between different grades of saint stones in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, with my current cultivation base and cultivation speed, I'll still have a lot of leftovers after breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage with 1 5th grade saint stone. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes again and began to cultivate seriously. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the 5th grade saint stone continued to surge into his body. The 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. The 9 Dragons form mental cultivation method transformed into 9 dragons that carried the heaven and earth spirit energy along the 15 saint veins and circulated the great circulatory cycle before transforming it into true energy that merged with the qi si in between Duan Ling Tian's brows. The true energy continued to increase in the qi si that was the size of a pigeon's egg. Although it only increased a little each time, as the saying went, a little makes a mickle, it would be full sooner or later. When it was full, it would be the time for Duan Ling Tian to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It's much easier to cultivate from the early mortal shedding stage to the intermediate mortal shedding stage compared to Emperor Wu breaking through from the peak mortal shedding stage to the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. After all, the latter required one to merge the profundity with the origin energy and transform it into true energy. Apart from that, one also had to open the saint veins. It was extremely tedious. However, the former was much simpler. Once the Qi Si was filled with true energy, he would break through and open the saint veins. That was it. Cultivation knew no time. 2.5 months passed very quickly. Duan Ling Tian, who was woken up by Hua Lao, left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to cottage number 12. After putting away the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian had just opened the door when Guali stood in front of his door. Duan Ling Tian, it's time for us to collect our saint stones. Guali said to Duan Ling Tian. Is it today? Duan Ling Tian asked. From today onwards, you can receive the holy stones within 3 days. The place to receive the holy stones is very close. It's the pavilion next to the wooden house where we, the 13 Grand Guardians, live. Guali said. That pavilion? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He remembered that pavilion. He had seen it when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, he was still wondering what that place was. From the looks of it, it should be the residence of the powerhouse from the city governor's mansion. That powerhouse was usually in charge of guarding the members of the latent dragon camp. After all, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. As for rules and regulations, there had to be someone to supervise them in order to be effective. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the room and walked towards the pavilion with Guali. Along the way, the two of them attracted the gazes of many people. Are they Duan Ling Tian and Guali? That's right. A month ago, they had just entered the ranks of the 13 Grand Guardians. What a perfect match. Are they a couple? Many people saw Duan Ling Tian and Guali and chatted along the way. Some of them even thought they were a couple. Upon hearing these comments, Duan Ling Tian did not mind at all. He merely smiled and brushed it off. However, it was different for Guali. Her beautiful face had a hint of redness. Hey! Duan Ling Tian. As soon as they arrived near the pavilion, Duan Ling Tian saw someone greeting him. When he took a closer look, he realized it was Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang, why are you alone? Where's Hu Jie? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously when he saw Zhu Lang was alone. Humph. He's now in a higher position. As it turns out, the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse who's ranked 5th among the 13 Grand Guardians is his distant cousin. Zhu Lang snorted. Isn't that great? You have a good relationship with him. He can take care of you in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Take care of me? As long as he doesn't kill me. Zhu Lang laughed at himself. Then he looked at Guali and said, Guali, you're also from a 9th-rate clan, so you should know best. Hu Jie and I might be in the same boat in the beginning. However, what do you think he'll do to me when he has someone to rely on? He'll get rid of you for his clan. Guali was not surprised at all. Zhu Lang and Hu Jie were similar to her and Yi Man, the genius from a Ye family in Fuyu town who was replaced by Duan Ling Tian. I'll make a move first. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Guali, Zhu Lang jumped down from the high platform and returned to his wooden house. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and followed Guali into the pavilion. The person in charge of distributing origin stones every month was the Heavenly Harm Guardian who supervised the latent dragon camp. The Heavenly Harm Guardian was ranked 14th among the 36 Guardians. Guali, 108th grade Saint Stones. Duan Ling Tian, 208th grade Saint Stones. The Heavenly Harm Guardian had a straight face from the beginning to the end. He handed the Saint Stones to Duan Ling Tian and Guali in a daze. The two of them thanked him after receiving the origin stones. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? During this time, Duan Ling Tian used his divine eye to check the Heavenly Harm Guardian and saw through his strength. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. Without a cultivation base above Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage, one would not be able to control the latent dragon camp at all. At the very least, one would not be able to control the top few of the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian did not notice this. When he and Guali turned around to leave, The heavenly harm guardian lifted his head and looked at his back. It was as if he was different from the rest. After leaving the pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li walked back. Duan Lingtian, the members of the latent dragon camp have a chance to go out once every 3 months. Do you plan to go out when? Gua Li asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There's nothing to do even if I go out. I don't plan to go out either. Who knows if the 2 clans have sent someone to hide outside the city governor's mansion and wait to kill me. Gua Li added. They dare to come to Mound Hill City to kill you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Why wouldn't they dare? If they have the chance, they'll even dare to sneak into the city governor's mansion to kill me, Gua Li said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Aren't they afraid that the city governor's mansion will blame them? Duan Lingtian frowned. As far as he knew, even Fuyu Town was under the jurisdiction of Mound Hill City. It was also under the jurisdiction of Mound Hill City. Blame them? Gua Li shook her head. I'm not qualified for the city governor's mansion to do anything for me now. Even if I'm killed now, the city governor's mansion won't blame the 2 clans in Fuyu Town. Unless I can prove my worth and gain the city governor's mansion's approval. Then, I'll be safe. Gua Li continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're Duan Lingtian who defeated Li Han and became the new 12th gangster of the 13 gangsters? Give me half of the saint stones you received. Duan Lingtian and Gua Li had just arrived in front of the wooden house when a voice came from nearby. Then, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li saw a black-clad young man walking out of wooden house number 6 toward them. The black-clad young man was tall with broad shoulders and a round waist. When he walked, it was as if he was a dragon or a tiger. It's Zhang Ji-long who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Zhang Ji-long extorts saint stones from the 13 gangsters ranked below him every month with his powerful strength. But didn't he start extorting from the last person in the past? He must have taken pity on her because she's a woman. At this moment, the group of young men below the high platform had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Gua Li as well as Zhang Ji-long. Whether it was the wooden house below the high platform or the wooden house on the high platform, many people walked out. They came out to watch the show when they heard the commotion. In the face of Zhang Ji-long who came with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a calm expression. He quietly activated his divine eye. Zhang Ji-long, 32 years old, cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Why should I give it to you? Duan Lingtian sneered as he glanced at Zhang Ji-long nonchalantly. Now, it's not just half. I want all the saint stones you've received earlier. Give me 200 saint stones. Zhang Ji-long looked calm as he stood in front of Duan Lingtian. However, his words were arrogant and domineering. Idiot! Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Zhang Ji-long as he spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he call Zhang Ji-long an idiot? I'm not dreaming, am I? Ah, that hurts. Why are you pinching my leg? This is going to be interesting. The group of young men and women below the high platform looked at the high platform with interest. Usually they would only cultivate and cultivate. It was quite boring. Occasionally, there would be conflicts that they could watch, but they were all excited. On the high platform, apart from the 13 gangsters who were at the mastery mortal shedding stage who were ranked in the top 5, the remaining 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage also walked out of the wooden house. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji-long who were facing each other with interest. Similar to the group of young men below the high platform, they also came out to watch the show. Naturally, they had one thing in common. That was, they were all targets of Zhang Ji-long's blackmail. Today, they had given half of the origin stones they had received to Zhang Ji-long. They did not want to give it to him. However, they had no choice but to give it to him. If they did not give it to him, they would definitely be beaten up by Zhang Ji-long until they could not get up for a month. Then, their cultivation would be delayed. Therefore, they obediently gave half of the saint stones they received to Zhang Ji-long every month. Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Li Han a month ago. In front of me, Li Han can't even last half a move. Zhang Ji-long looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. Although his tone was calm, anyone who was sensitive would be able to sense the hidden anger in it. If Zhang Jilong was compared to a volcano, then he was on the verge of erupting. In his eyes, whether it was Li Han or Duanling Tian, they were insignificant characters that were not worth mentioning. However, today, such a small character actually dared to disobey him. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It was a blatant challenge. So what? Duanling Tian still had a sneer on his face. If you want the saint stones in my hands, you can come and get them yourself. If you don't dare to, disappear from my sight immediately. No. There's no need to disappear. I almost forgot you. You're ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Chapter 1374. When Duanling Tian's first words left his mouth, the spectators were already dumbfounded. This Duanling Tian is too tough. How dare he challenge Zhang Jilong? That's not all. What did he mean by that? Why did he ask if Zhang Jilong was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Could it be that he wants to? The crowd did not dare to think further. They felt goosebumps on their scalps as they thought Duanling Tian was crazy. He was really crazy. The latent dragon camp gathered the top geniuses around Mound Hill City. Since Zhang Jilong was the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he could be considered as the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage around Mound Hill City to a certain extent. Duanling Tian actually dared to provoke such an existence? Did he think he could defeat Zhang Jilong? Where did his confidence come from? Now, even Guali, who was confident in Duanling Tian, could not help but worry about Duanling Tian. She said to him through true energy voice transmission, Duanling Tian, why don't you give him 208th grade saint stones? I still have 108th grade saint stones with me. I can give you 50 of them. It's enough for you to cultivate. Guali advised. That's right. I'm ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Why? Do you want to challenge me? Zhang Jilong laughed out of anger when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He could not suppress his anger. Looks like you're not an ordinary idiot. Isn't it obvious what I said? Everyone else can see it, but you can't? Why do you have to ask me? Duanling Tian sneered in disdain. You're asking for it. Zhang Jilong was not a good-tempered person to begin with. After being challenged by Duanling Tian, he could no longer hold it in. Bang! With a stomp of his legs, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot out explosively towards Duanling Tian. I should have attacked earlier. Duanling Tian snorted when he saw Zhang Jilong charging toward him. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the sun-shooting bow. Not only that, but there was also an arrow condensed out of qi in his right hand. Body and arrow synchronization. Seeing that Zhang Jilong was only a few meters away from him, Duanling Tian raised his hand and pulled the sun-shooting bow back a little. Of course, he used his full strength. Thus, just by drawing the sun-shooting bow slightly, the arrow that was shot out was already ridiculously fast. Duanling Tian stepped on the arrows and brushed past Zhang Jilong, who was coming straight at him. He almost brushed past Zhang Jilong. The speed he displayed was on par with Zhang Jilong. This Zhang Jilong does have some skills. His speed is actually on par with mine. Duanling Tian, who had swapped places with Zhang Jilong after the arrow was fired, turned around and looked at Zhang Jilong, who had also turned around, with a surprised expression on his face. Zhang Jilong did have some skills since he was able to become the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. While Duanling Tian was surprised, so was Zhang Jilong. This brat's speed is actually on par with mine? Zhang Jilong was shocked. He was completely shocked. Ever since he had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, apart from those who were above the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had never met anyone who could match his speed among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. As the saying went, speed was the only unbeatable martial skill in the world. The reason why Zhang Jilong could be called a supremacy among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators was mainly because of his speed. His speed was equivalent to being invincible. Coupled with his powerful attack technique, he had never met a match among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. His speed can actually match Zhang Jilung's? Currently, the pavilion that distributed the saint stones had been closed. Behind the balcony of the pavilion, one of the 36 heavenly guards of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the heavenly harm guardian, looked at the two people who were confronting each other in shock. Did you guys see that? The other 13 gangsters who were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. All of them had been defeated by Zhang Jilung before. They had fought Zhang Jilung before, so naturally, they knew that the reason why Zhang Jilung could defeat them was because of his terrifying speed. Now, there was actually a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who could match Zhang Jilung's speed. How could they not be shocked? Another Zhang Jilung has been born? They had a complicated feeling. When they saw the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier, they knew that they would most likely be defeated even if they were to fight him. The Duan Lingtian was just too fast. He was so fast that he could be compared to Zhang Jilung. What a fast speed! This Duan Lingtian defeated Li Han a month ago, and he's still holding back. If he displayed such speed a month ago, I think Li Han would have been defeated by him before he even had the chance to attack. Oh my god! His speed is actually on par with Zhang Jilung's. The group of young men and women below the high platform was boiling with excitement as they stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. What a fast speed! Li Han stood in the corner of the crowd with a grave expression on his face. It seems like I won't have the chance to avenge myself unless I break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. I must break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage before he breaks through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The moment Li Han thought of this, he returned to the wooden house and began to cultivate with the saint stone in his hand. If he knew that Duan Lingtian was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. 2 months. I'll definitely defeat you in 2 months at the most. Although Ho Lin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, he was still full of confidence. This was because he was confident that he could break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in 2 months. At that time, he would not only have to defeat Guo Li to avenge himself. He would also have to defeat Duan Lingtian to prove to everyone in the latent dragon camp that he, Ho Lin, was powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. You have the right to be arrogant. However, do you think you can defeat me just because you're as fast as me? Zhang Jilung said coldly. We'll only know if I can defeat you after I try. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. All right. I'll play with you then. The moment Zhang Jilung's words left his mouth, he shot out. His legs swept toward Duan Lingtian like a tornado. Wherever he passed, a tornado seemed to be formed as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that Zhang Jilung's saint weapon was the pair of boots on his feet. Whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on his feet. Just like Duan Lingtian, whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on the arrows in his hands. Faced with the tornado that was formed by Zhang Jilung's legs, Duan Lingtian shot up. He knocked an arrow on his bow and locked his gaze on Zhang Jilung before he released the bowstring. Clang! The arrow that was formed by true energy instantly shot out, leaving an arrow mark in the air as it charged toward Zhang Jilung. Humph! Zhang Jilung snorted coldly. His legs moved faster, and the tornado became even more ferocious as it swept toward Duan Lingtian's arrow formed by true energy. Finally, the tornado and the arrow collided, making a loud noise. Boom! A vast wave of air swept out. After a while, the tornado slowed down, and the arrow disappeared. Zhang Jilung's body shook, and he was sent flying backward. He was affected by the wave of air. At the same time, Zhang Jilung, who was barely able to stand, felt something sweet in his throat. His face was slightly pale, but he forcefully swallowed the blood. His pride did not allow him to spit out blood at this time. Once he spat out blood, it would undoubtedly be a declaration to the others. He, Zhang Jilung, was not as good as Duan Lingtian. What a prideful person. Duan Lingtian, who had landed steadily, was not injured at all. He looked at Zhang Jilung from afar. The others did not know the power of his arrow, but he did. Although it was offset by Zhang Jilung's move, the wave of air from the collision was enough to injure Zhang Jilung. At that time, if he was nearby, he would definitely be injured like Zhang Jilung. However, He was using an arrow, a long-range attack. It was destined that he would not be affected by the wave of air. In this aspect he had the upper hand, whether it was in terms of attack or speed. He was almost on par with Zhang Jilong. However, since he was using a bow, he was destined to be better than Zhang Jilong in actual combat. Zhang Jilong's injury was hidden so well that even the 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage did not notice that he was injured. If these people did not notice, it was even more so for those below the high platform and behind the septic tank. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong faced each other. He asked calmly, "Zhang Jilong, right? Do you want to continue?" Barf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jilong was so angry that he spat out the blood he swallowed. The blood stained the ground like a dazzling red rose. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the entire place fell silent. Zhang Jilong is injured? Everyone was shocked. They really did not notice it earlier. If it was said that there was someone who wasn't surprised now, it was none other than Duan Lingtian and the person in the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Ha! Suddenly, the Heavenly Harm Guardian on the pavilion raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He looked into the distance. In the distant sky, a silhouette was flying toward him. It was so fast that even he could only catch a glimpse of it. In just a blink of an eye, the person was already standing next to him. The person who appeared next to the Heavenly Harm Guardian was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had a medium build but was well built. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. 14. Finally, the green-robed middle-aged man spoke. He looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian and smiled. "Big brother." The Heavenly Harm Guardian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the green-robed middle-aged man. He did not dare to be negligent at all. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was his big brother, the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. At the same time, his big brother was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses among the 36 Guardians. Ha! Who's that? He actually defeated Zhang Jilong? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the purple figure in the distance. He was slightly surprised. "I don't think I've seen him before. Is he new?" "He's someone ninth brother brought back." The Heavenly Harm Guardian replied. "Someone ninth brother brought back." Chapter 1375. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely return today's humiliation tenfold. Zhang Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian, said to Duan Lingtian with a gloomy face after taking a pill to heal his injuries. There was a ferocious gleam in his eyes. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. His heart sank as he realized that Zhang Jilong was a dangerous person. "What? You don't want to admit defeat?" Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Zhang Jilong was about to say something, a gust of wind whistled. After a while, everyone noticed that there was another person on the high platform. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. Most of the people present were familiar with this person. It's Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. He's one of the 36 guardians under the governor, ranked 14th. He's also the manager of the latent dragon camp. Waves of whispers entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. He's also one of the 36 guardians under the governor of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian recognized this middle-aged man in silver armor. He was the one who gave him the Saint Stone not long ago. He did not expect him to be one of the 36 guardians under the governor of Mound Hill City. Moreover, he was ranked 14th. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. Many people bowed to the Heavenly Harm Guardian respectfully. The leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, orders. 13 Grand Guardians, go to the meeting room of the governor's mansion now. No one is allowed to be absent. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said slowly. His voice was filled with true energy as he spoke. It exploded like thunder and spread throughout the entire latent dragon camp. He's reminding the 5 Grand Guardians on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the Heavenly Harm Guardian's intention. Apart from the 5 Grand Guardians on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Martial and Dao cultivators, almost all of them were present. Haha. The Heavenly Leader Guardian summoned us personally to the meeting room. Looks like it's going to be fun. A burst of hearty laughter came. A figure shot out of cabin number 2 and left the latent dragon camp in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could not catch it. So fast. No wonder he's ranked second among the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Then, Duan Lingtian saw a person shoot out of the number 3, number 4 and number 5 cabins respectively. They followed the person who came out of the number 2 cabin and left the latent dragon camp. Obviously, they had all gone to the meeting hall. Whoosh! At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian had also returned to the pavilion. He had already announced everything that needed to be announced. After glancing at Duan Lingtian gloomily, Zhang Jilong also descended from the high platform and left the latent dragon camp. The rest of the 13 gangsters also left one by one. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and Guali were left. Let's go too, Guali said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he left, he couldn't help but look at Wooden House number 1 a few times, but he found that there was no movement at all, and no one came out for a long time. Could it be that the owner of Wooden House number 1, the leader of the 13 gangsters, dares to ignore the order of the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 Guardians? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian and Guali left, the entire latent dragon camp was in an uproar. Everyone was acting recklessly. The leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, personally summoned the 13 gangsters. I wonder what happened. I've been in the latent dragon camp for quite some time, and I've only seen Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian among the 36 Guardians. Let alone Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. I haven't even seen the other Guardians before. It's your fault for not working hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, you could have become one of the 13 gangsters and meet Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian together. Just as the latent dragon camp members were discussing, Duan Lingtian and Guali arrived at the meeting hall of the Castellan's mansion. When they entered, they found that there were already 10 people standing there. Among the 10 people, apart from 4 new faces, Duan Lingtian had an impression of the other 6. They were the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators among the 13 gangsters. He had seen them before in the latent dragon camp's campsite. New faces? At this moment, a young man with a brawny build and a stocky build looked at Duan Lingtian and Guali in surprise. Both of you are the new members of the 13 gangsters? Xionghu, it seems like you've been working behind closed doors for the past month. Both of them are the new members of the latent dragon camp who replaced Ho Lin and Li Han a month ago. Next to the brawny young man, a seemingly frivolous young man in brocade clothes said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Xionghu glanced at Duan Lingtian and Guali before nodding. He's the person who's ranked second among the 13 gangsters? Duan Lingtian looked at Xionghu. He could tell that the person who came out of Wooden House number 2 had the same voice as this person. It was apparent that they were the same person. Hello. I'm Jin Yuan Bao. I'm ranked third among the 13 gangsters. I'm only below that freak and this big guy. The young man in brocade clothes introduced himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian while waving his folding fan. Guali, ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Seeing that the person ranked third among the 13 gangsters had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Guali immediately responded. She did not dare to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian introduced himself after Guali. He had a good impression of this friendly Jin Yuan Bao. This kind of person was always more open. Ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Jin Yuan Bao was stunned when he heard that. Isn't Zhang Jilong ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? He looked at Zhang Jilong and asked in shock. Zhang Jilong, you were defeated by a newbie? Although he was unwilling, Zhang Jilong had to nod and admit it. At the same time, he did not forget to explain, if he didn't use a bow and arrow, he would have tied with me at most. Naturally, Zhang Jilong knew why he was defeated in the battle with Duan Lingtian. It was also because of this that he was unwilling to admit defeat. Humph, a defeat is a defeat. Why are you looking for so many excuses? Don't tell me that you're going to come back from the dead and seek revenge after being killed? An ordinary-looking young man in a plain long robe who was standing at the side snorted and said in disdain, "Haha, Sun Gu, Zhang Jilong is already in a bad mood after being defeated. Why do you have to bully him?" The young man who had his eyes fixed on Gua Li since she entered the door looked at the young man in the plain robe and laughed out loud. "Zhang Jian, you're such a busybody." Sun Gu snorted. Ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters, Sun Gu. Ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zhang Jian. Is he also Hu Jie's distant cousin? Duan Ling Tian still remembered Sun Ji's figure and Zhang Jian's figure. They were the people who came out from cottage number 4 and cottage number 5 earlier. "Sister Gua." Zhang Jian appeared in front of Gua Li and greeted her passionately. He did not have the bearing of a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator at all. However, one could tell he was not a kind person from the lustful gleam in the depth of his eyes. Naturally, Gua Li noticed this as well. She said coldly, "I don't know you." "You don't know me, but I know you." Zhang Jian smiled. "You're the eldest miss of Fuyu Town's Gua clan. You're also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. I was fortunate enough to visit your place with my father." "So what?" Gua Li's reaction was as calm as before. "Sister Gua, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Jian, the eldest young master of New South Town's Zhang clan. I'm ranked 5th among the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters." Zhang Jian introduced himself patiently. This time, Gua Li ignored him. No matter how eloquent Zhang Jian was, she just ignored him. In the end, Zhang Jian's expression turned extremely grave. "Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." There was a hint of coldness in Zhang Jian's eyes as he cursed in his heart. "Haha, Zhang Jian, I realize you're really a bitch. Can't you see that Miss Gua Li is ignoring you? I can't believe you're still able to say so much. I'm really impressed." Jin Yuanbao laughed out loud and made fun of Zhang Jian without restraint. "Jin Yuanbao, don't go too far." The moment Jin Yuanbao's words left his mouth, Zhang Jian was so angry that he glared at him. His expression was extremely grave. "Don't go too far?" "Yes, I'm going too far. What can you do about it? I'll give you a chance. Challenge me. What do you think?" Jin Yuanbao smiled when he heard Zhang Jian's words. His smile was extremely bright. With just one sentence, Zhang Jian was so angry that his body trembled. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he would explode at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the assembly hall, causing the robes of the 12 people present to flutter. After a while, it slowly fell to the ground. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the assembly hall. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green who carried a sheathed long sword on his back. He stood there quietly, not making a single sound. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters? When the young man in green entered, Duan Lingtian did not notice him at all. Even when the gust of wind blew past, he did not realize it was a person. He thought it was really just a gust of wind. At that moment, his heart was filled with shock. Heaven's eye! Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in green. His eyes narrowed. 30 years old. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he probed the young man's age and cultivation base. A 30-year-old perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator? Where did this freak come from? Freak, you're finally here. I thought you were going to disobey Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian's order. Jin Yuanbao, who was very friendly, squinted at the young man in green and smiled. I'm not a freak. The young man in green had a rare reaction. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water. Freak. Hearing Jin Yuanbao's greeting to the young man in green, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall what Jin Yuanbao said earlier. Hello, I'm Jin Yuanbao. I'm ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. I'm just below that freak and this big guy. The big guy in this sentence was Xiong Hu, who was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun. Chapter 1376. Didn't they say that the top 5 in the 13 gangsters are all martial cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Duan Ling Tian gasped. Could it be that Ling Yun has just broken through recently? Duan Ling Tian could only come up with such a conclusion in the end. Duan Ling Tian realized. As soon as Ling Yun appeared, other than Jin Yuan Bao, everyone else, including Xionghu who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, looked at him with fear in their eyes. Very good, everyone's here. A voice came out of nowhere in the meeting hall, scaring Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one. Apart from Ling Yun, everyone else was shocked as well. Ling Yun was the only one who stood there like a statue. He was as still as a mountain. Ling Yun's composure is really terrifying. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As soon as the voice came out of nowhere, a green figure appeared at the head of the meeting hall. It was a green-clad middle-aged man. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man appeared, he emitted an extremely powerful aura that made everything around him pale in comparison. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At once, everyone, including Ling Yun, bowed at the green-clad middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian and Guali bowed as well. If only the two of them were present, they would not recognize this person at all. He's the Heavenly Leader Guardian? One of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City? Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. After he lifted his head, he began to size up the green-clad middle-aged man. He was the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. I've gathered all of you here to announce something. The Heavenly Leader Guardian went straight to the point. 3 months later, Lord City Governor will come out of his closed-door cultivation. By then, he'll pick 2 to 3 disciples from the 13 of you. Lord City Governor was going to pick disciples. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Ling Tian, everyone's eyes lit up, including Ling Yun. The city governor of Mound Hill City was a powerful Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was the strongest powerhouse in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City. If they could become his disciple, it would be easy for them to rise to the top. Apart from that, it was also equivalent to obtaining a powerful protection. The disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City could do whatever he wanted in the area around Mound Hill City. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the meeting hall. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Ling Tian who had an indifferent expression, only Ling Yun was calm. However, a hint of desire could be seen in Ling Yun's eyes. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He wasn't trying to act cool. It was because he really didn't feel anything at all. Duan Ling Tian's vision was different from the vision of the other young geniuses present. In the eyes of these young geniuses, the city governor of Mound Hill City who was on the Saint Rudiment stage was someone they had to look up to and respect. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the city governor of Mound Hill City was just an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. The Heavenly Leader Guardian saw Duan Ling Tian's calmness and could not help but praise him secretly. This little fella from the mortal continent that ninth brother found is pretty good. He hasn't seen much of the world, but he's still so calm after hearing that the city governor wants to take in a disciple. One could imagine. If Duan Ling Tian knew what the Heavenly Leader Guardian was thinking, perhaps he would take out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and make it bigger before slamming it on the Heavenly Leader Guardian's head. Did this fella just say that he hadn't seen much of the world? Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, may I ask how the city governor will choose his disciple among us? Zhang Jilong asked excitedly. After 3 months, the city governor will come out of closed-door cultivation and test all of you. Of course, I don't know what the test is about, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, I called all of you here to remind all of you to work as hard as you can in these 3 months and raise your strength. After 3 months, if anyone is eliminated from the 13 gangsters, he won't be able to become the city governor's disciple. After the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, All right, all of you can go back now. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun, the remaining 11 people flew out of the meeting hall in the blink of an eye and headed straight to the latent dragon camp. They were rushing back to cultivate. Ling Yun glanced at Duan Ling Tian in surprise and flew out as well. Guali too. Even if she wants to improve her strength, she shouldn't be in such a hurry, right? Duan Ling Tian forced a smile and walked out of the meeting hall slowly. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, so naturally, he was not in a hurry to go back to cultivate. Wait. Duan Ling Tian heard a voice coming from behind him just as he was about to cross the threshold of the meeting hall. It was the Heavenly Leader Guardian's voice. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, you called for me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian. To be honest, he was very curious about the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Earlier, there were a few times when he wanted to use his divine eye to probe him. However, when he thought about how Senior Lin, who was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians, was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian dismissed the thought. Duan Ling Tian even suspected that the leader of the 36 guardians might be at the Saint Rudiment stage like the city governor of Mound Hill City. Naturally, this was only his speculation. I heard you're from the mortal continent? The Heavenly Leader Guardian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the Heavenly Leader Guardian knew about his origin. After all, he had told Senior Lin about his origin and that he was from the mortal continent. Which mortal continent are you from? As far as I know, there's a total of 3 mortal continents outside of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, only 2 mortal continents have martial cultivators. I'm from the mortal continent that only has martial cultivators. Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. I've heard of that mortal continent. It's called the Cloud Continent. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. It seems like you're not from the same mortal continent as the city governor's disciple. If you're from the same continent, you might know each other. The city governor's disciple? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He's from the mortal continent as well? Yes. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded and smiled. Not only is he from the mortal continent, but he's also a rare martial Dao prodigy. You'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. Do you know there's a clan with the surname Han in the 5th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked. A 5th-rate force. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. A 5th-rate force. To him, it was something he could only look up to. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian's strange expression. He did not know why the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. Was there something wrong? This was because the saint stones that Xueqi gave him were mostly 5th-grade saint stones. A small portion of them were 4th-grade saint stones. Due to this reason, he guessed the force behind Xueqi was a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this was also due to Gua Li's reminder. According to Gua Li, the Gua clan in Fuyu Town was a 9th-rate force that owned a 9th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rate force that owned an 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. A 9th-grade Saint Stone Reserve could produce a small portion of 8th-grade Saint Stones. An 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve could produce a small portion of 7th-grade Saint Stones. That was his speculation. The force that Xueqi belonged to should be a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian, why are you asking about this? The Heavenly Leader Guardian asked after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. When I was in the mortal continent, I heard from my grandfather that he met someone when he was young. That person's surname was Han, and he claimed to be from a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian casually came up with a reason. He did not dare to directly say that he knew someone with the surname Han who was suspected to be from a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if he said he knew someone from a 5th-rate force, he would be dead meat if they thought he had received some benefits from the 5th-rate force and became greedy. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, coupled with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories, Duan Ling Tian could be said to have experienced 4 lifetimes. Naturally, his thoughts were thorough. So that's how it is. The Heavenly Leader Guardian sighed in relief when he heard that. Indeed, Many people from the Dao Martial Saint land went to the mortal continent in the past. However, I heard from them that the conditions there were terrible. They felt uncomfortable staying there for a while. Upon hearing the heavenly gift guardian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Compared to the Dao Martial Saint land, the conditions on the mortal continent were naturally worse. Putting everything else aside, just the Gua clan that Gua Li was from, the ninth-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint land in Fuyu town, had a better cultivation environment and resources than any place on Cloud Continent. As for a fifth-rate force, I don't know much about it. Even our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is only an eighth-rate force. Even the great sect above our Mound Hill City is only a seventh-rate force. The heavenly leader guardian said, a fifth-rate force is too far away from us. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. There are many powerhouses in a fifth-rate force. There are at least hundreds of Saint Stage powerhouses. When the heavenly leader guardian mentioned the Saint Stage powerhouses, respect appeared on his face. It was respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. So the force that Xueqi is from is actually so powerful? There are hundreds of Saint Stage powerhouses. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was inexplicably shocked. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the heavenly leader guardian and left the assembly hall. What a rare genius. He has been cultivating in the mortal continent all this while, and he managed to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage at the age of 35. If Master City Governor's disciple did not follow Master City Governor to the Dao Martial Saint land, he might not be able to compare to him. The heavenly leader guardian thought to himself. Chapter 1377. When Duan Lingtian returned to the latent dragon camp, he realized that apart from him, the other 12 of the 13 gangsters were quietly cultivating in the wooden houses. As for the people who lived in the dilapidated wooden houses below the high platform, they were still as idle as before. However, there were also 2 people in the wooden houses who did not come out for a long time. It was Ho Lin and Li Han's wooden houses. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not notice this. After he returned to his own wooden house. Of course, he was currently in wooden house number 6. After defeating Zhang Jilung, he replaced Zhang Jilung and became the 6th person in the 13 gangsters. He was only below 5 people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. No. I should say that he's only below 1 person on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage and 4 people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of Ling Yun, the young man in green who carried a sheathed long sword, the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian had to admit that when he saw Ling Yun, he was reminded of his childhood friend, Su Li. Unfortunately, he had never seen Su Li again until the moment he left the Cloud Continent. The reason why he thought of this was because Ling Yun looked very similar to Su Li. Of course, it was only the way they dressed. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Walao, wake me up if I still haven't woken up in 9 months. Duan Lingtian greeted Walao and went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. 9 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. The city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of seclusion in 3 months. By then, he would set up some tests and recruit 2 or 3 disciples. Duan Lingtian was not interested in that at all. However, it was not convenient for him to stay out of it. Therefore, he could only accompany Gua Li to join in the fun and broaden his horizons. If he accidentally became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he would just let nature take its course. If the rest of the 13 gangsters knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Even Gua Li was no exception. The reason they were cultivating with all their might was so that they could perform well in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City in 3 months' time. Becoming a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City was their dream. Gua Li definitely wants to become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Thinking of Gua Li, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Gua Li was undoubtedly a pitiful person. She was a woman, but her talent was not inferior to that of a man. Furthermore, her family had high hopes for her. And all of this had a price to pay. No matter where she went, her heart would tremble in fear. She was deeply afraid that someone would secretly hand out a knife to kill her. If she could become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about anything. If I can help you, I will definitely help you. Duan Ling Tian murmured. Guo Li was the first person he met when he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, Guo Li had warned him when he killed hundreds of obsidian-armored beasts in the sea near Fuyu Island, and attracted many more ferocious demon beasts. Although Guo Li's warning did not work in the end, he was still very grateful. After spending time together and getting to know each other better, he realized Guo Li was a kind girl. She was such a kind-hearted girl, and he didn't want her to die one day. Even if that day really came. He also hoped that it would be the day her life ended. With my cultivation speed, I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage in 9 months' time. After this breakthrough, I'll have to spend some time cultivating the techniques in the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air. He held the 5th grade Saint Stone in his hand and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the 5th grade Saint Stone were constantly absorbed by Duan Lingtian's body. Then, the 9 dragons carried it all the way through the 15 Saint Veins. After passing through the 15 Saint Veins, it was considered a major circulatory cycle. Once the major circulatory cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy turned into pure true energy and entered Duan Lingtian's Qi Si. The true energy in his Qi Si increased by a little. It was a cycle like this, over and over again, as if it would never tire. Cultivation was just so boring. One had to endure hardships to become a man above others. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating diligently to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. In the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a group of people flew across the sky in a majestic manner. There were more than 300 people in this group. Their speed was very fast, ridiculously fast. My goodness! What's that? At the same time, many people were shocked when they saw this scene. What a fast speed! My cultivation base is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, but my speed can't keep up with these people. They're so fast. A person at the paramount mortal shedding stage mumbled. Apart from shock, there was only horror on his face. Saint Rudiment Stage. These 300 people are all at the Saint Rudiment Stage or above. My goodness! There are so many Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. Which 6th-rate force is going all out? There are so many people, and it seems like they're going out to sea. That's strange. What are they going to do? I want to follow them, but the problem is I can't catch up with them at all. Many people looked up at the sky and watched as more than 300 figures disappeared into the horizon, disappearing before their eyes. They only managed to suppress the shock in their hearts after a long time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 300 people flew across the sky and entered the southern sea from the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In front of these 300 people was a gigantic bear-type wild beast leading the way. The bear-type wild beast's eyes were crimson red, and its body was huge like a small hill. This wild beast's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had already left the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A yellow-clad girl stood on the back of this wild beast. The childishness on the girl's beautiful face had just faded away. It was as though she was a peerless beauty who was about to break away from the ranks of young girls. However, the girl's expression was grave. Xueqi, don't worry. Your brother Ling Tian will be fine. A middle-aged man dressed in strange clothes was walking side by side with the wild beast. The contours of his face were perfect, but the vicissitudes of time had left its mark on his face. He was looking at the yellow-clad girl on the back of the Thunder Bear wild beast and said with a smile, Uncle Mu, thank you for accompanying me to look for brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xueqi. Silly girl, there's no need for you to thank me. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, As long as your brother Ling Tian hasn't gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll definitely be able to help you find him. The middle-aged man's words were filled with confidence. What a joke! He had brought 30 powerhouses who were at the saint stage or above with him on this trip. There were more than 270 people who were at the saint rudiment stage or above. With so many people, it would not take much time even if they searched the entire sea between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Cloud Continent. Naturally, the most important thing was that these people were very fast. Yes. Han Xueqi nodded, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Brother Ling Tian, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Han Xueqi thought to herself. A purple-clad young man's voice and smile kept appearing in her mind. That was her brother Ling Tian. The group of more than 300 people swept across the sea. Wherever they passed, the waves on the surface of the sea would rise and crash down, causing some of the wild beasts near the sea to feel dizzy. Not far behind these 300 over people, an elderly figure followed behind them like a shadow. It was a gray-clad old man. He was skinny, and there was not much flesh on his body. However, his eyes seemed to be dancing with a dark green flame. It was extremely eerie and intimidating. The old man was holding a walking stick made of an unknown material in his hand. It shone with a dark green light, and when it was reflected in his eyes, it sent chills down one's spine. Are these people from a 6th-rate force or a 5th-rate force? I wonder why they're rushing south with such fanfare. The south seems to be the mortal continent where young master is. The gray-clad old man muttered to himself. The gray-robed old man muttered, his voice revealing a hint of gloominess. I wonder how much young master has grown. Master asked me to wait for him in the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but he hasn't arrived yet. I heard that the cultivation speed of people from the mortal continent is very slow. Perhaps I'll have to wait a little longer. However, since these people are heading in the direction of the mortal continent where young master is, I'll have to ask them about their purpose. I can't let them interfere with young master's growth. When the old man reached this point, he instantly disappeared from the spot as if he had vanished into thin air. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the 300 people led by the Thunder Bear barbaric beast. It was none other than the gray-clad old man who was following behind them. Boom! The old man raised his hand, and the walking stick in his hand shook before he pointed it at the air. At once, a wave of energy exploded in the air, and a barrier descended from the sky. It seemed to be indomitable. At the same time, the 300 people had also arrived in front of the barrier. *T. The middle-aged man dressed strangely next to the Thunder Bear barbaric beast had also noticed the heaven and earth barrier that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Horror dawned on him immediately. Stop! The moment the middle-aged man ordered, the 300 people began to slow down. However, they were still dragged a distance away by the inertia. The first one to slow down was the bear barbaric beast. After it stopped, it lifted its head and roared loudly. Its voice rumbled and caused a shockwave to appear in the air. Boom! The shockwave blasted in the air, causing the space to tremble. Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear. Chapter 1378. Following that, a gray-clad old man with a walking stick appeared in front of the group of more than 300 people. With just his strength alone, he was able to stop a group of 30 Saint Stage powerhouses and more than 200 Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. One could see how intimidating the old man was. Old man, who are you? Han Xueqi, who was standing on the wild bear's back, finally regained her senses. She glared at the gray-clad old man in front of her. Why are you blocking our way? Little girl, you're so rude. Didn't the adults in your family teach you to respect your elders? The gray-clad old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at Han Xueqi with his eyes that were flickering with green flames. Ah! At this moment, Han Xueqi finally saw the evil in the old man's eyes. She was so frightened that her face turned pale immediately. Even her body could not help but tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying the old man's appearance was to be able to frighten Han Xueqi, who was known as the Little Devil. Xueqi, don't be rude. At this moment, the middle-aged man in strange clothes who was walking in front with Han Xueqi flew forward and arrived in front of the gray-clad old man before bowing slightly. Senior. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His tone was filled with respect. You're not bad. There aren't many outstanding beast tamers in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Those who can tame a wild beast like the heavenly prison barbaric bear are even rarer. The gray-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man and nodded. His gaze quickly shifted to the heavenly prison barbaric bear. When the heavenly prison barbaric bear was stared at by the old man, it was so shocked that it began to tremble. It almost knocked Han Xueqi down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man in strange clothes shouted in a timely manner, causing the heavenly prison barbaric bear to calm down again. Tell me, what's your name? Perhaps, this old man has heard of you before. The gray-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man again and asked nonchalantly. Senior, I'm Muyi. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Muyi? I seem to have heard of you before. You're the genius beast tamer from the Green Wave Han Mansion? The gray-clad old man thought for a while before the green flames in his eyes began to rage as he asked. I don't dare to call myself a genius beast tamer. Muyi is indeed from the Green Wave Han Mansion. Muyi modestly said. You don't have to be humble. I stopped you because I want to ask you something. What is the purpose of your Green Wave Han Mansion traveling south with such great fanfare? The gray-clothed old man asked directly. To tell you the truth, Senior, we came here to help the young miss find a friend of hers. That friend of hers went missing in the boundless sea, and there is still no news of him. Muyi sincerely said. She's the daughter of Mansion Master Han from your Green Wave Han Mansion? Humph. His upbringing doesn't seem to be that good either. The gray-robed old man looked at Han Xueqi again and snorted. If someone else had said that to her, Han Xueqi would have gone berserk long ago. However, this old man gave Han Xueqi a feeling that she was wandering around the gates of hell. Moreover, a person who could make her Uncle Mu treat him so respectfully was definitely not a simple person. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. Dong! Suddenly, the gray-robed old man raised his hand. With a shake of his walking stick, he pointed it at the air again. At once, the barrier that seemed to connect heaven and earth disappeared as though it had never appeared. Muyi boy, I'll believe you this time. If I find out that you're lying to me in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Green Wave Han Mansion. After the gray-robed old man finished speaking, his figure began to fade away. Senior, may I ask who you are? Seeing that the gray-robed old man was about to leave, Muyi quickly asked. I'm from the Azure Cloud Mansion. The old voice resonated again and only entered Muyi's ears. Then, the gray-robed old man's figure gradually faded away in the air. Azure Cloud Mansion. When Muyi heard the gray-robed old man's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Could he be that person? Good heavens! Why would he appear here? Muyi's heartbeat quickened to the extreme. It took him a long time before he gradually calmed down. No wonder he was able to cast the heaven-shrouding earth technique so easily. As it turns out, he's actually that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Muyi sucked in a breath of cold air, trying his best to calm himself down. Uncle Mu, did that old man say anything to you? At this moment, Han Xueqi noticed that the old man had left, and she finally dared to raise her head. However, when she saw Muyi's expression, she still asked. She knew that the old man must have said something to Uncle Mu. Otherwise, with Uncle Mu's character, he would not have acted in such a manner. Xueqi, remember this. If you have the chance to see him again in the future, you must be more respectful. Even if your father sees him, he'll have to respectfully address him as senior. Muyi said to Han Xueqi solemnly. When he recalled Han Xueqi's reckless behavior earlier, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. Even my father has to address him as senior? Han Xueqi frowned. Uncle Mu, just tell me. Who is he? He must have told you, right? When Muyi heard Han Xueqi's words, he smiled wryly. This girl was really too smart. Xueqi, I can tell you. But you have to promise me that you'll be respectful when you see him in the future. Muyi said again. I don't want to see him again. Han Xueqi snorted. That old man is so ugly. My brother Ling Tian is still better looking. When she spoke of brother Ling Tian, Han Xueqi sighed again. However, she quickly regained her senses and looked at Muyi.
Uncle Mu, quickly tell me, who is that old man?
Xueqi, if you don't promise me, Uncle Mu won't tell you. Muyi shook his head and shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the barbaric bear under Han Xueqi's feet flew out as though it had transformed into a gigantic cannonball. Its momentum was shocking. Let's go! At the same time, Muyi ordered the 300 over powerhouses to continue on their journey. Uncle Mu, I'll promise you. Quickly tell me that old man. No. It's that senior. Who is that senior? Han Xueqi turned to look at Muyi, who was following her. At this moment, she had completely given in. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Muyi transmitted his voice to Han Xueqi. Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing this, Han Xueqi's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on her face. My goodness! What's the freak from the Azure Cloud Mansion doing here? I don't know either. However, there must be something in the south that he cares about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked about our purpose. This time, whether we can find your brother Ling Tian or not, we must go back. Muyi said. We'll definitely find brother Ling Tian. Han Xueqi said stubbornly. Just as Han Xueqi was leading the group of powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion to search the vast and boundless ocean, the person they were looking for was quietly staying in a seaside city in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This city was called Mound Hill City. Mound Hill City, City Governor's Estate, Latent Dragon Camp. In cottage number 6, a small pagoda that had turned into dust sat quietly at the corner of the bed. Nobody would have thought that such a small pagoda would have a completely different world inside. On the second level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, a purple-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in the air. Wisps of heaven and earth spirit energy that could be clearly seen entered his body through the air and became a part of his body. In his hand, the heaven and earth spirit energy that was accumulated in the 5th grade Saint Stone extended out and entered his body as well. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air began to slowly turn his body. Wisps of faint true energy radiated from his body. It's finally filled up. This pigeon egg-sized chi sea is actually like a bottomless pit. When I break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, won't the egg-sized chi sea be even more exaggerated? Duan Lingtian did not know when he regained his consciousness. He no longer repeated the cultivation steps numbly. At this moment, the pigeon egg-sized chi sea between his brows was already filled with true energy. Not only that, but the 15 saintly veins in his body were also filled with vital energy. Now, I can open a new saint vein. As long as I open a new saint vein, the chi sea will be formed. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian began to mobilize the true energy in the 15 saint veins. One must admit that opening a saint vein was a difficult process. Although Duan Lingtian had experienced it once before, he still could not get used to it again. Right now, he only had one feeling, and that was pain. Pain. It's too painful. Opening a saint vein was a good thing, but the process of opening a saint vein was heart-wrenching. I wonder which one is more painful than a woman giving birth? Duan Lingtian did not know why he had such thoughts. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. I almost forgot. When a woman gives birth in this world, as long as the mother's cultivation base is high, she can use her own strength to reduce unnecessary pain. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, his 16th saint vein was successfully opened. The opening of a saint vein was like a bright light, guiding the crowd forward in the dark. Gradually, the 2nd saint vein, the 3rd saint vein, and the 4th saint vein were opened one by one. 17 saint veins. When all the saint veins were opened, Duan Lingtian was so excited that his body trembled, causing his true energy to go astray. He only calmed down after another wave of excruciating pain. 17 saint veins. 17 saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with excitement. At the early mortal shedding stage, 15 saint veins were opened in his body. At the intermediate mortal shedding stage, 17 saint veins were opened in his body. However, this was not the most important point. Chapter 1379. In total, I'll be able to open 89 Saint Veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When Duan Tian thought of this, his emotions that had calmed down a little became agitated again. He knew that opening an additional 17 Saint Veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had given him a brand new future. Initially, he thought he would open an additional 16 Saint Veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage and so on. It was considered good to open a total of 85 Saint Veins. Among the natives of the Yen Huang planet, the Dipankara Buddha who had opened the most Saint Veins had only opened 85 Saint Veins. However now, the sudden change when he broke through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage gave Duan Tian an even better, or rather, an even more insane future. Based on the current situation, he would be able to open at least 89 Saint Veins when he broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. If there's another accident when I break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I might as well open 99 Saint Veins when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Tian continued to fantasize in his heart. However, Duan Tian soon regained his senses. Now, it's time for the last step. With a jolt of his heart, Duan Tian began to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 10th form, the 9 Dragons Form Mental Cultivation Method. As he rapidly absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and transformed it into true energy, the true energy in his Qi began to surge out as well. All of a sudden, the 32 Saint Veins in Duan Tian's body were filled with true energy. The 9 dragons carried the true energy and circulated it again and again. It was as though they would never feel tired. The speed at which the 9 dragons carried the true energy was getting faster and faster. In the end, the 32 Saint Veins were almost on fire from the friction. Now's the time! Duan Tian gasped as his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the true energy in the 32 Saint Veins in his body rushed into his Qi that was the size of a pigeon's egg. His Qi that was the size of a pigeon's egg began to expand. Ah! The intense pain spread to Duan Tian's nerves in his head, causing him to involuntarily cry out. This was despite him enduring the pain in his body. Otherwise, he would have already let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, after the pain, there was a feeling of comfort. Perhaps this was the feeling of sweetness after bitterness. Duan Tian's spiritual force moved, and he quickly discovered that the sea of qi between his eyebrows had undergone a tremendous change. His Qi, which was originally the size of a pigeon's egg, was now the size of a chicken's egg. However, even though his Qi had become the size of an egg, the Zhenqi in it was only transferred from the pigeon egg-sized Qi. Compared to the egg-sized Qi, it seemed to be very little. It'll be a long process to fill the egg-sized Qi. However, when the egg-sized Qi is filled, it'll be the time for me to break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Tian's body stopped rotating while he was sitting cross-legged. His eyes opened as a flash of brilliance flashed through them. After the egg-sized Qi appeared, Duan Tian had completely broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Tian felt that it was not only his Qi that had undergone a transformation. Even his own body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. After some experimentation, Duan Tian discovered his current ability was absolutely invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even if it was a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated the human-ranked top saint-grade martial tactics techniques to the highest stage, he was confident that he could defeat him in a blink of an eye. His body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon on the intermediate mortal shedding stage with 32 Saint Veins circulating his true energy at the same time. This was Duan Tian's greatest advantage. My current ability is comparable to the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage powerhouses are no match for me. After experimenting for a while, Duan Tian had a deeper understanding of his own strength. When I was on the early mortal shedding stage, my ability was on par with Zhang Jilong who was at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, I can still defeat him with the advantage of my bow and arrow. Unless it's a Dao cultivator or a martial cultivator who specializes in long-range attacks,
There shouldn't be many people who can defeat me at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage.
The moment Duan Ling Tian thought to this point, a bright smile appeared on his face. Now, it's time for me to cultivate the techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow. Especially the offensive technique, the aerolite shower.
I'll only be able to cultivate the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell, in the colossal aerolite arrow after I've cultivated the aerolite shower to the highest stage.
Duan Ling Tian was filled with anticipation toward the colossal arrow bell. According to Xueqi,
for example, the human rank top saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated, the colossal aerolite arrow, had a technique that was based on other techniques at the highest stage. The power of that technique was not inferior to the power of an earth rank saint grade martial tactic. However, only a saint stage powerhouse could cultivate an earth rank saint grade martial tactic. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Ling Tian leaped into the air as the sun-shooting bow appeared in his hand. He lifted his right hand and consolidated a true energy arrow. Then, he knocked it on the bowstring and shot it out. Aerolite shower. As the arrow flew up into the sky and fell back down, true energy swords rained down from the sky as though it was a meteor shower. Apart from the aerolite shower, Duan Ling Tian did not neglect the other techniques as well. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have forgotten about time as he focused on cultivating the techniques. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, this half a year was the time he spent on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a year was equivalent to 6 months. 3 days on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. Therefore, only 2 months had passed outside. Ha 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 ha. I've broken through. I've finally broken through. After 2 months, a loud laughter broke the silence in the latent dragon camp. Many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses in the latent dragon camp. As for the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, the people inside were not alarmed. The wooden houses where the 13 gangsters stayed had better soundproofing. Who's shouting? It's so noisy. Can't we cultivate any more? Many young men and women who walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses complained. However, when they saw the person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with laughter, they shut their mouths immediately. They did not dare to complain anymore. The person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with a smile was no stranger to them. It was none other than Ho Lin. Ho Lin, one of the 13 gangsters, was defeated 3 months ago and was removed from the 13 gangsters. Did he just say that he had broken through after 3 months? He was originally a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Now that he had broken through, he was on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Ho Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Immediately, many people reacted and cried out in surprise. This is shocking news. Ho Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Not only did his sea of qi transform again, but he also gained more saint veins. No martial or Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is his match. With Ho Lin's current strength, let alone re-entering the 13 gangsters, it's not impossible for him to enter the 6th place. That's right. Duan Ling Tian, who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, is only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Although he defeated Zhang Jilong, his strength is at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage at most. The peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage is not on the same level as the mastery mortal shedding stage. The young men and women in the dilapidated wooden houses kept walking out and were waiting to see what would happen. They knew Ho Lin's character very well. It was fine that he was not a match for any of the 13 gangsters in the past. Now that he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he would definitely re-enter the 13 gangsters. Soon, Ho Lin's action confirmed the young men's thoughts. Bang! Ho Lin stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. He then flew up to the high platform and stood outside wooden house number 13 in the blink of an eye. I, Ho Lin, challenge Guali, who's ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of the wooden house, Ho Lin spoke slowly. His thunderous voice that contained true energy was sent into wooden house number 13. Soon, the door of wooden house number 13 was opened. Guali walked out from inside. However, Guali did not look too good. No matter who it was, they would not look good when they were interrupted during their cultivation.
Ho Lin, you want to challenge me? Guali looked at Ho Lin and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Today, I, Ho Lin, will avenge my humiliation and defeat you. Ho Lin said with a grin. It seems like you've broken through. Guali's eyes flashed and there was fear in the depth of her eyes. Since you know that I've broken through, shouldn't you admit defeat? You should know that it's impossible for an intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight a mastery mortal shedding stage. Ho Lin smiled. His smile was smug. It seemed like he was trying his best to persuade her, but only he knew what he was thinking. Admit defeat? Guali snorted softly. I, Guali, never admit defeat. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. The smile on Ho Lin's face became even more radiant. Guali's answer was exactly what he wanted. If Guali admitted defeat so easily, he would feel bored. It would be best if she did not admit defeat. It would allow him to vent the resentment that he had accumulated for the past 3 months. When he recalled that he was removed from the 13 gangsters because of this little girl, his heart was filled with resentment. He needed to vent his anger to his heart's content. I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage now. I won't bully you. You go first. Ho Lin said nonchalantly. His words caused the spectators to be speechless. They all felt that Ho Lin was too shameless. How could he even say such words? Chapter 1380. Although Guali was unwilling to admit defeat. However, facing Ho Lin who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, she was destined to lose from the beginning. Therefore, she was defeated by Ho Lin in just one move. After being defeated by Ho Lin, she was not discouraged. It was not embarrassing to be defeated by a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As long as she broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, she was confident she would be able to redeem herself. Guali, you'll see soon. Your companion, Duan Ling Tian, will also be defeated by me. After defeating Guali, Ho Lin smirked before he flew out and landed in front of cottage number 6. His voice resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian, I, Ho Lin, challenge you. His voice contained true energy that was transmitted into the house. The sound wave rushed into the wooden house through the gap in the door and stirred up a breeze. As the breeze blew, it also blew into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust. The space in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda suddenly shook. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, felt the ground shake. Then, he discovered he had been knocked out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Uncomfortable. That was the only feeling he had at the moment. Who's that? When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he could not help but feel angry. Since the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was in the wooden house, it was impossible for it to be disturbed. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone had disturbed the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to push the door open to see who had caused him to be knocked out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a voice rang out. It was the voice from outside again. Ho Lin. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ho Lin's voice that contained the sound wave that caused the breeze to blow, he knew it was Ho Lin's sound wave that had disturbed the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That was why he was knocked out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After experiencing the feeling of being knocked out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda previously, Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind not to experience it again unless it was necessary. And today, Ho Lin had caused him to experience that extremely uncomfortable feeling once again. Duan Ling Tian pushed open the door and walked out. Everyone, including Guali, could see Duan Ling Tian's extremely ugly expression. Of course, no one could guess the real reason why Duan Ling Tian's expression was so ugly. Duan Ling Tian's complexion seems to be very bad. Much worse than Guali's complexion when she came out just now. How can it not be ugly? Now that he's challenged by Ho Lin, who has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I reckon he even has the intention to die. He hesitated for a while before coming out. I think he didn't plan to come out at first, but under Ho Lin's repeated urging, he had no choice but to come out. The strength of someone on the mastery mortal shedding stage is just too powerful. It seems like Ho Lin will be ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters as soon as he breaks through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage today. Many people were talking about it. They all felt that Ho Lin's victory over Duan Ling Tian was without a doubt. I was wondering where you, Ho Lin, got your guts from. So it's because you had a breakthrough. Not bad at all. After Duan Ling Tian walked out of the wooden house, he looked at Ho Lin who was standing nearby and laughed out of anger. Duan Ling Tian, I challenged Guali first, but she didn't admit defeat even though she's a woman. I don't think you're going to admit defeat, right? Ho Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian and mocked him. The intention of his words was obvious. He did not want Duan Ling Tian to admit defeat. However, after hearing his words, if Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat, it would undoubtedly mean that he was inferior to a woman. What? Do you think I'll admit defeat? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian saw through Ho Lin's intention. He could not help but scoff. Ho Lin thought too highly of himself, did he not? It's good that you won't admit defeat. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Ho Lin smiled brilliantly. How about this? Just like Guali, I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and I'm bullying you guys at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Ho Lin repeated what he had just said to Guali. For a moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Ho Lin with disdain in their eyes. In their opinion, Ho Lin was too shameless. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless words twice? Let me make the first move? Are you sure? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ho Lin nodded. At the same time, an iron rod appeared in his hand. It was his weapon, an inconspicuous human rank mediocre saint weapon. Although he let Duan Ling Tian make the first move, he did not dare to be careless. He held the saint-grade weapon in his hand. Very good, very good. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed. He took out the sun-shooting bow and condensed his true energy into an arrow. He nodded and said unhurriedly, Since you let me make the first move, it's only natural that I won't refuse. I'll do as you wish. As soon as the word wish left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian had already shot an arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian did not hold back when he shot the arrow. His physical strength was fully unleashed. The true energy in his Qi also burst out through the 36 saint veins in an instant. It could be said that the moment Duan Ling Tian made his move, he displayed the fastest speed he could muster. As for how fast he was, it could be seen from the moment he appeared in front of Ho Lin before Ho Lin could react. Ho Lin was initially holding the iron rod in his hand as he looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. However, he did not expect that. He was so vigilant that Duan Ling Tian would be able to appear in front of him before he could react. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have crossed the distance between them. Fast. Too fast. This was the only thought left in Ho Lin's mind at that moment. He did not even have time to think. The iron rod in his hand shook as he prepared to use the saint-grade martial tactics move. However, he did not expect that the moment his iron rod shook, it would be enveloped by a huge force before he could even make a move. It was Duan Ling Tian who had appeared in front of Ho Lin. He lifted the bowstring and did not use any move as he ruthlessly smashed it on the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand. At that moment, Ho Lin's hands were bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood splattered everywhere. Humph! As Ho Lin grunted, although he did not lose his grip on the iron rod, he loosened his grip on it. Clang! At that moment, a dull thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Ling Tian who shook the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow in his hand. The bowstring drew a slight arc and shook the iron rod. This time, Ho Lin could no longer hold on to the iron rod, causing it to fall to the ground. The pain from his hands made Ho Lin feel like his heart was being torn apart. However, he still endured it without making a sound. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian has also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? It must be. It must be. That was the only thought in his mind at that moment. After shaking off the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand, Duan Ling Tian put away the sun-shooting bow in his hand and immediately attacked Ho Lin with his fists and legs. Ho Lin, who no longer had the saint weapon to rely on, had no strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian's fists and legs. What a joke! Duan Lingtian's current ability was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Was it not a piece of cake for him to deal with Ho Lin, a hothead who had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Bang! 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 Each of Duan Lingtian's punches and kicks penetrated deeply into Ho Lin's flesh. The dull thuds that reverberated in the air made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian's attacks were just right. He did not kill Ho Lin, but he did not cripple him either. Boff! Ugh! During this process, Ho Lin kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was spitting out blood. Every time he opened his mouth to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian's fists would land on his chest, causing him to be unable to speak at all. Gradually, he even had thoughts of dying. That's enough. At this moment, even the heavenly harm guardian on the pavilion could not stand it anymore and spoke up to stop him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian did not dare to disrespect the heavenly harm guardian. He shot his leg out and landed it on Ho Lin's abdomen violently, sending him flying. At this moment, Ho Lin was already beaten to the point that he could not move at all. He could only allow the force from Duan Lingtian's kick to draw a perfect parabola and fall straight into the manure pit. Smack! With a soft sound, Ho Lin's entire body fell into the manure pit. His entire body was covered in feces and urine.
Not sure if it was because he was humiliated or he could not stand the stench in the manure pit. Ho Lin was so angry that he glared at Duan Lingtian before he fainted in the manure pit.
The entire place was dead silent. Whoosh! At this moment, the heavenly harm guardian left the pavilion and landed on the high platform.
With a raise of his hand, his true energy swept out and he pulled Ho Lin out of the manure pit and threw him off the high platform.
He had no choice but to do this. If he did not pull Ho Lin out of the manure pit, the unconscious Ho Lin would definitely drown in the urine in the manure pit.
After doing all this, the heavenly harm guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned.
Duan Lingtian, you're too ruthless.
As soon as the heavenly harm guardian's words left his mouth, the people who were disgusted by the sight of Ho Lin who was covered in feces and urine regained their senses one by one.
All of them deeply agreed with the heavenly harm guardian's words.
At this moment, there was only genuine fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again.
Ruthless? Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. If he wasn't in the latent dragon camp, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. The moment Ho Lin interfered with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and caused it to shake him out, Ho Lin's ending was already destined. He would not have a good ending. Duan Lingtian, Yuve made a breakthrough? Guali, who withdrew her gaze from Ho Lin, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise. As soon as Guali's words left her mouth, the heavenly harm guardian and the group of latent dragon camp members finally remembered. Ho Lin, whom Duan Lingtian had beaten up earlier, seemed to be a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Yes, I've just made a breakthrough. In the face of Guali's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's admission, the scene was in an uproar again. Goodness! Duan Lingtian has also made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he didn't even have a chance to attack Ho Lin, who had also just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Isn't the gap between them too ridiculous? Crazy! This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Chapter 1381. Barf. As the heavenly harm guardian's gentle true energy landed on Ho Lin's chest, Ho Lin's body jolted as he regained his senses. Feces and urine came out of his mouth. All of a sudden, the group of young men below the high platform retreated one after another. They looked at Ho Lin with disgust. This was a man who had just walked out of a septic tank. Duan Lingtian. After regaining his senses, Ho Lin knew what had happened to him. His eyes were filled with malice when he looked at the purple figure on the high platform again. His body began to tremble violently because of shame, anger, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, Ho Lin, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. Ho Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He was on the verge of breaking down after being humiliated in front of so many people. He was roaring in his heart. At the same time, he had established Duan Lingtian as his sworn enemy. Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at Ho Lin indifferently when he heard him calling his name word by word. Naturally, he noticed the hatred in Ho Lin's eyes. However, he was not bothered by it. If he could suppress Ho Lin for now, he could suppress him forever. Ho Lin took a healing pill and recovered for a moment. After he managed to stand up, he rushed out of the latent dragon camp in a frenzy to find a place to wash up. Let alone the others, even he could not stand the smell on his body. After Ho Lin left, everyone's gaze returned to Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention. Guali. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guali. He already knew that Guali was defeated by Ho Lin and was removed from the 13 gangsters. There's still a month's time, you. Don't worry, I'm confident. Naturally, Guali knew what Duan Ling Tian was talking about. She nodded and smiled at him. Then, she went to cottage number 12 and issued a challenge. The owner of cottage number 12 was a Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. 3 months ago, before Duan Ling Tian and Guali arrived, this mid-stage mortal shedding stage Dao cultivator was ranked 11th among the 13 gangsters. However, since Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong and became the 6th in the 13 Grand Guardians, he had also moved down 1 rank. Guali? You want to challenge me? The Dao cultivator who walked out of the wooden house was a young man in a loose robe. He was the only Dao cultivator among the 13 Grand Guardians. One could imagine how powerful this young Dao cultivator was to be able to stand out among the martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp and become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Thank you for your advice. Guali nodded at the young man and got into position. Dao cultivator? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. This was his first time seeing a Dao cultivator make a move since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. I wonder what's the difference between the Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Dao cultivators I met in the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Ling Tian still remembered. Previously, when he was at the overseas Saint Islands Half Moon Island, the Dao cultivators he met would easily trigger small lightning punishments with the help of nature energy. It was awe-inspiring. Compared to the martial cultivators, the Dao cultivators' techniques were much more magnificent. Most importantly, the Dao cultivators were skilled in long-range attacks. Once they gained the upper hand, the martial cultivators would not be able to get close to them at all. As Guali and the young Dao cultivator fought, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find out. The scene of this Dao cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage attacking was not as magnificent as the Dao cultivators he saw on Half Moon Island. Could it be because the gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land is too strong? Duan Ling Tian speculated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The young Dao cultivator's loose robe fluttered. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded his body swept toward Guali in an overwhelming manner. No matter where Guali dodged, the wind blades chased after her. The loose robe he's wearing is his saint weapon. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure that out. Ha! Guali shouted as the black whip in her hand shook. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a shield in front of her. She had cast a defensive technique. As she cast a defensive technique, Guali charged toward the young Dao cultivator while withstanding the wind blades. In the face of Guali, who was charging toward him with all her might, the young Dao cultivator's expression was extremely solemn as he leaped up from the ground. As he leaped up into the air, his eyes gleamed as he struck with his hand. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded him flew to the top of his head and transformed into a gigantic wind blade. It was like a gigantic green saber that exuded a sharp aura. Subsequently, the gigantic green saber moved and slashed toward Guali. The direction of the saber seemed to be able to tear everything apart. In the face of this saber, Guali's beautiful face tensed up as she dodged it with great difficulty. However, one could see the strands of hair on her head were cut off in the air. One could imagine how dangerous it was at that moment. This is the Saint Grade Dao method? It's really amazing. If it was Guali 3 months ago, she might not be a match for him. But now, Duan Ling Tian could tell. Although the Saint Grade Dao method that the young Dao cultivator cast was mysterious, that saber strike earlier seemed to be his most powerful technique. Duan Ling Tian could get the answer from the young Dao cultivator's expression. When Guali dodged the saber strike earlier, The young Dao cultivator's calm expression finally changed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought, after Gua Li dodged the saber strike, she took the initiative in every aspect. After 30 moves, she finally closed the distance between them and arrived in front of the young Dao cultivator. She struck with her palm and a gust of wind blew, sending the young Dao cultivator flying. "Thank you for letting me win." Gua Li looked at the young Dao cultivator who was sent flying 10 meters away. His face was slightly pale as he stood still. She nodded slightly. "Thank you for going easy on me." The young Dao cultivator took a deep breath and consumed a pill to recover from his injuries. Then, he arrived in front of wooden hut number 13 and was prepared to enter it to cultivate. "I think, unless you can defeat the person in front of you. Otherwise, there's no need for you to enter." Gua Li reminded him. "What do you mean?" The young Dao cultivator frowned. Soon after, he heard the discussions from below the high platform, and he got his answer. Ho Lin had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he had defeated Gua Li just now. The young Dao cultivator's face darkened slightly. The city governor would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a month's time. By then, the city governor would set a test for the 13 Grand Guardians and select disciples from them. If he was eliminated from the 13 Grand Guardians, he would lose the opportunity to participate in the test. "Ho Lin is back!" someone shouted. After washing up and changing his clothes, Ho Lin walked in from outside the latent dragon camp. However, he did not look good. It made sense. No one would be able to accept being thrown into a septic tank in front of so many people. After Ho Lin entered the latent dragon camp, his cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian. Now, he had taken Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until he was dead. After climbing up the high platform, Ho Lin challenged number 9 of the 13 Grand Guardians, a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had yet to break through. The reason he challenged number 9 was that he was worried the person in front of him had also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He could not afford to fail a second time. "Ho Lin!" The martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in cottage number 9 walked out when he heard someone challenging him. He was surprised when he realized it was Ho Lin. "Ho Lin, there seems to be a smell on you. It smells like a septic tank." He was cultivating in cottage number 9, so he did not know what happened earlier. When he smelled the smell on Ho Lin's body, he casually blurted it out. At the same time he frowned. It seems like Ho Lin hasn't cleaned himself yet. It's not that easy to clean himself. That's a septic tank. Below the high platform, many people lowered their voices and whispered to each other. "It's really a septic tank?" The martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, who had just walked out of cottage number 9, had yet to realize what was going on when a thunderous roar resonated in his ears. "You're seeking death." It was Ho Lin's roar. Ho Lin had made his move. In just one blow, he had sent the original owner of cottage number 9 flying. Ho Lin, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, defeated an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator without any suspense. "Why you've broken through?" The intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who was defeated before he could react, looked at Ho Lin in horror again. "Humph!" With a cold snort, Ho Lin glanced at Duan Lingtian's location with a cold expression. With a heart filled with hatred, he strode into cottage number 9. The young Dao cultivator's name was instantly removed. Gua Li, on the other hand, returned to cottage number 13. She was first defeated by Xueqi. Then she defeated the young Dao cultivator. She successfully stayed on the high platform and retained her title as the 13 Gangsters. At this moment, the high platform regained its peace. Duan Lingtian also returned to his cottage. After closing the door, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. With just a thought, he entered the pagoda and ascended to the 2nd level to continue cultivating his Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Time passed by quietly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the techniques in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow was becoming more and more skillful. A month later, the city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of closed-door cultivation. He was one of the 13 gangsters. Apart from Ho Lin, who did not know about the city governor taking in disciples, Apart from Duan Ling Tian, who was not interested in becoming the city governor's disciple, the other 11 people were cultivating with all their might. After cultivating on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 2 months, Duan Ling Tian exited the pagoda. It was not that he did not want to continue cultivating, but he felt numb after cultivating for so long. He knew it was caused by his impatience. He needed to heave a sigh of relief at this moment. I've been in Mound Hill City for so long, but I haven't left the city governor's estate. Now that my cultivation base won't improve in a short period of time, and my colossal aerolite arrow has reached a bottleneck, I'll go out and relax. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away and walked out of cottage number 6. After walking out of cottage number 6, Duan Ling Tian walked to the pavilion. If a member of the Latent Dragon Camp wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp, they would have to report to the Latent Dragon Camp supervisor, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived before the pavilion, he heard an icy cold voice resounding in his ears. 20 days ago, you left the Latent Dragon Camp without reporting. Therefore, in the next 3 months, unless the city governor's estate gives an order, you're not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. Chapter 1382. 20 days ago? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Calculating the time, it seemed like it was the day Ho Lin challenged him and forced him out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On that day, the 13 Grand Guardians were reshuffled and the only Dao cultivator was removed. Of course, 20 days in the outside world was equivalent to 2 months in the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, you know what happened 20 days ago. I left the Latent Dragon Camp because of Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, I didn't go out. I only washed up in the governor's mansion. Another voice was heard and Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile. This was because he recognized Ho Lin's voice. Ho Lin wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. However, he left the Latent Dragon Camp 20 days ago after falling into the septic tank. Therefore, he was not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp for the next 3 months. That's why I didn't punish you for leaving the Latent Dragon Camp without informing me. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's cold voice was heard again. Go back. Then, Duan Ling Tian saw Ho Lin walking out of the pavilion angrily. Duan Ling Tian only glanced at him indifferently and walked past him. Duan Ling Tian. Seeing Duan Ling Tian, Ho Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with humiliation. This Duan Ling Tian did not only humiliate him 20 days ago. He also made him lose a chance to go out. The members of the Latent Dragon Camp could only go out once every 3 months. At other times, they were not allowed to go out unless the governor's mansion ordered them to. Duan Ling Tian walked into the pavilion and said directly, Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, I need to go out for a while. Come back in 10 days. The Heavenly Harm Guardian glanced at Duan Ling Tian. He raised his hand and wrapped his true energy around a token. He handed it to Duan Ling Tian and said calmly, Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and kept the token. He then turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Just at that moment, the corners of the Heavenly Harm Guard's mouth curled into a rare smile. However, this smile disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one saw it. When Duan Ling Tian left the Latent Dragon Camp, Ho Lingang arrived in front of cabin number 7. He turned his head slightly and saw Duan Ling Tian's back as he left. His expression immediately darkened. After leaving the Latent Dragon Camp, Duan Ling Tian followed the path he took when he first entered the camp. Soon after, the entrance of the city governor's mansion appeared before his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was stopped at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Show me your token. The guard at the entrance of the city lord mansion said coldly. Duan Ling Tian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and handed it to the guard. The latter glanced at it and nodded. Members of the Latent Dragon Camp are allowed to leave the camp for 10 days. After 10 days, you will be sent back to the Latent Dragon Camp for punishment. Duan Ling Tian nodded. To him, 10 days were enough. He just wanted to go out and relax. After walking out of the city lord's mansion's entrance, Duan Ling Tian traveled all the way. Based on his memory from the past 4 months, he arrived at the downtown area of Mound Hill City. Everything was sold in the downtown area. Saint weapon? Selling it on the street? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the saint weapons on some of the stalls. Although they were only human-tier low-grade saint artifacts, it was too exaggerated to set up a stall on the street. Human-rank primitive saint weapons were quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on Cloud Continent. Quasi-royal grade spirit weapons usually only existed in the hands of powerhouses at the Emperor Wu stage. Naturally, the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent was the innate void restoration stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Innate medicinal pills. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed some stalls selling innate medicinal pills. Although the innate medicinal pills were of lower quality, they were comparable to the quasi-royal grade spirit pills that he refined. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something very important. Now that the origin energy in my body no longer exists, I wonder if I can still condense weapon fire and pill fire. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian immediately found a remote place and began to experiment. Duan Lingtian tried for a long time using the method of condensing weapon fire and pill fire from his origin energy, but there was no reaction from his true energy at all. This made Duan Lingtian's heart sink. Could it be that his weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques were useless just like that? Duan Lingtian was in a daze for a long time before he regained his senses. He took a deep breath and laughed at himself. So what if they're useless? They don't belong to me in the first place. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory was still there, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was only an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He had never been involved in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself to explore the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian, naturally, no longer felt conflicted. After all, he did not rely on weapon refinement and pill refinement to make a living. Moreover, even if he could still condense weapon fire and pill fire, he could only refine human-rank mediocre saint weapons and innate pills at most. If he wanted to improve, he would have to explore it himself. Previously, he had integrated the reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques and experience. As long as his cultivation base had reached a certain level, he would be able to condense the corresponding weapon fire and pill fire to refine higher-grade spirit weapons and pills. However, it was impossible for him to do that now. I still don't have enough time to cultivate. Even if I still have my weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques, I'm too lazy to continue studying them. Won't I die of exhaustion if I have to study and improve myself? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. When he returned to the bustling city, Duan Lingtian walked through the streets. Occasionally, he would enter some shops to look at the saint weapons and innate pills that were being sold. In the shops, Duan Lingtian saw human-rank mediocre saint weapons and high-grade innate pills. The price of a human-rank mediocre saint weapon was roughly 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. The price of a bottle of innate pills was roughly 1,000 ninth-grade saint stones. Human-rank mediocre saint weapons are comparable to the royal-grade spirit weapons that I refined in the past. These innate pills are comparable to the royal-grade pills that I refined in the past. However, a human-rank mediocre saint weapon is only 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones are equivalent to a 5th-grade saint stone. However, Xueqi gave me more than 900 5th-grade saint stones. As long as I want, I can buy more than 900 human-rank mediocre saint weapons at any time. Moreover, I'm only buying them with 5th-grade saint stones. If I use 4th-grade saint stones, I can sell them for 2,000 human-rank mediocre saint weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. As for these innate pills, I can buy 10 bottles with just 1 5th-grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he finally realized. As it turned out, the royal-grade spirit weapons and royal-grade pills that he had refined earlier were so cheap in this place. However, until now, I haven't seen any saint-grade martial tactics for sale. There are saint-grade martial tactics in the city governor's estate, but it requires merit points. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had come out this time mainly to see if there were any saint-grade martial tactics that focused on defensive techniques for sale. Although the colossal aerolite arrow had a defensive technique, he could not cultivate it at the moment. Therefore,
He wanted to look for defensive techniques in other Saint-grade martial tactics to make do with it.
With my current body, my physical strength and defensive strength are already very strong. If I cultivate a defensive technique in the Saint-grade martial tactic, even a mastery mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator might not be able to break my defense. Duan Lingtian's body was even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon's body.
If he combined it with a defensive technique in the Saint-grade martial tactic, his defensive strength would be even more terrifying.
Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to cultivate a defensive technique in the Saint-grade martial tactic. The Qizhen Pavilion will be holding another large-scale auction in 3 days. The Qizhen Pavilion only holds a large-scale auction once a year. There must be many good things in there. Duan Lingtian was walking when a voice suddenly entered his ears.
Yes.
I heard that the Qizhen Pavilion will be auctioning 3 saint tokens that contain saint-grade martial tactics in 3 days. Won't that be 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics? Duan Lingtian turned around and noticed that it was 2 people who were walking side by side and chatting. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian saw through their cultivation base. They were both at the innate void restoration stage.
Brothers.
Duan Lingtian turned around and chased after them. He stopped them and asked, "The Qizhen Pavilion auction that you mentioned earlier, what's that about? Can you tell me more about it?" The 2 middle-aged men who were stopped ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, their faces were gloomy. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter who it was, they would not be happy to be stopped by a stranger on the street. "Here are 2 8th-grade saint stones. Treat it as my treat to a cup of tea." Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the 2 men's gloomy expressions. He lifted his hand and took out 2 8th-grade saint stones. He had obtained the 8th-grade saint stones from the latent dragon camp. In the latent dragon camp, he had only obtained 1 saint stone. It was when he had just entered the latent dragon camp for a month. As for the next 2 months, he had missed it because he was focused on cultivating in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The members of the latent dragon camp would not wait for the saint stones that were overdue. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind 2 months' worth of saint stones. After all, he had more than 900 5th-grade saint stones and 100 4th-grade saint stones in his possession. To the saint stones in his possession, 2 months' worth of saint stones in the latent dragon camp was just a drop in the ocean. 8th-grade saint stones? When the 2 middle-aged men heard this, their eyes lit up as they took the saint stones in Duan Lingtian's hand. They instantly became polite and patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed like no matter where he was, money would always make the world go round. From the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian learned that the Qizhen Pavilion was actually a business under the city governor's mansion. Every other year, a large-scale auction would be held. Every year, at least 1 saint-grade martial tactic would be auctioned. Due to this reason, many people would come to Mount Hill City every year to participate in the large-scale auction held by the Qizhen Pavilion. No wonder I feel like there are more people on my way here compared to the last time. So it's because the Qizhen Pavilion is going to hold an auction soon. Chapter 1383. This year, the Qizhen Pavilion would be auctioning 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, which attracted more people. The saint-grade martial tactic, even if it was a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic, was undeniably attractive. Even the 9th-rated forces would fight for it with all their might. One must know that even the 9th-rated forces only had a few sets of saint-grade martial tactics. After learning about the process of the Qizhen Pavilion's auction from the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would participate in the Qizhen Pavilion's auction 3 days later. However, with the 198 8th-grade saint stones in my hands, it's impossible for me to win the bid for the saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, if I use 5th-grade saint stones, those 9th-rated forces might not be able to win against me. However, I can't reveal my 5th-grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Once the 5th-grade saint stones in his hands were exposed, he would become a target for everyone. One must know that a 5th-grade saint stone was equivalent to 10,000 9th-grade saint stones and 1,000 8th-grade saint stones. Who would not want that? Most importantly, The significance of the 5th grade Saint Stone did not stop there. Only a Saint grade mineral reserve that was above the 6th grade could produce a 5th grade Saint Stone. Even the most powerful city governor's estate in Mound Hill City was only an 8th rated force that owned an 8th grade Saint Stone mineral reserve, let alone the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City. Even the enormous sect that ruled the 18 cities including Mound Hill City was only a 7th rated force that owned a 7th grade Saint Stone mineral reserve. In Mound Hill City, the appearance of a 6th grade Saint Stone was already shocking enough. However, it was impossible to see a 5th grade Saint Stone.
That's right. How could I forget?
I only need to integrate my spiritual energy into the Saint token that contains the Saint grade martial tactic, and I'll be able to read all the contents instantly. Duan Ling Tian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He finally remembered the uniqueness of his spiritual energy. Ordinary martial and Dao cultivators, regardless of whether they cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic or the Saint grade Dao method, even if they obtained the corresponding Saint token, they would still need to read the information layer by layer. Only when they cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic to a certain level could they continue to read the rest of the information. Otherwise, they would not be able to read the rest of the information. But Duan Ling Tian was different. Previously, when he read the Saint token that contained the Saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, it only took him an instant to memorize all the information in it. It was only later that he found out that ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators could not do that. It's better for me to attend the auction. At that time, no matter who wins the bid for the Saint grade martial tactic, I'll pay 108th grade Saint Stones to borrow it for a moment. Duan Ling Tian smiled brightly. He only needed an instant to read all the information in the Saint grade martial tactic into his mind. I can finally cultivate the defensive technique of the Saint grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. Duan Ling Tian walked around Mound Hill City happily. In the end, he came to a stop in front of a luxurious 3-story building that occupied a vast area. Strange Technique Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was attracted by the huge plaque hanging on the building in front of him. What's this place? Duan Ling Tian noticed that each floor of the 3-story building in front of him was as tall as 2 floors of an ordinary building. Therefore, although it only had a total of 3 floors, it was still extremely tall. As he stood in front of the Strange Technique Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian sized up the crowd that was entering and exiting the building. He noticed that some of them had a special badge pinned on their chests. There were 2 types of badges. One of them had a pattern of a saber and a sword intersecting on it. The other one had a slanted pill bottle engraved on it. Next to the pill bottle, there was a pattern of 3 pills. Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian walked in. After entering, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were many people on the 1st floor. These people had one thing in common. They were here to issue missions. The missions they issued were either to request for medicinal pills or to request for sacred artifacts. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian learned what kind of place the Mystic Art Pavilion was. The Strange Technique Pavilion was located all over the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as it was a decent city, there would be traces of it. As for what it did, it would have to be explained from the 1st floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Anyone could enter the 1st floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. After entering, one could issue missions to ask for pills, saint weapons, and even Dao talismans. The staff of the Strange Technique Pavilion would organize and record all the missions before sending them to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. The 2nd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion was the place where Saint Refinement Masters gathered. There were 2 types of Saint Refinement Masters. One was focused on refining pills while the other was focused on refining weapons. In fact, it was similar to the Cloud Continent where Duan Ling Tian was previously from. It was a general term for alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Duan Ling Tian saw people wearing 2 different badges earlier. They were all Saint Refinement Masters. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a saber and sword were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining weapons. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a pill bottle and pill were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining pills. What a pity! I can't condense weapon fire or pill fire now. Otherwise, I'd be a Saint Refinement Master as well. Moreover, I'd be an almighty Saint Refinement Master. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Saint Refinement Masters who entered the Strange Technique Pavilion would go to the 2nd floor. On the second floor, they could accept and complete missions to earn saint stones. Naturally, they could also issue missions to look for rare materials. These missions would be announced on the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Therefore, other than issuing missions, one could also sell rare materials on the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. As for the third floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion, it was the place where Tao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters gathered. Tao Talisman Masters were Tao cultivators who could inscribe Tao talismans. All Tao Talisman Masters were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Only Tao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Tao talismans. Naturally, not all Tao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above could inscribe Tao talismans. Inscribing Tao talismans was a skill. A city like Mound Hill City could only be considered as a border city in the Tao Martial Saint land. In such a city, the number of Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could be counted on one hand. There might not even be a Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator, let alone a Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator, who knew how to inscribe Tao talismans. Therefore, it was rare to see a Tao talisman master in Mound Hill City. A Saint Inscription Master was a martial cultivator who could inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. All Saint Inscription Masters were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Only martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. Naturally, not all martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above knew how to inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. Inscribing Saint inscriptions was also a skill. A Saint Inscription Master was as rare as a Tao Talisman Master. It was rare to see one in Mound Hill City as well. Even if one could see one would only be a passerby in Mound Hill City. After all, no matter if it was a Tao Talisman Master or a Saint Inscription Master, even the weakest one would be treated as a VIP in a 7th-rate force. In an 8th-rate force like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, even the weakest Tao Talisman Master or Saint Inscription Master would not care about them. It seems like the third level of the Mystical Art Pavilion in Mound Hill City is just a facade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is my first time hearing about a Saint Inscription Master. It was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about a Saint Inscription Master. As for a Tao Talisman Master, it was also his first time hearing about it. However, he had used the 3 Tao talismans that his father had given him before. It was obvious the 3 Tao talismans were made by a Tao Talisman Master. A Saint Inscription Master can inscribe Saint inscriptions on a Saint weapon to give it a certain attribute. A powerful Saint inscription can even unleash a terrifying force. A Saint Inscription Master is similar to an Inscription Master on Cloud Continent. However, the inscription will lose its effect in the Tao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian frowned and only relaxed after a while. Moreover, only martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above have the chance to become a Saint Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian's understanding of Tao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters came from the staff of the Mystical Art Pavilion. Naturally, the reason the staff of the Mystical Art Pavilion explained so patiently was because they had received the Saint Stones from Duan Lingtian. Mystical Art Pavilion, Saint Inscription Master, Tao Talisman Master, Saint Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian walked out of the Mystical Art Pavilion and returned to the main street as he muttered to himself. After walking around, he casually found an inn to stay in. After he had settled down, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and went up to the 2nd level. He continued to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He had stayed in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 6 days, and 2 days had passed in the outside world. When Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was already the night before the Rare Treasure Pavilion's large-scale auction. That night, Duan Lingtian strolled around the night market of Mound Hill City. He could be considered to have experienced a different local culture. After walking around, Duan Lingtian was ready to go back in the middle of the night. Big brother, help, help. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me. As soon as he walked into a street where there was not a single person in sight, Duan Lingtian heard a young and frightened voice coming from the front. He focused his gaze and saw a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old running toward him anxiously. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. Her face was a little dirty, and her clothes were a little tattered. Soon, the little girl arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She opened her arms and hugged Duan Lingtian's thigh tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. "Little girl, where are your parents?" Duan Lingtian squatted down and patted the little girl's head as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl with a gentle gaze that made the little girl feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian's eyes were very pure, so pure that it made the little girl feel a little guilty. "Big brother, actually, nobody wants to kill me. You should leave now." The little girl bit her lip and seemed to have made up her mind. She let go of Duan Lingtian's thigh and urged him to leave. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, he also felt that something was not right. Chapter 1384. Human Traffickers? Duan Lingtian was stunned. With his sharp ears, he heard the sound coming from the street ahead. The sound was getting closer and closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Sir, it's him. He's the one who kidnapped my niece." At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a hoarse voice coming from behind him. The hoarse voice was unpleasant to the ears, like a duck quacking non-stop. You're with them?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl and asked with a smile on his face. Now, he already knew that he had encountered the legendary badger game. However, he was not worried at all. Instead, he focused on looking at the little girl. They hit me. I didn't listen to them, so they hit me." The little girl looked at Duan Lingtian's pure gaze. Her big, watery eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, she pulled up her tattered clothes, revealing her little lotus-like arms. Her arms were full of black scars. With just a glance, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Who are they to you?" However, Duan Lingtian still suppressed his anger and asked as softly as possible so as not to frighten the little girl. Now, he was almost certain that this was an innocent child. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. What could she know? They took me away. Mother is gone. Father is gone. Grandfather is gone," the little girl said as she wiped her tears. Her tears stained her dirty little face, making her look like a little kitten. Now, Duan Lingtian was almost certain. The little girl had been abducted. Those bastards were using her to play the game of badger. "Sir, it's him. Look, my daughter is crying because of him." "Sir, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. He's the one who kidnapped my niece. My niece is only 6 years old this year. If she's kidnapped by him, how are my brother and sister-in-law going to live?" The two voices reached Duan Lingtian one after another. At this time, Duan Lingtian found that the little girl was like a frightened bird. She hugged his thigh again, her body trembling. It was hard to imagine. How much torture had this little girl gone through to be so frightened upon hearing their voices? "With Big Brother here, no one can bully you anymore." Duan Lingtian picked up the little girl and held her in his arms. At the same time, he began to examine the people in front and behind him. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man in blue. Next to him was a city guard from Mound Hill City. Apart from an ugly and short middle-aged man, there was also a Mound Hill City guard standing behind him. "Brat, how dare you kidnap my daughter? With the city guard here, I'll see how you die." The blue-clothed middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of ugly triangular eyes. "Sir, you must seek justice for us. My brother and sister-in-law only have one child." The ugly and short middle-aged man said to the Mound Hill City guard next to him. "It's late now. It's not convenient for us to disturb the brothers guarding the prison. Both of you, see if you can settle this privately with him. If he doesn't want to, we'll put him in prison again." One of the Mound Hill City guards said. "Human trafficker, you're lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that we don't want to disturb the brothers guarding the prison, we'd have you in prison forever." The other Mound Hill City guard snorted. "Brother, they're fake. They're together. They're all bad people. They're all bad people." The little girl was lying on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. In reality, Duan Lingtian knew that the first person dressed like a Mound Hill City guard was a fake when he spoke. Although he had not been in Mound Hill City for long, he had heard that Mound Hill City was strict with its military. It was impossible for such scum to exist. Girl, do you want to die? Although the little girl's voice was not loud, it was exceptionally loud in the quiet street. The four people surrounding Duan Lingtian heard it as well, and their expressions changed. The reason they played the badger game was more to extort some holy stones. If there was no need, they rarely killed people. This was because they were in Mound Hill City. If they killed someone, they would not be able to stay here any longer. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City would regard them as a blasphemy against the dignity of Mound Hill City. They would fine them even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. However, now that the little girl had exposed them, they could not care less anymore. One by one, they took out their weapons. 4 human-rank primitive saint weapons. Since when did a little thief who hasn't even entered the mortal shedding stage dare to kill in Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian mocked as he glanced at the 4 of them with his sharp eyes. When the 4 of them appeared, he had already probed their cultivation base with his divine eye. They were only at the innate void restoration stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, and the aura of a mortal shedding stage powerhouse swept out. A mortal shedding stage powerhouse. The 4 of them had a drastic change of expression as they realized they had kicked an iron plate. Tell me, where did you kidnap her from? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 of them. His sharp eyes became even sharper as if they could see through everything. The 4 of them seemed to realize they could not escape from Duan Lingtian, so they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Master, please spare us. We bought her from someone else, and we don't know where she came from. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. The 4 of them knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling as they begged for mercy. You bought her from someone else? Where's that person? Duan Lingtian asked. We don't know him. He's just passing by Mound Hill City. We don't know where he came from, and we don't know where he's going. The middle-aged man with the triangular eyes said with a trembling voice. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Sure. Perhaps it was because she saw Duan Lingtian subduing the 4 of them. The little girl was no longer afraid. She looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her big watery eyes. Brother, you're so powerful. Can Sure learn from you? If I learn from you, Sure won't be afraid of bad guys anymore. Bad guys won't dare to hit Sure anymore. The little girl, Sure, said with a serious expression on her little face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that when the little girl finished speaking, the bodies of the 4 fellows who were kneeling on the ground trembled imperceptibly. Duan Lingtian lifted the little girl's tattered clothes. He could see her arms and legs were bruised black and red. Moreover, they were all new injuries. Sure, tell me. Do they hit you often? Duan Lingtian asked softly as he tried to suppress the anger in him. Young lady, please spare us. Young lady, please spare us. At this moment, the 4 of them who were kneeling on the ground panicked. They were all smart people. They could hear the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's voice. The little girl nodded. Sure didn't listen to them. Sure didn't want to lie. So they hit Sure. They told Sure to lie. Sure isn't a bad child. Sure doesn't want to lie. Brother knows Sure is a good child. Sure. Brother will play a game with you. No matter what you hear, you can't open your eyes until I tell you to, okay? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the little girl. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Practically at the instant the little girl closed her eyes, Duan Lingtian's suppressed rage was completely vented out. He lifted his leg and his true energy raged as he swept the 4 scumbags kneeling on the ground. With just one kick, the 4 scumbags didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Their bodies exploded and blood stained the ground. Roar! Not long after the 4 scumbags were killed by Duan Lingtian, a beast's roar came from the front of the street. The sound was getting closer and closer. In just a blink of an eye, it entered the street. Who's there? How dare you kill people in Mound Hill City? Soon, a young man in armor standing on the back of a wild beast majestically rode the wild beast to a spot not far away from Duan Lingtian. Behind him, 8 people in the same armor followed closely behind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that they were the city guards of Mound Hill City. I heard that there are 5 captains in the Mound Hill City Guard who are beast tamers.
I wonder who you are?
Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the young man standing on the wild beast.
Hongyu.
The young man standing on the wild beast stared straight at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you kill people in Mound Hill City? Don't you know the rules of Mound Hill City?"
Captain, 4 people are dead. 2 of them were wearing our city guard's armor.
We've verified that they're fake. Soon, a city guard reported to Hongyu after he had finished inspecting the scene. Those who forged the city guard's armor are sentenced to death. Hongyu's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian.
How do you explain the other 2?
Captain Hong, is the wild beast that you tamed a blood-eyed jackal? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the wild beast that resembled a jackal. It was completely black with crimson eyes under Hongyu's feet. Rumor has it that the blood-eyed jackal has a special sense for the smell of blood. It can react immediately even when it's far away. Now that I've seen it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Just when Hongyu's face darkened and he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian threw a punch at him. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and tossed it to Hongyu.
He's one of us. Hongyu caught the token and looked at it.
He could not help but exclaim, "Latent Dragon Camp!
Latent Dragon Camp!"
As Hongyu exclaimed, the 8 city guards looked at Duan Lingtian with burning desire in their eyes. Everyone in Mound Hill City knew about the Latent Dragon Camp. Everyone knew that no matter how weak the people from the Latent Dragon Camp were, they were still important people to them. Although you're from the Latent Dragon Camp, Master City Governor personally ordered that killing is prohibited in Mound Hill City. Among the 4 people you killed, 2 of them forged the city guard's armor.
They deserve to die.
As for the other 2, please give me an explanation.
Chapter 1385.
Captain Hong, can we go somewhere else to talk? Duan Lingtian asked Hongyu as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Hongyu nodded. He believed that the people from the Latent Dragon Camp must know the rules of Mound Hill City. They would not kill anyone in the city for no reason. There must be a reason behind this. Our team has just changed shifts, and we're about to go back. Follow us back to the city guard's camp to talk, Hongyu said. Hongyu nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not reject him. Clean this place up and return to the camp. The moment Hongyu ordered, the 8 city guards' army soldiers began to move. They cleaned up the scene and followed Hongyu, who was riding the wild beast in an orderly formation. On the way, Duan Lingtian looked at the wild beast under Hongyu's feet with interest. It was a wild beast that was tamed by Hongyu. He only found out about the existence of beast tamers after he came to the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Beast tamers were a special existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from relying on their own strength, they also relied on the help from their wild beasts when they fought. In a battle between martial and Dao cultivators of the same level, a beast tamer had a higher chance of winning. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, everyone wanted to be a beast tamer so that they could lead a wild beast to kill everyone. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. To become a beast tamer, one must have innate talent. Those with innate talent were 1 in a million. However, God was fair. Among those with innate talent, 40% of them had poor innate talent in martial Dao, 30% had ordinary innate talent in martial Dao, 20% had decent innate talent in martial Dao, and less than 10% had superb innate talent in martial Dao. Beast tamers with superb innate talent in martial Dao would be terrifying once they grew up. This was because the more powerful a beast tamer was, the more powerful the wild beast he could tame. Not only that, he could train the wild beast so that they could communicate with each other and work together seamlessly. 1 man and 1 beast swept through all directions, sweeping away all obstacles before them. Wild beasts did not have human intelligence. They only had survival instincts. As long as they were tamed by a beast tamer, they would never betray their beast tamer. They were not selfish and were willing to die for their beast tamer. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian followed Hong Yu's group to the city guard's camp. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said to the little girl in his arms, "Sure, you can open your eyes now." Immediately, the little girl opened her big watery eyes and looked around like a curious baby. "Big brother, where is this place? Are those 4 bad guys dead?" "This is the city guard camp of Mound Hill City. No one can bully you here," Duan Ling Tian said softly with a doting expression. "Yes." The little girl nodded. In the middle of the night, in the spacious tent, Hong Yu sat at the head of the table while the 8 city guards sat on both sides. Duan Ling Tian and the little girl Xueqi sat below Hong Yu. Under the watchful eyes of Hong Yu and the others, Duan Ling Tian explained the ins and outs of the matter. Together with the scars on the little girl's body, the evidence was conclusive. For a moment, the eyes of Hong Yu and the other 8 turned red. "Scum! Scum! Bastard! Trash!" Hong Yu and the other 8 were completely enraged. They were the city guard army. They were tough and unyielding. Even if there was a knife on their necks, they would not blink. However, when they heard about what had happened to the little girl, Xueqi, their eyes were wet. "Brother, you did well. I told you, how could a brother from the Latent Dragon Camp disregard the law of Mound Hill City? Brother, you're from the Latent Dragon Camp. How should I address you?" Hong Yu took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked politely. "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Duan Ling Tian." Unexpectedly, Hong Yu and the other 8 city guards were stunned when Duan Ling Tian said that. They did not make a sound for a long time, causing the atmosphere in the tent to become a little strange. Only the little girl, Xueqi, did not notice that something was wrong. She naively ran around the tent happily. "What? Is there something on my face?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw Hong Yu and the other 8 staring at him. "Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. You're the Duan Ling Tian who defeated Zhang Jilong and is ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the Latent Dragon Camp?" Hong Yu sucked in a cold breath. The other 9 city guards also stared at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. Previously, they thought this purple-clad young man was just an ordinary Latent Dragon Camp member. They did not expect him to be one of the 13 gangsters in the Latent Dragon Camp. Moreover, he was the genius in the Latent Dragon Camp, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian joined the Latent Dragon Camp 4 months ago. He became one of the 13 gangsters as soon as he joined the Latent Dragon Camp. A month later, he defeated Zhang Jilong, who was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, and replaced him. "Yes, it's me." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Duan Ling Tian, do you know? Before you defeated Zhang Jilong, he was a genius who was famous in Mound Hill City and the area around Mound Hill City. He was said to be invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage." Hong Yu said. "A Latent Dragon Camp member who's only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is so famous?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He really did not know about this. "However, ever since you defeated him, his reputation has plummeted. His fame has been completely transferred to you after that defeat." Hong Yu smiled. "No wonder he looked like he wanted to eat me when he saw me after I defeated him." Duan Ling Tian finally understood. "Captain Hong, if you don't mind, how about we call each other brothers?" Duan Ling Tian could not help but suggest this to Hong Yu when he realized Hong Yu was no longer as open as before after knowing his identity. Naturally, the reason he suggested this was because he could tell Hong Yu was a straightforward man. He was someone he could befriend. He liked him very much. He and Hong Yu felt like old friends at first sight. Hong Yu was stunned when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. On the other hand, the eyes of the 8 city guard army soldiers under Hong Yu's command shone brightly. If their captain were to become Duan Ling Tian's brother, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise in the future. They would definitely be able to benefit from it. "You're a genius in the Latent Dragon Camp. You might even become one of the 36 guardians of the governor's mansion in the future. I'm just a captain of the city guards. I'm afraid I'm not worthy to be your brother." Hong Yu smiled bitterly. "Captain Hong, are you trying to find an excuse to brush me off?" Duan Ling Tian said with dissatisfaction. "Captain Hong, I saw that you're a straightforward and open person. That's why I wanted to be friends with you. It seems like I was wrong." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with the little girl. Sure.
Brother Lingtian, please stop right there.
Hong Yu immediately stood up as well.
I didn't mean to brush you off. I meant what I said. Captain Hong, did you just call me brother?
Duan Lingtian's stiff face relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his face.
Hong Yu smiled wryly. He was not a person who would waste time.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lingtian, since you said you want to call me brother,
you can't call me Captain Hong, right?"
Haha.
Big Brother Hong.
Duan Lingtian laughed and took the initiative to call him Big Brother. When he first saw Hong Yu, he had used his divine eye to look at him. Hong Yu was 45 years old this year, and he was a beast tamer on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage.
Congratulations, Captain.
At this moment, Hong Yu's 8 subordinates smiled and congratulated him.
The 8 of you. Hurry up and prepare the dishes.
Tonight, I want to drink to my heart's content with this brother of mine,
Hong Yu ordered.
Immediately, the 8 of them left the tent in high spirits to make their preparations. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian, Hong Yu, and the little girl Xueqi were left in the tent. "Brother Lingtian, I'm sure it's not convenient for you to bring her back to the latent dragon camp.
Why don't you leave her at my place?
It just so happens that your sister-in-law usually stays at home to take care of the kids.
What do you think?"
Hong Yu suggested as he looked at the little girl, Xueqi. "Then, I'll thank Big Brother Hong first." Duan Lingtian immediately thanked Hong Yu before he sighed.
"This child is quite pitiful.
However, I heard from her that her family should be here. I wonder if she still remembers where her house is. It'll be great if she remembers. She can go back and reunite with her family. If she can't remember, it'll be fine if she stays at my place. I'll take care of her as a daughter."
Hong Yu said straightforwardly.
"Take care of her as a daughter? Big Brother Hong, you're taking advantage of me. She calls me Big Brother." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Then, I'll take care of her as a younger sister.
My 2 children will be her nephews.
They're younger than her."
Hong Yu smiled.
That night, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu drank for the entire night. He was so happy that he did not even use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body. When the sky was about to turn bright, Duan Lingtian woke up. When the sky turned bright, Duan Lingtian brought the little girl, Xueqi, to look for Hong Yu. He was prepared to hand the little girl over to Hong Yu. However, the little girl was unhappy. "I want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother." "Be good, Xueqi. Big Brother still has something important to do. Why don't you stay at Big Brother Hong's place for now? Your 2 little nephews will play with you at Big Brother Hong's place." Duan Lingtian persuaded her patiently. "Big Brother, you must come and see me often." It had to be said that the little girl was very sensible. She had a maturity that did not belong to her age. This made Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu's heart ache even more. After handing the little girl, Xueqi, to Hong Yu, Duan Lingtian left the city guard's camp and went straight to the Qijin Pavilion. The Qijin Pavilion's auction would be held at noon today. Other than those who had received an invitation, everyone else had to pay Saint Stones to reserve a seat and obtain a seat token.
What? That's all?
Duan Lingtian had underestimated the enthusiasm of the people who came from all over the place. When he arrived at the Qijin Pavilion to reserve a seat, he was told that all the seats were taken. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to turn and leave with a frown on his face, "Sir, please wait." Chapter 1386. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. "Manager." At this time, the staff member who told Duan Lingtian that there were no seats bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, his heart full of unease and resentment. He was uneasy about Duan Lingtian's identity. He was angry that Duan Lingtian didn't reveal his identity.
"Are you blind?
This is the pavilion master's guest." The middle-aged man glared at the staff member, who quickly smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. "Guest,
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the pavilion master's guest. Guest, don't mind him.
Come with me. The pavilion master is waiting for you.
The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, his face full of smiles.
Pavilion master? The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion? Duan Lingtian's heart was full of doubts. The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion knew him? With doubts, Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man to the top floor of Qizhen Pavilion. The top floor of Qizhen Pavilion was half open, bathed in the morning light. Guest, the pavilion master is waiting for you outside.
The middle-aged man looked at the open balcony outside and said to Duan Lingtian, then turned and went downstairs.
Duan Lingtian stepped out and walked into the open balcony.
After entering, he saw a person with his back facing him, standing by the railing of the balcony, bathing in the morning light and looking out at the street.
Of course, this wasn't the main point.
The main point was that he felt that the back in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had met him before.
However, he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. You are?
Duan Lingtian stopped and asked as he approached the back of the figure.
Haha. Duan Lingtian, have you forgotten your savior so quickly?
With a burst of hearty laughter, the owner of the figure turned around. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, with a silk headband on his head and a feathered fan in his hand.
Senior Lin.
Duan Lingtian's eyes widened.
You're the owner of Qizhen Pavilion?
The middle-aged scholar standing before Duan Lingtian was none other than Lin Qingrong, who had saved his life near Fuyu Island. He was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City.
The 9th Guard, the Heavenly Hero Guard.
Duan Lingtian knew that the Qizhen Pavilion was the property of the mayor's palace, but he didn't expect that the owner of the Qizhen Pavilion would be this old acquaintance.
Don't be surprised. I just took office last month. Lin Qingrong smiled.
He had indeed just taken office last month. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to become the pavilion master of the Qizhen Pavilion was mostly because of Duan Lingtian.
More accurately, it was because he had found a genius like Duan Lingtian for the governor's mansion.
He had become the pavilion master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion because the leader of the 36 personal guards, the Sky Leader Guardian, had personally appointed him.
If that's the case, the reason why the Qizhen Pavilion is auctioning 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics today is because of you, Senior Lin. The new broom sweeps clean?
Duan Lingtian asked.
You can say that.
I knew you'd be interested in today's auction when I saw you here.
Are you here for the Saint-grade martial tactic? Lin Qingrong asked. I'm just here to join in the fun.
Duan Lingtian smiled.
I can't afford the Saint-grade martial tactic.
I heard. When you defeated Li Han and Zhang Jilong, the Saint-grade martial tactic you used was very impressive.
Lin Qingrong smiled as he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly.
Senior Lin, do you have the Saint token of the Saint-grade martial tactic that will be auctioned today? Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
In his opinion, the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic was extremely important. Logically speaking, it should be in the hands of Lin Qingrong, the pavilion master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion. If it was in Lin Qingrong's hands, perhaps he would have a chance to borrow it.
That's right.
Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, Lin Qingrong nodded. With a raise of his hand, 3 Saint tokens appeared in his hand.
Why? Do you want to take a look?
I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian smiled. Actually, when Lord City Governor comes out from his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, you'll be able to obtain a lot of merit points if you achieve a certain result in the test he set up.
Lin Qingrong said, with the merit points, you'll be able to borrow the Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate.
The Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate is much better than the one I have.
As Lin Qingrong spoke, he handed the 3 Saint tokens to Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian took the Saint tokens and infused his spiritual energy into them one by one. At once, 3 waves of vast information surged into his mind as though they had taken root and sprouted in his mind.
The 3 Saint tokens in your hand contain the human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. Among these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic, only 2 of them have a common defensive technique called Copper Shirt. It's not bad, so you can take a look at it. Lin Qingrong said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to sort out the 3 waves of vast information in his mind.
In the end, he discovered that among the 2 waves of information that originated from 2 different saint tokens, there were 2 small waves of information that were exactly the same.
These 2 small waves of information recorded the same defensive technique. It was the copper shirt that Lin Qingrong had mentioned earlier. Copper shirt was a defensive technique that merged true energy into one's flesh and blood. It even covered one's skin with true energy.
When cultivated to the peak, the true energy that entered one's body would be like an iron wall.
This defensive technique is very suitable for my body. Duan Lingtian was excited. His body was already extremely strong.
It was even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. If he could cultivate this copper shirt, his body would become even stronger after the true energy entered his body.
Senior Lin, these 2 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic are completely different. How can they have the exact same technique? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, he returned the 3 saint tokens to Lin Qingrong. To him, the 3 saint tokens were no longer of any value.
This was because he had already engraved the contents of the 3 saint tokens in his mind.
He would not be able to forget it even if he wanted to. Moreover, I discovered that this technique is also in the saint-grade martial tactic that I'm currently cultivating. Duan Lingtian added. He was already preparing to cultivate the copper shirt.
In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he began to pave the way for himself so that Lin Qingrong would know that the copper shirt was also in the saint-grade martial tactic that he was cultivating.
The copper shirt is also in the saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating? Lin Qingrong was a little surprised. At the same time, he shook his head and smiled. To think that I even recommended it to you. However, it's not rare for the same technique to appear in multiple saint-grade martial tactics. Of course, this only exists in the human rank saint-grade martial tactic. Among them, the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic is the most common. Lin Qingrong said. Take the copper shirt for example. It's the most popular defensive technique in the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic.
If 100 people who cultivate different human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactics were to gather together, at least 10 of them would have cultivated the copper shirt.
I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, you're really lucky. Lin Qingrong smiled. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled, and he had a bewildered expression. Senior Lin, what do you mean by having good luck? In the city governor's mansion, there's a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. In it, there's an upgraded version of the defensive technique, the copper shirt, called the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong said. Silver shirt? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, it's the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong nodded. Although both the silver shirt and the copper shirt are divided into 5 stages, the effects are completely different. The effects of the silver shirt at the mastery stage are comparable to the copper shirt at the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. After all, they belong to different categories. One belonged to the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic while the other belonged to the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. However, if you cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable stage and then cultivate the silver shirt, you'll be able to achieve the silver shirt at the mastery stage. Lin Qingrong said again. The techniques in the saint-grade martial tactic were divided into 5 stages: getting a glimpse of the door, achieving some success, reaching a higher level, familiarizing oneself with the task, and reaching the point of perfection. Cultivating the copper shirt to the impeccable stage was already the limit. There was no way to improve it anymore. However, the silver shirt was different. The copper shirt at the impeccable stage was equivalent to the silver shirt at the mastery stage. After the transformation, the upper limit would increase and it could be raised by 2 stages. The effects were completely different. Do you understand what I mean now? Lin Qingrong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lin Qingrong's words were very clear. He was hinting that he could focus on cultivating the copper shirt. No matter how much effort he had to put in, it would not go to waste. This was because when the copper shirt was cultivated to the peak, it could be transformed into the silver shirt. Moreover, with the copper shirt as the foundation, he would not have to start cultivating the silver shirt from the beginning. he could start cultivating halfway. Alright. I should go prepare for the auction. Lin Qingrong lifted his head to look at the sky and said to Duan Lingtian, I'll arrange a private room for you for today's auction. At that time, other than these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic, you can bid for any auction item. I'll pay for it. Only 1 item? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Senior Lin, don't you think you're being a little stingy? 2 items then. I can't bid any more. Lin Qingrong said snappily. Before the auction began, under Lin Qingrong's arrangement, Duan Lingtian sat in a private room on the 2nd floor. From the window of the private room, he could see the entire auction stage. I hope there's something that interests me. It'd be even better if there are 2 items. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Before the auction began, Duan Lingtian began to organize the information about the defensive technique, the copper shirt. At the same time, he circulated his true energy according to the route of the copper shirt. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had wondered if it was worth it to waste time on a human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic like the copper shirt. Chapter 1387. After successfully cultivating copper shirt, one's skin would emit a faint bronze luster as soon as he cast it. It was as though he was wearing a copper shirt. How can it be so easy to cultivate this copper shirt? Duan Lingtian realized. The speed at which his true energy spread through his body through the 32 saint veins was extremely fast. Moreover, he discovered that his true energy had only circulated around his body once, and the copper shirt had already been successfully cultivated to the fundamental awareness stage. Isn't this too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Puzzled, Duan Lingtian could only search for the reason himself and continue to cultivate the defensive technique, copper shirt. However, the copper shirt did not break through again when he circulated his true energy for the 2nd time. However, the improvement was obvious. After a few times, Duan Lingtian finally discovered the problem. I see. This copper shirt seems to be tailor-made for me. It turned out that the higher a martial cultivator's physique and the more saint veins a martial cultivator had, the faster the cultivation speed would be. However, Duan Lingtian's physique was even stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon's true body. Needless to say, saint veins were even stronger. A martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage had opened 32 saint veins. Some paramount mortal shedding stage cultivators with poor talent might not even have opened 32 saint veins in their bodies. With a physique that was stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon's true body and 32 saint veins, it was destined that Duan Lingtian's speed of cultivating copper shirt would be exaggerated. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian said the copper shirt seemed to be tailor-made for him. Based on this cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to cultivate copper shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable refinement stage. Duan Lingtian was a little excited. Unknowingly, the auction had already begun. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the voice from outside. He stopped cultivating the defensive technique, copper shirt. Looking at the auction stage through the window, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man standing there. This middle-aged man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. He was the one who brought him to see the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master, Lin Qingrong. He seemed to be the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Currently, the middle-aged man was warming up the atmosphere of the auction house. As he spoke, he gradually stirred up the atmosphere. Soon, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a human-rank medium-grade saint artifact, a 3-foot-long blue sword. A human-ranked medial-grade saint artifact? Is there nothing else in your treasure pavilion? A human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, and a sword at that. There are at least 10 shops in Mound Hill City where you can buy it. We came to your precious treasure pavilion to bid for treasures, not to bid for things that can be bought on the streets. Do you really think we're fools? The appearance of the first auction item aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. They thought the first auction item was a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon that could be bought on the streets. It made them speechless when such an item appeared in the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Is there something special about this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face.
He had a feeling that since Lin Qingrong had just been appointed as the pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, he would not bring out something that could be bought on the streets to ruin his reputation.
As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. This human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon was indeed not simple. On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion who was hosting the auction had a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he did not care about what the crowd said. He only cleared his throat after most of the voices had died down and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Precious Treasure Pavilion won't ruin our reputation. Although the first auction item is a human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon, there's something special about it." Something special. The moment the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's a saint inscription inscribed by a saint inscription master on this human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager explained in the face of the curious gazes. Saint Inscription Master. Saint Inscription. The crowd was in an uproar immediately. I was just wondering why the Precious Treasure Pavilion would bring out an ordinary human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon for auction. As it turns out, it's a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. The Precious Treasure Pavilion is really sincere. The first auction item is actually a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. Many of the people who were mocking the Precious Treasure Pavilion earlier began to praise the Precious Treasure Pavilion. A saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription? In the room, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He was curious about the saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he was an inscription master when he was on Cloud Continent. Inscriptions and saint inscriptions seem to have the same effect. However, he did not know if there was a connection between the two. If there is, I might be able to become a saint inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder, what kind of saint inscription is inscribed on this human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian studied the sword in the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand curiously. At the same time, many people began to ask about the saint inscription on the sword. It would be easier for them to bid after they knew what kind of saint inscription was on the sword. Everyone, the human-rank mediocre grade saint sword in my hand is inscribed with the glorious sun saint inscription. If you inject your true energy into it, the sword will turn into a blazing sun for a short period of time to confuse your opponent. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager added. Of course, the glorious sun saint inscription only targets the target. It won't affect the person who activated it or the people around them. The entire auction area was in an uproar immediately. If the glorious sun saint inscription was used at a critical moment, it could temporarily blind the opponent. At that moment, the opponent would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There are similar inscriptions as well. However, once it's activated, it'll target everyone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seemed like compared to inscriptions, saint inscriptions were much more advanced and humane. It seems like everyone is interested in the saint's sword in my hand. If that's the case, let's begin the bidding. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager said slowly, as everyone knows, a common rank mediocre grade saint weapon is worth about 1,000 8th grade saint stones. In order to repay everyone's support for the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the starting price of this human rank mediocre grade saint sword with the glorious sun saint inscription is also 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Every increase in price must be at least 1,000 8th grade saint stones. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's voice that was filled with true energy reverberated in the entire auction area and into every room. Repay support? The starting price is 1,000 8th grade saint stones? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager was spouting nonsense. Even if the starting price was a 9th grade saint stone, the price would still be raised in the end. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, someone made a bid. 2,000 8th grade saint stones. Another person made a bid. 10,000 8th grade saint stones. After 2 bids were made, a loud voice resonated from one of the private rooms. It directly bid 10,000 8th grade saint stones. Should I bid for it and have some fun? Duan Ling Tian was eager to give it a try when he recalled Lin Qingrong's promise. However, he dismissed the idea in the end. Forget it, I don't need a sword now. Moreover, there might be something I want later on. Lin Qingrong had only promised to give him 2 auction items. Naturally, those were the 3 sets of human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics. There was no doubt that the 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics would be sold for a sky-high price. 30,000 8th-grade Saint stones. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, the human-rank mediocre-grade Saint sword with the glorious Sun Saint inscription had already been sold for 30,000 8th-grade Saint stones. And this price became the final price. A human-rank mediocre-grade Saint weapon with a Saint inscription. Compared to a human-rank mediocre-grade Saint weapon without a Saint inscription, it's 29,000 Saint stones more expensive? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Was the Saint inscription master not too profitable? A Saint inscription was worth 29,000 Saint stones? Duan Lingtian had no idea. The main reason the sword could be sold for such a high price was because it was rare. There were almost no Saint inscription masters in the area around Mound Hill City. If it was in other big places with many Saint inscription masters, it would not be able to sell for such a price. This was the principle of the rarer something is, the greater its value. However, compared to Saint inscription masters who focused on weapon refinement and medicine refinement, Saint inscription masters and Dao talisman masters were indeed more profitable. This was because the threshold to become a Saint inscription master was low and there were many of them. Subsequently, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager took out the second auction item. The second auction item was a Dao talisman that could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Naturally, this was a single-target offensive Dao talisman that could only kill one person. However, it was also useful against mortal shedding stage martial artists. It could severely injure martial and Dao cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage and lightly injure martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was useless against martial and Dao cultivators above the mastery mortal shedding stage. If it was the Duan Ling Tian who was still on Cloud Continent, perhaps he would be interested in this Dao talisman. However, the current Duan Ling Tian was not interested in it at all. He could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Not only that, but he could also instantly kill those at the early and intermediate mortal shedding stage. As for the mastery mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, he was confident he could kill them in 3 moves. If I can cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable level, I can easily kill someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, this Dao talisman that he did not take seriously was sold for more than 20,000 8th-grade Saint stones in the end. What a wastrel! Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. Subsequently, the auction items were brought up one by one. However, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in any of them. When the 17th auction item was brought up, Hua Lao's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Chapter 1388. Hua Lao's voice resonated, and Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Something good? That was the first thought that popped up in Duan Ling Tian's mind. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked out of the window. His gaze landed on the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand on the auction stage. The manager was holding a round bead in his hand. This was a black pearl with complicated patterns on it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at it and instantly felt his eyes hurt. At the same time, he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. There seemed to be some kind of magic in the black bead. When Duan Ling Tian looked at it, it seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Ling Tian's soul. If possible, Duan Ling Tian really did not want to experience this feeling again. Therefore, he looked away and stopped looking at it. What bead is this? Oh my God! I only took a look at it, and it's as though my soul is going to be sucked in. This bead isn't simple. At the same time, there were whispers in the auction hall. Most of the people had a hint of dread in their words. It was obvious that they had the same experience as Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, this black bead was obtained by the new pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Master Lin Qingrong. I'm sure everyone has noticed that if you intentionally look at it, you'll feel extremely uncomfortable. On the auction stage, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager spoke. What's the use of this bead? Someone asked. Our pavilion master obtained this bead 10 years ago. Until now, other than knowing that it can make people feel uncomfortable when they look at it, we haven't discovered anything special about it.
The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager continued, however, our pavilion master once asked the great city governor of Mount Hill City to look at this bead. Even the city governor couldn't damage this bead at all.
Whoosh! As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, there was an uproar in the crowd. The people present were either from Mount Hill City or from the area around Mount Hill City.
Perhaps they had never seen the city governor of Mount Hill City before, but they knew that the city governor of Mount Hill City was the strongest powerhouse in the area around Mount Hill City.
Even the city lord couldn't do anything to it? Looks like it's really hard. Many people exclaimed in shock.
However, other than being hard, it seems to only be able to make the person who looks at it feel uncomfortable.
This thing is not practical. Someone else said. It's not just impractical. Whoever buys this thing will definitely take a few glances at it. Just now when I took a look at it, that feeling was too unbearable. Yes. I don't even dare to look at it now. If I were to buy it back, wouldn't I be suffering? Many people said with fear on their faces.
In the private room, Duan Ling Tian retracted his gaze and couldn't help but ask Hualao. Hualao, you asked me to bid for it.
What's so special about it?
That's the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. If you can refine it, your eye will inherit the one-eyed devil vulture's ability.
It will be of great help to you now,
Hualao said.
One-eyed devil vulture? What's that?
Duan Ling Tian was stunned.
It's a powerful demon beast, and it's extremely rare. Even Yen Huang's star doesn't have it.
I didn't expect that there would be a one-eyed devil vulture's eye on this planet, Hualao said.
What's so special about its eye?
Duan Ling Tian asked again. Of course, the one-eyed devil vulture is powerful precisely because of its unique eye.
Its eye has extremely terrifying ability. As for what kind of ability it has, you'll naturally know when you refine it in the future.
Hualao said again, the most important thing now is to buy it first.
Hualao, are you sure I can refine it?
I heard the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion say. Even a Saint Realm Master can't damage it at all? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask when he recalled the words of the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion.
The current you naturally can't refine it. However, with the help of my Sun Divine Fire, it'll be easy for you to refine it, Hualao said.
Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and no longer hesitated as he looked out of the window.
At this time, several people had already made their bids. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones.
As soon as this bid was made, the others immediately fell silent. Obviously, most people were not interested in the one-eyed devil vulture's eye, of course. They did not know it was the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture.
They only thought it was a strange bead.
The guest in box number 4 has made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones.
Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, I'll start the countdown.
On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion said unhurriedly,
3.
Soon he began to count down.
2.
He counted down again. Just as he was about to say 1, Duan Ling Tian spoke. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion smiled and closed his mouth. He said excitedly, the guest in box number 1 has made a bid of 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones.
Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid?
The manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion asked 3 more times, but no one else made a bid.
Good lad.
Someone else has made a bid of 3,000, and he actually raised it to 5,000. He really doesn't feel bad about not spending his own Saint Stones. In box number 2, Lin Qingrong could not help but chide him. However, he was just joking. The strange bead that was being auctioned now belonged to him. No matter how many Saint Stones it was auctioned, those Saint Stones would end up in his pocket in the end. Therefore, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's bid was, it did not affect him at all.
Humph. 3,000 8th grade saint stones for a strange bead is already of sky-high price. Whoever wants it can have it. A soft snort came from box number 4. The person in box number 4 was the person who had made a bid of 3,000 8th grade saint stones before Duan Lingtian had made a bid. The words of the owner of booth number 4 made the group of people in the auction house deeply agree with him. 5,000 8th grade saint stones for a bead. That's too extravagant. Even if I have 100,000 8th grade saint stones, I can't bear to spend it like that. Even if I buy this bead for my collection, I'll still suffer. Humph. I'll have to reconsider if I want this bead even if you give it to me. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their words made it clear that Duan Lingtian in box number 1 was a fool. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. These people thought he was a fool, but in his opinion, these people were the fools. They were fools who did not know what was good for them. Who was Hualao? A three-legged golden crow. A primordial mutant. With Hualao's experience in the world, his judgment was very high. How could something that Hualao admired be ordinary? Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the benefits that the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture would bring him. He believed that it would definitely be a great benefit. As the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion counted down from 3, the one-eyed devil vulture's eye successfully became Duan Lingtian's possession. Not long after, someone delivered the one-eyed devil vulture's eye to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Lin Qingrong had told him beforehand, but the servant who delivered the item did not ask for saint stones from Duan Lingtian. He left after delivering the item to Duan Lingtian. Hualao, how do I refine this? Duan Lingtian raised his head and asked as he turned the bead in his hand. If possible. He did not want to look at the bead in his hand again. He did not want to experience the feeling of his soul being taken away again. Let's wait for the auction to end. Hualao replied. Hualao's words were very clear. He would tell Duan Lingtian the details after the auction ended. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was anxious, since Hualao had spoken, he did not insist. After putting away the bead in his hand, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if it wasn't for Hualao's reminder, I wouldn't have known that it's actually an eyeball. It's the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. After Duan Lingtian obtained the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture, the auction continued. One by one, the auction items were auctioned off on the stage. After 27 items were auctioned off, it was finally time for the last 3 items to be auctioned off. 3 sets of human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics. It was worth mentioning that before this, Duan Lingtian obtained another item. It was a material that could be used to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was one of the high-grade materials that Hualao had mentioned before. Although its effect was not as good as the 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl, it was not too far off. According to Hualao, this material could be used to repair the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda by 10%. At the same time, due to the appearance of the saint-grade martial tactics, the auction square was in an uproar. The frenzied bidding made Duan Lingtian speechless. Soon after, the first set of saint-grade martial tactics was bought by someone at the sky-high price of 200,000 8th grade saint stones. It's no wonder Senior Lin gave me an auction item. Apart from these 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, if I bought it, even if it's just one, I'm afraid he'd want to die. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 200,000 8th grade saint stones were equivalent to 200 5th grade saint stones. It was almost a quarter of the 5th grade saint stones in Duan Lingtian's possession. Hualao, what's the difference between the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 2nd level? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao when other people were bidding for the 2nd set of saint-grade martial tactics. The 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has the celestial supreme treasure, the astonished god halberd. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is denser. Not only that, but the flow of time there is also slower. Hualao said slowly. How slow? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Due to the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not interested in the astonished god halberd on the 3rd level. What was the point of being interested in something that he could not even lift?
What he cared more about was the heaven and earth spirit energy inside, since it was related to his cultivation environment.
Naturally, the most important thing was the flow of time. 5 days inside and 1 day outside. Chapter 1389. 5 days inside and 1 day outside? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Hua Lao's words. It should be noted that the time ratio on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 2:1. On the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was only 3:1. Now, the time ratio on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 5:1. In other words, if I cultivate inside for 5 months, only 1 month will pass outside. If I cultivate inside for a year, only 2 months will pass outside and 10 days will pass outside. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he thought of this.
However, he seemed to have thought of something very quickly and regained his senses. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much harder than repairing the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even if Hua Lao used the materials I bid for earlier, he would only be able to repair 10% of it. Duan Lingtian shuddered and calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him.
It seems like it's still a long way to go before I can completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although it was still a long way away, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. I must repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a qualitative leap compared to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, after repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I can start repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian could not forget about the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hua Lao, as long as I repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize. At that time, no matter when or where, no matter what happens to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even if it overturns rapidly, the space inside will not be affected. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited when he thought of this. That also means, no matter what danger I encounter, as long as I can enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in time, I can escape the calamity. In Duan Lingtian's mind, an image involuntarily appeared, an expert who was many times stronger than him, an expert who could crush him with a single finger. Just when he thought that he could definitely kill him, he hid in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and disappeared. As for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it turned into dust and merged with the earth. That expert was so angry that he went crazy, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only leave in disappointment. I can't find the materials to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands, but I'm sure I can find it in the Dao Martial Saint Land. From today onwards, I will do my best to search for the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Perhaps, when I return to Cloud Continent next time, I can take a look at the other 2 mortal continents.
All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up.
With my strength, it's enough to deter the top forces and top powerhouses from the 2 mortal continents. At that time, I'll just have to give them some favors. I think I'll be able to mobilize the people from the 2 mortal continents to help me search for the materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the other 2 mortal continents. Naturally, he was mentally prepared.
Even if the 2 mortal continents were to work together, they might not be able to find the materials that could repair 50% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat.
He would not let go of any opportunity to find the materials that could repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the auction had ended. The remaining 2 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics were sold at a higher price than the first set of Saint-grade martial tactics. This result made Duan Lingtian speechless. Good boy, at least you have a conscience and are not too ruthless. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian met Lin Qingrong again. As soon as they met, Lin Qingrong smiled and teased him. He had promised to give Duan Lingtian 2 auction items. Duan Lingtian had indeed bid, but the total price of the 2 auction items did not exceed 10,000 8th-grade saint stones. It was because of this that he said Duan Lingtian had a conscience.
Senior Lin, you're the one who's stingy.
Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. After getting closer to Lin Qingrong, he could see that he was an easygoing person. He did not put on airs and could joke occasionally. All right. I admit that I was stingy today. How about this? In the auction held by the Precious Treasure Pavilion next year, I'll let you bid for as many items as you want within 100,000 8th-grade saint stones. What do you think? Lin Qingrong scolded with a smile.
You said it yourself.
Duan Lingtian smiled. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a round number. Then, after bidding farewell to Lin Qingrong, Duan Lingtian left the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Lin Qingrong also went to do his own things. After the auction ended, there was still a lot of work to be done. After leaving the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Duan Lingtian went to the city guard's camp. However, he did not see Hong Yu. If Hong Yu was not there was no need to mention the little girl, Xueqi. Coincidentally, the 8 city guards under Hong Yu's command were there. After finding out that Hong Yu had returned home, he asked for Hong Yu's address. Then, he personally went to Hong Yu's house.
Brother Ling Tian.
When Hong Yu saw that Duan Lingtian had personally come to his residence, he was naturally very happy. He warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian in.
Brother.
Just as he entered the front yard of Hong Yu's house, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice.
Then, he saw a delicate little girl running towards him from afar.
She ran all the way to his front and opened her arms to hug his thigh. Sure, you seem to have become prettier. Duan Lingtian squatted down and looked at the little girl's clean and white little face as he smiled. He could tell that the little girl had gone through some grooming. Sister-in-law helped me bathe and even changed me into a new set of clothes. The little girl raised her head and said to Duan Lingtian,
Sister-in-law.
Duan Lingtian was startled at first. Then, he realized that the sister-in-law that the little girl Xueqi was referring to was Hong Yu's wife. Soon, under Hong Yu's introduction, Duan Lingtian got to know his wife. Hong Yu's wife was a delicate and pretty lady. When she found out that Duan Lingtian was Hong Yu's sworn brother, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table full of dishes. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so courteous with me in the future. Otherwise, I won't dare to come again. At the dining table, Duan Lingtian said to Hong Yu's wife, Brother Lingtian, Hong Yu doesn't have many friends. Since you're his brother, you're my brother as well. It's rare for a brother to come home. How can I not take good care of him? Hong Yu's wife smiled.
Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you with Xueqi here.
I'll think of a way to see if I can find her family. If I can find them, I'll send her home. If I can't find them, I'll try my best to settle her down. I won't trouble you too much. Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. Xueqi is very cute. Both my boys like her very much. It's fine if you can find her family, but if you can't, just let her stay here with me. Hong Yu's wife quickly said. Xueqi is such a pitiful child. Hong Yu's wife's eyes were wet when she spoke. She recalled the scars on the little girl's body when she was bathing her earlier. She loved the little girl, Xueqi, but she also felt sorry for her. Thank you, sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. He could tell Hong Yu's wife's words were from the bottom of her heart. She was not lying at all. Brother Lingtian, I think you still have 7 days before you have to return to the latent dragon camp, right? You can stay in my house for the remaining 7 days. I have an empty guest room in my house, Hong Yu said. Hong Yu suggested. You can also spend more time with Xueqi. That child has been nagging about you the whole morning. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little girl, Xueqi, and nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking, Duan Lingtian also saw Hong Yu's 2 boys. One was 2 years old, and the other was 3 years old. They were running behind the little girl, Xueqi. That night, Hong Yu went on duty while Duan Lingtian stayed in his house. The doors and windows of the spacious guest room were tightly shut. With a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Kong, How do I refine the eye of this one-eyed devil vulture? Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Hua and asked bluntly as he weighed the black pearl he obtained from the precious treasure pavilion in his hand. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Hua Lao did not speak and only raised his hand. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian noticed his hand uncontrollably loosening, and the black pearl was in Hua Lao's hand. This scene caused him to be shocked. As expected, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It was the first time Duan Ling Tian had witnessed Hua Lao's strength. Before Hua Lao, he was like a child that could not withstand a single blow. Something flashed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Subsequently, he noticed that Hua Lao had transformed into his true form as a three-legged golden crow, and he spat out a strand of material flames that shot onto the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian, who was far away, clearly felt the space of the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda gradually become hot, and in the end, it was hot to the point he was slightly unable to accept it. Go to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao's reminder sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. With my current cultivation, I'll need at least 3 hours to refine this eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. Come back after 3 hours. At that time, I'll have already refined it and can directly fuse it into your body to allow you to possess the ability of a one-eyed devil vulture. Hua Lao reminded. Duan Ling Tian nodded and immediately went to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space of the second level was completely isolated from the first level, so he could not feel any heat at all. For the first time, Duan Ling Tian felt that 3 hours was so long. It felt as though half a day had not even passed yet. When 3 hours had passed, Duan Ling Tian, who could no longer hold himself back, flew out and left the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately and went to the first level. Duan Ling Tian discovered that Hua Lao had already reverted to his human form. Moreover, there was a ball of black mist hovering in front of him. Chapter 1390. The uncomfortable feeling was the same as when he saw the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could confirm that the floating black fog was the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. It was refined into this appearance by Hua Lao. Tell me when you're ready. When it fuses with your eye, it will hurt a little. Hua Lao said in a timely manner. A little? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Hua Lao, let's begin. Hua Lao nodded. Immediately after, Hua Lao didn't see any movement, but the black fog floating in front of him instantly turned into a silk thread and shot towards Duan Ling Tian's left eye. Duan Ling Tian only felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if something had pierced his left eye. At first, it felt cold, but later, he could feel a clear pain. The pain continued to intensify. At first, Duan Ling Tian could still bear it. But later, he couldn't bear it at all. He only felt as if his left eye could explode at any time, and he couldn't see anything in front of him. It was as if he had gone blind. Because of the pain, Duan Ling Tian's body trembled violently. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his robes were completely drenched in sweat. He tried hard to clench his teeth, but at some point, his teeth were already bleeding. This is called a little pain? Thinking of Hua Lao's words just now, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Even if he had experienced a hail of bullets in his previous life, and was shot more than a dozen times, his eyebrows didn't even blink. But now, his eyebrows had already twitched countless times. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian became numb from the pain. He only felt as if his left eye didn't belong to him anymore. He didn't know how much time had passed in this numbness. Duan Ling Tian discovered that the pain was gradually subsiding. At the same time, he could feel the existence of his left eye again. In the end, the originally dark left eye in front of him gradually lit up. After experiencing endless darkness and seeing light again, his left eye vaguely stung. Of course, this stinging sensation was not worth mentioning compared to the pain he had experienced before. Feel what's changed in your left eye? Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing Duan Ling Tian to come back to his senses. At the same time, he began to observe everything in front of him with his left eye. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. God! What did he see? Duan Ling Tian found out. Right now, everything he saw with his left eye was completely different from what he saw with his right eye. His right eye was as usual. His left eye, however, had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the world that his left eye could see, everything seemed to be dyed with a layer of incomparably gorgeous colors. It was a riot of colors that was exceptionally eye-catching. Elder Hua, who was standing in front of him, was now clearly different from Elder Hua. Scalp, face, clothes, belt, hands, shoes. All of these were displayed in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye as if they had been deliberately drawn. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could even clearly see the traces of the flow of heaven and earth spirit energy, strand after strand. It should be known that he couldn't see these before. Whoosh! Gently raising his hand, Duan Lingtian's sleeves fluttered, causing a gentle breeze. In this gentle breeze, Duan Lingtian's left eye even caught extremely fine dust. All of this was so natural that it didn't seem out of place at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao had thrown a punch at him without warning. The wind from the punch raged, causing the air to vibrate. In Duan Lingtian's right eye, Hua Lao's punch was an afterimage. In Duan Lingtian's left eye, the punch seemed to have slowed down a little. It was to the extent that he could even see the trajectory of the airflow that spread out in all directions wherever the punch passed. Hua Lao's punch is comparable to a punch from a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's right eye could determine this. Hua Lao's punch was aimed at Duan Lingtian's left eye without warning. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he would definitely have been hit by Hua Lao's sneak attack. After all, Hua Lao was right in front of him. Moreover, his attention was not on Hua Lao from the beginning until the end. He could not avoid it at all. However, at this moment, the punch was right in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye and was about to hit it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that his spiritual energy had instantly surged into his left eye. In an instant, he felt his left eye burning. If Duan Lingtian was given a mirror at this moment, he would discover that there was a black whirlpool spinning continuously in the pupil of his left eye as though it could devour everything. As his spiritual energy surged into his left eye, it became hotter and hotter. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that Hua Lao's fist seemed to have frozen in place within the range of his left eye's vision. It was frozen in place in front of his eyes. Moreover, he also discovered that the air ripples around Hua Lao's fist seemed to have stopped as well. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao's fist was not frozen in place. Instead, it had slowed down. It had become very, very slow. As Duan Lingtian's left eye shrank, Hua Lao's fist strangely moved to the side, narrowly avoiding him. Immediately after, he felt a wave of dizziness. In the depths of his mind, the originally dense spiritual energy was now almost completely exhausted. As for his left eye, it had also stopped burning. Not bad. Hua Lao's voice sounded in a timely manner. In the future, as your spiritual energy grows stronger, the ability of your left eye will also become stronger and stronger. After a while, Duan Lingtian recovered and asked, Hua Lao, what happened just now? Your left eye has already inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture. To be precise, it's the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Hua Lao said, the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture relies on spiritual energy to operate. Once it's activated, the flow of time in its field of vision will become extremely slow. You should have felt it earlier as well. Hua Lao continued. The flow of time in my field of vision will become extremely slow? Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier. Earlier, Hua Lao's fist should have hit his left eye. However, when Hua Lao's fist approached his left eye, his spiritual energy strangely surged into his left eye. Then, his left eye began to burn. At that time, the speed of Hua Lao's fist had also become very slow. However, during this process, his spiritual energy was also rapidly burning. In just an instant, it was almost completely exhausted. Then, Hua Lao's fist strangely moved to the side. This is too unbelievable, right? Due to the fact that his spiritual energy was almost depleted, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with shock. There's nothing unbelievable about it. This is the one-eyed devil vulture's special ability. Hua Lao said, The most valuable part of the one-eyed devil vulture is its eye. You're lucky to be able to obtain it. It's all thanks to Hualao that you're able to recognize it and help me refine it. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had also calmed down. If you hadn't encountered it, I wouldn't have recognized it either. Hualao said, however, although the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is strange, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. I saw that you only used a glance earlier, and your spiritual energy seems to have been almost completely exhausted.
Yes, almost completely exhausted.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
What you need to do now is to control it. Let it activate its ability as you wish, and not randomly activate it at any time.
Hualao said again.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded again. Also, your left eye is completely different from before even if you don't use the one-eyed devil vulture's ability.
I think you've noticed this point as well.
Hualao said.
Yes.
My left eye is now able to see things clearly.
Duan Ling Tian also noticed this.
Study it carefully yourself. My understanding of the one-eyed devil vulture is limited to what I've just said. As for whether its eye has any other abilities, I'm not sure. Hualao said.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he sincerely thanked Hualao. Thank you very much, Hualao.
In layman's terms,
between you and me, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope. You're strong, so you'll have more ability to protect yourself. A rare smile appeared on Hualao's face. On this planet, I'm afraid you're the only one who can make the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda acknowledge you as its master. If you die, I'm afraid I'll have to stay on this planet with it forever. Hualao, after the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, I'll definitely return your freedom. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hualao and promised with a serious expression. Freedom. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hualao's body shook. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his gaze became extremely complicated. However, he still felt a little touched in his heart.
Hualao, you can cultivate.
I won't disturb you anymore. After informing Hualao, Duan Ling Tian returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to recover his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. It would take him at least half a month to fully recover. Therefore, in the next half a month, Duan Ling Tian cultivated and recovered his spiritual energy. Naturally, his spiritual energy recovered on its own, so Duan Ling Tian did not have to worry about it. After half a month, Duan Ling Tian finally left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a month on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 5 days outside. I'll have to return to the latent dragon camp in 2 days. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After putting away the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian went to the dressing table in his room and sat down. He looked at himself in the mirror. To be precise, he was looking at his left eye. Fortunately, it's still the same as before. I can't see any changes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a monster. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with lingering fear. I wonder if I can take the initiative to integrate my spiritual energy into my left eye. With a thought, Duan Ling Tian tried to integrate his spiritual energy into his left eye. However, he discovered that there was no obstruction at all. It integrated easily. Chapter 1391. The little black whirlpool kept spinning like a bottomless pool. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized his spiritual energy was being sent to his left eye uncontrollably. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly stopped it. Although he managed to stop it in time, half of his spiritual energy was still consumed. It's really strange. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he looked at his left eye. Since he had to return to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate the next day, Duan Ling Tian left the guest room to look for the little girl, Xueqi, and spent the whole day with her. Duan Ling Tian only left after bidding farewell to Hong Yu and his wife early in the morning the next day. However, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to return to the city governor's estate. He walked out of Mound Hill City. After he exited the city gate, he stepped into the air and soared into the sky. There's a flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Martial and Tao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage can't fly. I haven't breathed in the fresh air in the sky for a few months now. Duanling Tian flew high up in the sky, and it did not take long for him to fly far away. When he turned around, he realized Mound Hill City had turned into an inconspicuous little black. If he did not know it was Mound Hill City, he would not have been able to recognize it just by looking at the little black. Standing in the air, Duanling Tian stared at the little black in the distance quietly. All of a sudden, a little whirlpool appeared in his left pupil, and it was spinning faster and faster. Duanling Tian could feel his left eye burning. However, his attention was not on it. Instead, it was on the little black dot in the distance. He realized that as his left eye burned, he did not move, but the little black dot in the distance gradually grew bigger and eventually turned into a huge city. The well-defined Mound Hill City completely occupied Duanling Tian's left eye's line of sight. Clairvoyance. Duanling Tian gasped. His heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Duanling Tian, who sensed his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, quickly stopped his spiritual energy from transferring energy to his left eye. His left eye, which was devoid of energy, quickly returned to normal. So far, we've only discovered 2 of its abilities. One is an ability similar to the clairvoyance, and the other is the spatial displacement ability. This was the result of Duanling Tian's night of research. Spatial displacement was the technique he used to make Hua Lao's fist brush past his cheek. That was the ability of his left eye. However, the rate at which that ability consumed his spiritual energy was much faster than using the clairvoyance ability. What should I name it? After regaining his senses, Duanling Tian began to ponder. Now his left eye was no longer an ordinary human eye, so he decided to give it a name. God's eye? No, it's too tacky. Heaven's eye? That wouldn't do either. It has the same name as the heavenly eye technique. Ghost eye? It doesn't seem auspicious. Strange eye sounds good. I'll call it strange eye. After thinking for a while, Duanling Tian made up his mind. He would call his mutated left eye strange eye in the future. The strange eye referred to the strange eyes. As for his left eye, it was indeed strange. After walking around outside, Duanling Tian returned to Mound Hill City and the Castellan's mansion. Of course, he registered again when he entered the main gate. After returning to the Castellan's mansion, Duanling Tian returned to the Latent Dragon Camp. Before he entered the Latent Dragon Camp, Duanling Tian could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from inside. The person who was discussing was his friend in the Latent Dragon Camp, Gua Li. A month ago, Gua Li was defeated by Ho Lin. Today, she challenged Ho Lin and defeated him with only 3 moves, redeeming herself from the humiliation. That's amazing. That's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that she defeated the person who used to be ranked 8th among the 13 gangsters and replaced him. If Zhang Jilong, who was ranked 7th among the 13 gangsters, did not break through, she would definitely be able to defeat him and replace him. Voices entered Duanling Tian's ears one after another. Gua Li broke through? After learning that Gua Li had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. However, he smiled as he was happy for Gua Li. However, he did not expect Zhang Jilong to have broken through as well. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian walked into the Latent Dragon Camp. Duanling Tian is back. As soon as Duanling Tian walked into the Latent Dragon Camp, he heard a few exclamations coming from inside. Someone with sharp eyes noticed him. He was a little speechless. What was there to be surprised about when he was back? Soon, as the group of young men and women in the Latent Dragon Camp discussed among themselves, Duanling Tian found out the reason. It turned out that Zhang Jilong had said 3 days ago that he would look for him to redeem himself when he returned. Duanling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the door of cottage number 7 opened as soon as Duanling Tian stepped onto the high platform. A figure that was familiar to Duanling Tian walked out. It was Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong was once the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the area around Mound Hill City. However, ever since he was defeated by Duanling Tian, the halo on his head had disappeared. Due to this reason, he hated Duanling Tian to the core. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Jilong, who took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you.
Zhang Jilong said bluntly.
Today, I want you to return everything you owe me. I'll let everyone know that I, Zhang Jilong, am stronger than you, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Jilong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. His face was ferocious. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Zhang Jilong's words. However, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. I know you've also broken through, but it doesn't matter. I'll let everyone know. Even if you, Duan Lingtian, have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage like me, you won't be a match for me, Duan Lingtian.
Zhang Jilong said confidently.
Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and studied Zhang Jilong with interest. Of course. I'll let everyone know. You, Duan Lingtian, are weaker than me, Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong was still full of confidence. Creak, creak.
Accompanied by the sound of 2 doors opening, it was the doors of the 3rd and 8th wooden houses opening.
A person walked out from each of them.
It was a man and a woman. The man wore a brocade robe and looked like a rich young master. In fact, he was indeed a rich young master.
It's Jin Yuan Bao, who's ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. I can't believe he's here to join in the fun. Who doesn't want to watch a good show? Due to Jin Yuan Bao's appearance, the crowd was in an uproar again. When Jin Yuan Bao came out of cottage number 3, another person came out of cottage number 8 as well. It was Guali, who had just entered cottage number 8 today.
I can't believe I'm able to witness such an exciting scene as soon as I come out of closed-door cultivation.
I'm really looking forward to it. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were confronting each other, and waved the folding fan in his hand.
He looked like an elegant young master as he said with a smile.
Although Guali did not say anything, her eyes were filled with confidence when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After 3 months, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong stood in the same place again. They were ready to fight just like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was defeated by the bow and arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Today, Zhang Jilong challenged Duan Lingtian to avenge his humiliation and reclaim his dignity and glory. It's going to start soon. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were confronting each other, the crowd began to calm down and focus on the scene before them.
Nobody knew when, but a middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the pavilion. It was the Heavenly Harm Guardian.
I'm afraid Zhang Jilong is going to embarrass himself again. The Heavenly Harm Guardian looked at the 2 people who were confronting each other on the high platform and muttered softly. It was as though he already knew the outcome before the fight had even begun. On the high platform, Zhang Jilong made the first move when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a move after a long time. True energy at the mastery mortal shedding stage wrapped around his legs as he attacked Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Perhaps it was because he had learned his lesson 3 months ago. He attacked Duan Lingtian first. His legs were suppressing Duan Lingtian's head, intentionally preventing Duan Lingtian from going up into the air. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had gone up into the air. During that brief moment, he shot an arrow and defeated Zhang Jilong. In that battle, the strength of his legs was on par with the strength of Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, due to the advantage of the bow and arrow, he was injured. That was the main reason he was defeated. With the lesson from the last time, he had learned his lesson this time and would not act like the last time. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask with a faint smile after he saw through Zhang Jilong's plan. You'll find out soon whether I can defeat you or not. Zhang Jilong replied coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
At the same time, the true energy in his legs surged, releasing terrifying waves of air that descended from the sky toward Duan Lingtian's head.
A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Zhang Jilong's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. Following that, he placed his hand on the bowstring and quickly plucked it. In an instant, the bowstring vibrated and released a loud noise. At the same time, True energy light blades formed on the bowstring and shot toward Zhang Jilung's legs. To be more precise, they were aiming for the saint weapons on Zhang Jilung's legs. Zhang Jilung's boots were his saint weapons, human rank mediocre saint weapons. Clang, 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 clang. The true energy light blades landed on Zhang Jilung's boots, releasing a series of ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, waves of air spread out like a gust of wind, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Impossible! At this moment, everyone heard a cry of unwillingness. Chapter 1392. Boom! Zhang Jilong's body flew out like an arrow that was shot out of the bow and landed heavily on the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he looked extremely wretched. Nothing's impossible. Duan Ling Tian responded coldly when he heard Zhang Jilong's unwilling shout when he was sent flying out. Zhang Jilong's face turned grave when he sensed the gazes from the surroundings. He did not even need to look to know that those gazes were mocking him. He's so powerful. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, was shocked. He could not help but feel wary when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He could see it. The ability that Duan Ling Tian displayed just now did not seem like someone who had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. In fact, he felt like he was on par with someone at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Amazing! Seeing how Duan Ling Tian defeated Zhang Jilong in just one move, Guali could not help but be amazed even though she was confident in Duan Ling Tian since the beginning. Duan Ling Tian has such ability when he has just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? On the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's ability. If he did not know that Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage in the past, he would not have believed that Duan Ling Tian had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian's ability is just too terrifying. He defeated Zhang Jilong, who has also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage with just one move. That's unbelievable. With Duan Ling Tian's current ability, I'm afraid he can challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Most of them wished that Duan Ling Tian would challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters now. While the group of people were praising Duan Ling Tian's strength, not many people noticed that Zhang Jilong was glaring hatefully at Duan Ling Tian before returning to log cabin 7. He had challenged Duan Ling Tian today because he wanted to avenge his humiliation. He, who had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, was full of confidence. Initially, he thought he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. Who would have thought he would be defeated by Duan Ling Tian in just one move?
If he had known that this would be the result, he definitely would not have come out to make a fool of himself.
How could that Duan Ling Tian have improved so much?
Before we broke through, he was slightly better than me by relying on the advantage of long-range attacks with his bow and arrows.
But just now, after returning to cabin number 7, Zhang Jilong's face looked worse than if his parents had died. Just now, most of the people present did not even see what happened before Zhang Jilong was sent flying. Only Zhang Jilong knew how terrifying the true energy light blades that were shot out from Duan Ling Tian's bowstring were. Each true energy light blade that landed on the saint weapon boots on his feet was like a heavy hammer smashing down. In the beginning, he could still take it head-on. However, the true energy light blades came one after another. In the end, he could not take it anymore and was sent flying.
Due to him taking it head-on earlier, he had suffered a severe internal injury.
Master City Governor will come out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he'll set a test and recruit 2 to 3 disciples. Zhang Jilong's heart sank when he thought about this. I hope my injury won't affect the test this time. Otherwise, I won't let that Duan Ling Tian go. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth when he thought about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Guali, congratulations. Outside, Duan Ling Tian looked at Guali and congratulated her for breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Guali responded with a smile. Subsequently,
Duan Lingtian looked at Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked third among the 13 gangsters, and nodded with a smile.
Duan Lingtian, do you want to challenge me? Jin Yuan Bao asked with a smile.
Jin Yuan Bao was excited when he saw Duan Lingtian's powerful strength. He was a battle-hungry person since he was able to join the Leighton Dragon camp and was ranked third among the 13 gangsters.
Next time.
Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Jin Yuan Bao, so he did not plan to embarrass him in front of everyone. If it was a few days ago, he would not dare to say that he could defeat Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked third among the 13 gangsters. However, it was different now that he had the strange pupil.
Duan Lingtian had originally named the strange pupil as the strange eye. In the end, he changed it to the strange pupil because he found it unpleasant. The strange pupil referred to his current left eye.
He had refined and fused with the eye of the one-eyed demon vulture and inherited the eye's abilities.
Next time then. Jin Yuan Bao nodded and smiled. He did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to fight.
Following that, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Guali and Jin Yuan Bao before he returned to his cottage number 6.
Seeing this, Guali also returned to her cabin number 8.
If there were no accidents, the city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he would set up a test and pick 2 to 3 people from the Leighton Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters to become his disciples.
Guali really wanted to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Once she became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about being assassinated.
Although the 2 great clans of Fuyu Island were at odds with the Gua clan, they did not dare to offend the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force in the Dao Marshal Saint Land.
It was not something they could compare to.
Once I become the city governor's disciple, not only will the 2 clans not kill me, but they'll also stop other people from killing me. After all, if I die, they'll definitely be implicated, Guali thought to herself. At that time, it's not impossible for the city governor to kill them in a fit of anger. It was undoubtedly a blatant provocation for 2 mere 9th-rated forces to kill the disciple of the leader of an 8th-rated force. Put everything else aside, even if it was just for the sake of prestige, the 8th-rated force would not let the 2 9th-rated forces go. At that time, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Due to this reason, Guali was eager to pass the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City and become his disciple. Although the chances are slim, I'll still try my best. Guali murmured with a serious expression. Indeed, her chances were slim. Put aside the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, she could not even compare to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong. Among the 13 gangsters, there were 7 of them whom she could not compare to. Naturally, her chances were slim. Right now, she could only hope for a miracle to happen. After Guali returned to cottage number 8, Jin Yuan Bao did not stay outside for long. He returned to cottage number 3 and closed the door before he continued to cultivate. He was preparing for the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. After Jin Yuan Bao returned to his cottage, the high platform regained its peace. However, the area of the dilapidated cottages behind the septic tank below the high platform was bustling with activity. All of them were still discussing Duan Lingtian's strength. Some of them even mentioned how Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao's suggestion. Do you think Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao and did not challenge him because he's afraid of him? Someone could not help but ask. It's possible. Some of them agreed. It's more than possible. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian did not challenge Jin Yuan Bao because he thinks he's no match for him. If he's confident enough to defeat Jin Yuan Bao, he'll definitely replace Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters. After all, the number 3 of the 13 gangsters will get more Saint Stones. That's right. Tomorrow's the day to get the Saint Stones. If Duan Lingtian can defeat Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters, he'll get 1,108th grade Saint Stones. Right now, he's only ranked number 6 of the 13 gangsters, so he can only get 808th grade Saint Stones. Because of this topic, the dilapidated cottages became lively again. In the end, almost everyone felt that this was how it should be. Duan Lingtian and Guali are amazing.
Both of them have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I wonder when I'll be able to break through. A young man stood in front of a dilapidated cottage and mumbled to himself. This young man was none other than Zhu Lang, the genius martial cultivator who joined the latent dragon camp on the same day as Duan Ling Tian and Julie. He was from the Zhu clan of Stormy Town in Mound Hill City. He was already shocked that Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li managed to become one of the 13 gangsters after joining the latent dragon camp on the same day, and becoming one of the 13 gangsters. Now that Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li were among the top of the 13 gangsters, he had mixed feelings. I can't slack off anymore. Even if I can't catch up with Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li, I'll still be one of the 13 gangsters. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Lang returned to the dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate diligently. A day later, in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I've broken through. Suddenly, an excited and joyful voice came from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was Duan Ling Tian's voice. Now, Duan Ling Tian was standing in the air on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian could fly freely in the air. Now, Duan Ling Tian who was standing in the air had a bronze glow on his body. Now, he was only wearing a pair of pants, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were slightly bulging, and his muscular upper body seemed to be covered with a layer of copper clothing. It was the defensive technique of the human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactic, copper shirt. The reason why Duan Ling Tian was excited and joyful was that his copper shirt had broken through to the second stage of the Saint grade martial tactic, and he had made some progress in it. I feel that, after activating the copper shirt, my body seems to have become a bit stronger. Duan Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly, and he could not hide the excitement on his face. Without warning, he lifted his hand and punched out. Although he did not use any true energy, it caused the air to vibrate and form a vast shockwave that blasted onto the wall. Bang! Chapter 1393. Now, even if I don't use the strange pupil, martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage might not be my match. Duan Ling Tian was full of confidence after the breakthrough of copper shirt. His body was strong to begin with. Once he performed copper shirt, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Coupled with the true qi that gushed out of the 32 saint veins, he would definitely be invincible. Today seems to be the day to comprehend the saint stones. After a moment of excitement, Duan Ling Tian snapped back to reality. He recalled that today seemed to be the day for the latent dragon camp members to receive their saint stones. I've missed it for 2 months. I can't miss it this month. With that thought, Duan Ling Tian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to Wooden House number 6. After putting away the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he left the wooden house and went straight to the pavilion not far away. Currently, many people were going in and out of the pavilion. It was obvious that they were the latent dragon camp members who were going to receive their saint stones. As Duan Ling Tian walked, he attracted many people's gazes wherever he passed. It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. He can receive 800 8th grade saint stones every month. How enviable. Yeah, each of us only gets 10 8th grade saint stones, but he has 800. It's almost the same as all of us. Many people shook their heads and sighed in the dilapidated wooden house area below the high platform. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Duan Ling Tian walked into the pavilion and stood in front of the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He initially planned to comprehend 800 8th grade saint stones, but he received 2,400 8th grade saint stones instead. This, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. The next 3 months will be its special period. The Heavenly Leader Guardian has ordered that in order not to affect the 13 gangsters' cultivation, the 13 gangsters can accumulate the saint stones they receive every month. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's face was still cold as he said coolly. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. He turned around and left after thanking the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Special period. Is it referring to the city governor of Mound Hill City coming out of closed-door cultivation to take in disciples? In the past 3 months, I'm not the only one.
Many of the other 13 Grand Guardians must have forgotten to comprehend the Holy Stone as well.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
As the city lord of Mound Hill City was about to set up a test and accept disciples, the 13 gangsters had been cultivating day and night.
It was not impossible for them to forget to collect their saint stones occasionally. After putting away the 2,408th grade saint stones, Duan Lingtian left the pavilion and headed back to wooden house number 6. However, just as he reached the door of wooden hut number 6, he was stopped by someone.
Duan Lingtian frowned at the person in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?"
"Stay away from Guali in the future," the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian said coldly to Duan Lingtian. "Why?" Duan Lingtian's brows relaxed.
He looked at the person in front of him with interest and asked faintly,
"Because she's my, Zhang Jian's, future woman."
The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zhang Jian.
Zhang Jian was also the distant cousin of Hu Jie who came from Wind Rain Town with Zhu Lang. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had seen him in the meeting hall of the city governor's mansion. At that time, he had been pestering Guali, but Guali ignored him. "Why?" "Because my fist is bigger than yours." Zhang Jian smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed through them. "Your fist is bigger than mine?"
Duan Lingtian smiled. He really did not know where Zhang Jian got his confidence from. Was it because he did not challenge him, so he thought he was afraid of him? Duan Lingtian did not know that was Zhang Jian's thought. The difference in ranking among the 13 gangsters meant that they would receive different saint stones each month. For example, Duan Lingtian who ranked 6th and Zhang Jian who ranked 5th. Duan Lingtian could only receive 808th grade saint stones each month, but Zhang Jian could comprehend 908th grade saint stones each month. There was a difference of 108th grade saint stones between the two of them. In Zhang Jian's opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian did not dare to challenge him was because Duan Lingtian was afraid of him.
13 gangsters, listen up.
Just when Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jian were at each other's throats and had attracted many people's attention, a thunderous voice resonated from the sky. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads and looked up when they heard the voice. With just a glance, they saw a green figure standing in the sky.
It was a middle-aged man dressed in green.
He stood there as still as a mountain, like a statue.
Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian.
At this moment, the other 13 gangsters, including Ling Yun who ranked 1st among the 13 gangsters, walked out of the wooden house and bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man in the sky. This Heavenly Leader Guardian is really a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. Duan Lingtian who bowed as well was shocked. The entire Mound Hill City, including the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, was shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation. Unless one was at the Saint Rudiment stage or above, one would not be able to fly. Right now, the Heavenly Leader Guardian was hovering in the sky, and his cultivation base was about to be revealed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel lucky that he did not use his divine eye to probe the Heavenly Leader Guardian's cultivation base when they were in the assembly hall 3 months ago. At that time, he almost could not hold back his curiosity and used his divine eye to probe the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian? Oh my God!
The leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, is actually a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. As the 13 gangsters bowed at the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the group of latent dragon camp members in the dilapidated wooden house area also learned about the identity of the green-clad middle-aged man hovering in the sky. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At this moment, they bowed one after another. Lord City Governor has come out of his closed-door cultivation. Follow me to the assembly hall to see Lord City Governor.
The Heavenly Leader Guardian spoke again.
As he spoke this time, his figure slowly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the latent dragon camp.
Upon hearing the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words and seeing his actions, the 13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, flew out one after another and followed behind him. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. At the same time, a true energy voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Zhang Jian's voice. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhang Jian as if he did not hear him at all. This made Zhang Jian's expression turn even more grave as his eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw Guali speed up to Duan Lingtian and walk side by side with Duan Lingtian, his expression turned even more grave. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Guali asked through true energy voice transmission when she walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and followed behind the heavenly leader guardian to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head in response to Guali's question. He knew what Guali was asking. She was asking if he was confident in passing the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City and becoming his disciple. He was telling the truth. He did not even know what the test was, so naturally, he did not know if he was confident or not. I think you're very confident. Guali continued. Don't just talk about me. What about you? Are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked. Me? I'm not confident. Guali shook her head and smiled wryly. My ability is not even on par with you and Zhang Jilong, let alone the other 5 who are ranked at the top of the 13 gangsters. We still don't know what the test is. Maybe it's not just a test of ability? Duan Lingtian comforted her. I hope so. Guali nodded. Zhang Jilong followed behind as well. His eyes were filled with a vicious gleam as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Until now, his internal injuries had not healed yet, and it was all because of this person in front of him. Now, he only hoped that the test would not be held in these 2 days. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the other 13 gangsters to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate and stopped. Master City Governor, the 13 gangsters are here. The heavenly leader guardian bowed respectfully as he stood outside the assembly hall. His tone was filled with humility. They're both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. The city governor of Mound Hill City is definitely more powerful than the heavenly leader guardian. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not doubt that at all. Come in. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian was done speaking, a calm and majestic voice came from the assembly hall, causing the heavenly leader guardian to respond immediately. In the next moment, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the others into the assembly hall. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the assembly hall. He had only been here once 3 months ago. However, there were 2 more people in the assembly hall today. A middle-aged man in a silver robe was sitting at the head of the assembly hall. The middle-aged man had a majestic look on his face, and he sat there as steady as a mountain. He gave off an indescribable pressure. He's the city governor of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian guessed the middle-aged man's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. The black-clad young man looked ordinary, but his gaze was unusually cold. The black-clad young man did not even look at them in the eye since they entered. He did not even look at the heavenly leader guardian. It was as if he had completely ignored them. What an arrogant person! Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master City Governor. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 12-13 gangsters followed the heavenly leader guardian and bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded expressionlessly. Perfection. Perfection mortal shedding stage? At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was because he had used his divine eye to check the cultivation base of the black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. Perfection mortal shedding stage. 37 years old. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he discovered the other party's age. He's only 2 years older than me, but he's already at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although he's slightly weaker than Ling Yun, he seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Duan Lingtian had already guessed it. Chapter 1394. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat. His sharp gaze swept across the 13 people, including Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic spiritual energy sweeping toward him. The spiritual energy shrouded his entire body in just a blink of an eye, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Duan Ling Tian knew the city governor of Mound Hill City was probing them. The city governor of Mound Hill City's gaze finally landed on the green-clad young man who carried a sheathed long sword on his back. You must be the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun?
The city governor of Mound Hill City asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man with a piercing gaze.
Yes. Ling Yun did not dare to slack in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Not bad, not bad. You're only 30 years old, but you've already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Your future is limitless. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with admiration in his eyes. Perfection mortal shedding stage?
As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, apart from Ling Yun and Duan Ling Tian, everyone present, including the heavenly leader guardian and the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, were shocked.
He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian was the first to react. He swept his spiritual energy toward Ling Yun and soon detected Ling Yun's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic. The spiritual secret tactic used to detect cultivation base was different from the spiritual secret tactic used to detect age. The latter would work as long as the person's cultivation base was not one level higher than his. In other words, a martial or Dao cultivator on the early mortal shedding stage could detect the age of a martial or Dao cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage with his spiritual secret tactic. However, the former could only be detected by someone whose cultivation base was one level higher than his. In other words, only martial or Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage could detect the specific cultivation base of a martial or Dao cultivator on the mortal shedding stage. Of course, Duan Ling Tian's divine eye did not have such a restriction. The heavenly leader guardian was also at the Saint Rudiment stage, so it was easy for him to detect Ling Yun's cultivation base. Although Ling Yun had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage when he came to the assembly hall 3 months ago, the heavenly leader guardian did not check his cultivation base at that time. That was why he only found out now that Ling Yun was already a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage?
Apart from Ling Yun and Duan Ling Tian, the other 13 gangsters had a hint of horror in their eyes when they looked at Ling Yun again.
Especially Xiong Hu, whose face was full of bitterness. A few days ago, he noticed that he was showing signs of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Initially, he thought that he would be the first among the 13 gangsters to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Ling Yun to break through before him. This made him feel powerless. The black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun with intense battle intent. Ling Yun, I've already thought of a test for you. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The eyes of the other 13 gangsters, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up. What kind of test would the city governor set for Ling Yun? Would the test he set for Ling Yun be the same as the one they had to go through? Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. Even the heavenly leader guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City with anticipation. Ling Yun, my disciple, Xueqi, is also at the perfection mortal shedding stage like you.
I'll take you as my disciple if you can withstand 3 moves from him without being defeated.
Finally, the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke under everyone's watchful eyes and revealed the test he had set for Ling Yun. The eyes of the black-clad young man, Xueqi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, lit up when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He then took a step forward and stood next to the city governor of Mound Hill City. He's Xueqi, Master City Governor's disciple? A genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent? I can't believe that Master City Governor's disciple is also a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, since they're both perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, isn't it a little too easy for Master City Governor to set such a test for Ling Yun? I think so too. Many of the 13 gangsters whispered among themselves. They all thought that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for Ling Yun was too easy for him. Of course, they were not dissatisfied even though they thought it was too easy. Ling Yun was only 30 years old, but he was already a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. They would not be surprised if such a genius was exempted from the test and directly became the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Ling Yun frowned subtly when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He did not like the feeling of being looked down upon. Ling Yun, make your move. I'd like to see if you, the leader of the 13 gangsters, are qualified to be my junior brother.
Xueqi looked directly at Ling Yun and said calmly,
Make our move here? While Duan Ling Tian and the rest were stunned when they heard what Xueqi said, Ling Yun had already made his move.
The long sword on his back was unsheathed with a clang.
A 3-foot-long sword ray shot out and was aimed at Xueqi. Although he was angry that the city governor of Mound Hill City had underestimated him, Ling Yun subconsciously felt that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for him was not that simple. Therefore, he decided to make the first move and gain the upper hand. What a fast sword! Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find that Ling Yun and his sword had turned into a phantom that was difficult to capture in his right eye. In his left eye, Ling Yun's speed was extremely fast as well.
The reason why his left eye was different was that he had inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye.
Of course, it could also be called a talent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had already stabbed 13 times. Each of the attacks was real. They were all stabbed out by the human-rank mediocre saint sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling sword ray. Wherever the sword ray went, it seemed like it was going to leave 13 bloody holes on Xueqi's body. However, what surprised Duan Ling Tian was that Ling Yun's attack was so fast. From the beginning until the end, Xueqi's expression did not change in the face of Ling Yun's preemptive and thunderous attacks. He only moved when Ling Yun was close to him with his sword. Whoosh! He bent his knees slightly, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the 13 solid sword gleams in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun did not seem to be too surprised when he saw that the 13 sword rays were dodged. His eyes flashed as he leaned backward. At the same time, Xueqi's palm landed like a thunderbolt. The palm print formed by his true energy almost brushed past Ling Yun's face as he leaned backward. The palm print was about to land on the side of the meeting hall and shatter one of the chairs. The heavenly leader guardian made his move. He did not use his true energy, but the palm print exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. All that was left was a raging strong wind. The wind caused the chairs on the side of the meeting hall to sway. One move. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the rest of the 13 gangsters did not see what happened just now, but he saw everything clearly with his strange pupil that he quietly activated. When Xueqi dodged Ling Yun's attack, he threw a palm print at Ling Yun in the air. The palm print was so fast that it could not be performed by an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. However, Ling Yun was not an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. He managed to dodge Xueqi's palm print. Great! The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled. Xueqi hasn't used his divine weapon yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps it was because of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Xueqi leaped up and landed with a narrow saber in his hand. It was a crescent-shaped narrow saber with a terrifying cold gleam shining on it. Whoosh! 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 Seeing that Xueqi was about to land, Ling Yun did not give him the chance to do so.
When Xueqi had nowhere to go, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand bloomed and transformed into 5 sword rays that were even faster than before. The speed of the 5 sword rays was even faster than the 13 sword rays that he had thrown out earlier.
It was time to kill him while he was down. Ling Yun was unforgiving at that moment. Great! However, Xueqi did not panic.
Facing Ling Yun's 5 sword rays that were coming at him at lightning speed, he shouted in a deep voice.
True chi surged on the narrow saber in his hand before it left his hand. Whoosh! 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 After the narrow saber left his hand, it spun rapidly in the air like a fan under Xueqi's body. Xueqi stood steadily on it as though he was standing on flat ground. Clang! 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 5 consecutive ear-piercing sounds resonated almost at the same time. It was Xueqi who had blocked Ling Yun's 5 sword rays. To be exact, they were blocked by his saber that was spinning like a fan. What a brilliant defensive technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Now 2 moves have passed.
As long as Ling Yun blocks one more move, he'll pass the test and become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City.
If I were Ling Yun, I'd either defend passively against Xueqi's next attack with all my might or take the initiative to attack like a storm to tire Xueqi out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had that thought in his mind, Ling Yun had already made his choice as fast as he could. He chose the latter. He stomped on the ground with both his legs, causing the ground to crack. Hideous cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground.
Then, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword as he soared into the sky.
Clang! An even louder and more ear-piercing sound resonated. Ling Yun's sword forcefully tore through Xueqi's defensive saber technique and headed straight for Xueqi. It was as though he was going to pierce through Xueqi from the bottom to the top. Duan Lingtian realized. Xueqi's expression had turned solemn at this moment. He was no longer as casual as before. He was serious now. Bang! He lifted his leg and stomped on the saber beneath his feet, using the momentum to shoot into the sky. At this moment, the saber beneath his feet drew a perfect arc and returned to his hand steadily. Whoosh! Chapter 1395. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi turned around in the air and kicked both of his legs backward for no reason. The shockwave formed by his true energy hit the air hard. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the rolling shockwave pushed him to the ground like an arrow leaving the bow, diving down. He faced Ling Yun's sword head-on. One went up while the other went down. The sword gleam shot up first while the saber gleam followed like a shadow. They collided violently like two scorching suns competing for brightness in the air. Clang! Boom! The collision of the sword and saber was like two scorching suns stacked on top of each other before exploding. At that moment, the scorching sun's radiance spread out. There was an explosion in the air as a strong gust of wind swept in all directions. Many of the furnishings in the assembly hall were about to be blown away. At the critical moment, the heavenly leader guardian struck again and blocked the vast, rolling gust of wind. Barf! At the same time, the crowd heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. It was Ling Yun who had fallen with his sword. He knelt on one knee with his sword on the ground. His face was pale as he kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Whoosh! At the same time, Xueqi landed steadily on the ground. His face was slightly flushed. It was obvious that it was caused by the rolling qi and blood in his body. However, he was not injured. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that. They were both on the perfection mortal shedding stage, but Xueqi defeated Ling Yun who attacked first in just 3 moves. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 11 people among the 13 gangsters felt their achievements were not worth mentioning at all in front of Xueqi. He's worthy of being the city governor's disciple. Many of them exclaimed secretly. Knowing Xueqi by his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. This Xueqi's ability. I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. He's only one step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Xueqi. I've lost in 3 moves.
Ling Yun said as he looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City bitterly after he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered some of his injuries.
Now, no one thought that the city governor of Mound Hill City had set up a test for Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not pass the test. I'll give you one more chance. If you can last 3 moves against Xueqi in a month's time without losing, I'll take you in as my disciple. Now go back. The city lord of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun and said, "Thank you, city lord." Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that there was still one more chance. He stood up and left the meeting room quickly. He returned to the latent dragon camp to cultivate. After Ling Yun left, everyone turned to look at Xueqi. The strength that Xueqi displayed earlier was truly shocking. At this moment, Xueqi had also returned behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. His expression was as cold as before. I heard that one of the 13 Grand Guardians also came from the mortal continent? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he glanced at the remaining 13 gangsters. City Lord. Duan Lingtian stood up. City Lord, Duan Lingtian became one of the 13 Grand Guardians on the first day he arrived at the latent dragon camp.
He even broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage a month ago and defeated Ho Lin, who had also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said.
Ho Lin was present.
His face turned grave when he heard the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words.
He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled. He would never forget the humiliation from a month ago. Duan Lingtian, I'll make you regret this. I'll definitely make you regret this.
Ho Lin roared in his heart as he stared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette.
Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Isn't he on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage?
The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned when he heard the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words. Duan Lingtian knew that his cultivation base was about to be exposed as soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that. However, he did not care. He did not steal or rob, so there was no need for him to hide.
Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage?
The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian.
The Heavenly Leader Guardian even exclaimed softly.
Subsequently, he performed his spiritual secret tactic to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. After checking the result, his expression turned extremely interesting.
He's really only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage.
Duan Lingtian, why you're only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. He could sense that the Heavenly Leader Guardian was checking his spiritual energy, so he knew that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had also checked his cultivation base.
Impossible. Right at this moment, two people cried out in surprise.
They were Ho Lin, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian a month ago, and Zhang Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian yesterday. They had fought Duan Lingtian before, so they knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. No matter what, they could not believe that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage.
Humph.
Master City Governor and I have checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation base using our spiritual secret tactic. His cultivation base is indeed on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. The Heavenly Leader Guardian snorted and glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong coldly.
What?
Are you doubting Master City Governor and my words? Do you think Master City Governor and I are old? Ho Lin wouldn't dare. Zhang Jilong wouldn't dare. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong realized that they had lost their composure and immediately lowered their heads. At this moment, all 11 of the 13 gangsters, including Guali, looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. A Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage cultivator defeated Ho Lin, who was on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? A few days ago, Guali broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and defeated Ho Lin, who was also on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Then, Guali was defeated by Zhang Jilong, who had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, spoke.
And just yesterday,
Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one blow. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze when he reached the end of his sentence. Yesterday, he witnessed Duan Lingtian's attack with his own eyes. At that time, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just like him. However, today, after the investigation by the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, the city governor of Mound Hill City and the Heavenly Leader Guardian, he found out that Duan Lingtian was only a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, why your cultivation base is really only at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage?
Guali asked in disbelief.
Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How about 3 months ago? What was your cultivation base when you defeated Zhang Jilong for the first time? Guali asked again. The moment Guali's question left her mouth, the group of people in the 13 gangsters, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian, recalled that 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jilong before he had broken through. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not show his overwhelming strength. He only defeated Zhang Jilong with his advantage in archery.
3 months ago, I was at the early mortal shedding stage.
Duan Lingtian said.
Boom.
The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked the crowd again.
You mean,
whether it was when you defeated Zhang Jilong or Li Han, you became one of the 13 gangsters. At that time, you were only at the early mortal shedding stage? Guali sucked in a cold breath.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At that moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a monster. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage, yet he managed to become one of the 13 gangsters. He was insane. Humph. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong are really useless. They're a disgrace to us martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. They can't even defeat a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Zhang Jian, who was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong and mocked them in his heart. At this moment, he was even more confident in defeating Duan Ling Tian. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was nothing to him. At this moment, he did not seem to realize it at all. Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. He was once recognized as the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City. Ha! Xueqi, who seemed to be bored after defeating Ling Yun, studied Duan Ling Tian with great interest when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's achievements. This genius martial cultivator who came from the mortal continent like him seemed to be extraordinary. He defeated everyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. After breaking through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he defeated 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage consecutively. The way the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Ling Tian changed completely. "You're Duan Ling Tian, right?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you're not completely human, right?" The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. "Not completely human?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the city governor of Mound Hill City was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. "It seems like you're not completely human. One of your parents must be a saint beast, right? And a saint beast with a powerful body. Saint beast." As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, everyone shifted their gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Only the offspring of a human and a saint beast would be able to defeat opponents with a higher level like you because of their powerful bodies. A gleam of wisdom flashed through the eyes of the city governor of Mound Hill City. "Duan Ling Tian, am I right?" Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to have such sharp eyes. After learning that he could defeat opponents with a higher level easily, the city governor of Mound Hill guessed that his powerful ability had something to do with his body. The others were shocked as well. "So Duan Ling Tian is the offspring of a human and a saint beast? No wonder he can defeat opponents with a higher level. It seems like he inherited the powerful body of a saint beast." Many people had fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Humph. To put it bluntly, he's just a bastard." Zhang Jian snorted and said in disdain, "He can defeat opponents with a higher level only because the opponents he encountered are trash. If it were me, I could defeat him in 2 to 3 moves." He glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 1396. However, although Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong were furious, they did not dare to do anything when they heard what Zhang Jian said. They could only endure it silently. This was because they knew they were no match for Zhang Jian. "Bastard? You think you can defeat me in 2 or 3 moves?" Compared to Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, Duan Ling Tian was different. His face turned extremely gloomy when he heard what Zhang Jian said, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Just as he turned his head to look at Zhang Jian and was about to attack, a loud voice rang out. A ferocious roar could be heard. "How dare you!" The city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire assembly hall. At the same time, it shocked Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Before Duan Ling Tian could even look at the city governor of Mound Hill City, he saw Zhang Jian's body tremble in his field of vision. Then, he flew out like an arrow and crashed into a pillar in the assembly hall. The pillar shook, and some dust fell off. Then, Zhang Jian brushed against the pillar and fell to the ground. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and he was in a sorry state. "Master City Governor. Zhang Jian knows he's wrong. Zhang Jian knows he's wrong." Zhang Jian ignored the injuries in his body and knelt on the ground in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His body was trembling.
Zheng Jian, you've got guts.
How dare you be so impudent in front of the Master City Governor?
The heavenly leader guardian's expression was grave. You know you're wrong? What did you do wrong? The city governor of Mound Hill City scoffed. Zhang Jian shouldn't have made a ruckus in front of the master city governor. Zhang Jian's head was on the ground as he spoke in a trembling voice. If you do it again, you'll definitely die. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhang Jian coldly and said calmly when he heard what Zhang Jian said. Although his tone was calm, the killing intent in it was obvious.
Thank you, Master City Governor.
Zhang Jian hurriedly thanked him and stood up. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with even more coldness and hatred. At this moment, he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He did not dare to direct his anger at the city governor of Mound Hill City, so he shifted the blame to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have angered Master City Governor. It's all your fault. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Zhang Jian roared madly in his heart. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't know what Zhang Jian was thinking, he guessed that Zhang Jian wanted to kill him when he saw the murderous look in Zhang Jian's eyes. Zhang Jian. For a moment, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, you still haven't answered my question. Am I right? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Ling Tian again. The coldness on his face was gone as he asked with a smile. This scene caused Zhang Jian's expression to turn even uglier. City Master, I am not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast. Duan Ling Tian said truthfully. You're not? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned and said in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. If you're not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, how do you have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level? Or perhaps, you're a human transformed from a sacred beast? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself. Although the city governor of Mound Hill City was mumbling to himself, it was very quiet in the meeting hall. Therefore, almost everyone present heard what he said. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention again. A human transformed from a sacred beast? Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. City Master, not only am I not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, but I'm also not a human transformed from a sacred beast. I'm a human martial cultivator through and through. Impossible. The city governor of Mound Hill City shook his head and said decisively, if you're a human martial cultivator through and through, it's impossible for you to have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level. That's right. How's that possible? It seems like Duan Ling Tian still wants to hide his identity. At this time, even if he has a silver tongue, he won't be able to hide it anymore. Many people whispered among themselves. City Master. Duan Ling Tian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, as far as I know, there's an item in the Dao Martial Saint Land called the Body Verification Stone. Although the Body Verification Stone can't help one fight, it can be used to verify if a person is a human transformed from a sacred beast or the offspring of a human and a sacred beast. Body Verification Stone. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Although the Body Verification Stone is nothing special, it's still inscribed by a saint inscription master. Our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City doesn't have such an item. The moment the city governor of Mound Hill City's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar again. Duan Ling Tian is really scheming. He knows that our Mound Hill City doesn't have the Body Verification Stone, but he still insists on bringing it up. I think he's doing it on purpose. Does he really think that we'll believe that he's a human just because he brought up the Body Verification Stone? Many people whispered among themselves again. This time, even Guali could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of doubt in her eyes. After all, Duan Ling Tian's ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level was too exaggerated. She also did not dare to believe that Duan Ling Tian was a human martial cultivator through and through. In the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, she had never heard of such a human martial cultivator before. Even the legendary powerhouse who had opened 81 Saint Veins only had the ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level after he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Then, there's nothing I can do.
Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said casually. Moreover, it shouldn't affect me whether I'm a human martial cultivator or not, right?
Just when most people thought that this matter was about to come to an end. Master City Governor, I heard that Old Ninth obtained a body verification stone half a month ago.
Initially, he wanted to auction it in the rare treasure pavilion, but in the end, he didn't bring it out because he thought it wouldn't fetch a good price. The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, Heavenly Hero Guardian. He has a body verification stone? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. You, go and get the Heavenly Hero Guardian. The Heavenly Hero Guardian was the old ninth that the Heavenly Leader Guardian mentioned. He was ranked ninth among the 36 guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. People called him the Heavenly Hero Guardian. Currently, his name was Lin Qing Rong. Yes, the Heavenly Leader Guardian responded and left. Many people began to rejoice in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has shot himself in the foot this time. However, Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of these gloating people. His expression would not change even if a Mitai collapsed in front of him. The city governor of Mound Hill City also noticed Duan Ling Tian's calmness. He could not help but feel puzzled. Was Duan Ling Tian really not afraid of being tested by the body verification stone?
Or was he deliberately mystifying himself so that he would not give up until the very last moment?
Xueqi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, also had doubts in his eyes. Master City Governor. Soon after, the Heavenly Leader Guardian returned with a person. It was Lin Qing Rong, the Heavenly Hero Guardian who ranked ninth among the 36 guardians. Lin Qing Rong stood in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City and bowed. Heavenly Hero Guardian, I heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that you obtained a body verification stone some time ago? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Yes, Master City Governor. Lin Qing Rong nodded. Can you lend it to me? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Of course. Lin Qing Rong nodded immediately. Then he lifted his hand, and a small crystal clear stone appeared in his hand. It looked like an irregular crystal.
Subsequently, he handed the small stone to the city governor of Mound Hill City.
This is the body verification stone? Duan Ling Tian looked at the small stone that Lin Qing Rong handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City in confusion. Although he had heard about the existence of the body verification stone, he had never seen it before. It was his first time seeing it today. The body verification stone was similar to the demon revealing mirror on Cloud Continent, but it was different. As the body verification stone was handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City, apart from Lin Qing Rong, the rest of them had their eyes on the body verification stone. They also wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was deliberately deceiving them earlier. At that moment, Lin Qing Rong was the only one who had his eyes on Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with shock. On the way to the assembly hall, he had heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that Duan Ling Tian was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he first brought Duan Ling Tian back. Moreover, he also knew that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage and had defeated 2 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators consecutively. In the beginning, he could not believe it.
However, after the Heavenly Leader Guardian said that he and the Master City Governor had witnessed it with their own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it.
Now, he knew the purpose of the Master City Governor borrowing the body verification stone from him was to verify if Duan Ling Tian was really a pure human martial cultivator. Whoosh! Right at that moment, a soft sound resonated and attracted Lin Qing Rong's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city governor of Mound Hill City held the body verification stone in his hand and infused his true energy into it, causing the saint inscription on the body verification stone to flash. After the saint inscription flashed, a ripple of light rose. Not long after, a mirror-like barrier appeared in the void, reflecting a figure. The figure belonged to Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian's reflection in the mirror did not change at all. One must know that after the mirror barrier formed by the body verification stone appeared, the saint beast's true form would appear if it was facing a person who had transformed from a saint beast. If it was facing the offspring of a human and a saint beast, the silhouette of a saint beast would appear behind the person. However, none of these phenomena appeared. Why, you're really just a human?
The city governor of Mound Hill City was the first to react. Although the body verification stone had shown its result, he still asked in shock. Is Duan Ling Tian really just a human martial cultivator? Is there something wrong with the body verification stone? I don't think so. As the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the Heavenly Hero Guardian, and Xueqi regained their senses, the rest of the people regained their senses one after another. They could not help but lower their voices and whisper among themselves. With Zhang Jian as an example, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City.
What? Master City Governor, you still don't believe me at this point?
Duan Ling Tian did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to ask such a question at this point in time. Chapter 1397. The city governor of Mound Hill City felt a little awkward when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. After all, he was sure that Duan Ling Tian was not a pure human martial cultivator since the beginning. Now that the truth was right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Duan Ling Tian, can you tell me how you managed to defeat someone with a higher level than you? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian and the Heavenly Hero Guardian, immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. They were curious about that as well. Master City Governor, you're right about one thing. Duan Ling Tian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City. That is, my body is indeed much stronger than an ordinary human. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. However, the reason why my body is so strong has nothing to do with the saint beasts. It's because I had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in one breath, and everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them were even greedy. However, Duan Ling Tian's next words dispelled the greed that arose in their hearts. That fortuitous encounter was a strange spirit fruit. After I consumed it, I noticed that my body began to transform. After that, I went to that place many times to look for it, but I didn't find that spirit fruit again. Duan Ling Tian continued. I can't believe there's such a spirit fruit in this world. It's your fortuitous encounter to be able to obtain it. The city governor of Mound Hill City exclaimed. The others agreed with him. Duan Ling Tian, you've been hiding it from me for a long time. You were only an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you came back with me. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Ling Tian and complained through true energy voice transmission. At that time, I don't think I said I wasn't an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, right? I don't think I said I was an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator either. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and replied through true energy voice transmission. You, Lin Qingrong was speechless. Now that he thought about it, Duan Ling Tian indeed did not say he was not an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator or an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. From the very beginning, it seemed that his first impression was the strongest. Heavenly Hero Guard, I heard that you were the one who brought the Duan Ling Tian back. I will remember your contribution. The city governor of Mound Hill City said to Lin Qingrong after he returned the body verification stone to him. City Lord, this is what I should do. Lin Qingrong hurriedly said. However, between his brows, there was an unconcealable joy. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lin Qingrong said again. Yes, you may leave. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. After Lin Qingrong left the meeting hall regained its peace. The other 11 of the 13 gangsters were now looking at Duan Ling Tian with envy and jealousy. To be able to find such a spirit fruit, this Duan Ling Tian is ridiculously lucky. This was what most people thought. Of course, there were also people with ugly expressions. For example, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and Zhang Jian. Xueqi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, glanced at Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly before he closed his eyes to rest. No one knew what he was thinking about. Back to the topic. It was only when the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again that everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Ling Tian and landed on the city governor of Mound Hill City. They knew that the city governor was going to talk about something serious. It was not difficult to guess what it was about. It was nothing more than something related to the test. The city governor would select 2 to 3 people from the people who achieved excellent results in the test to become his disciples. At that moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the rest of the 13 gangsters present were looking forward to it. I'll set a test for all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow's test will be a point-based test. The 2 people with the most points will become my disciples. The city governor of Mound Hill City glanced at the 12 people including Duan Ling Tian. They were the other 12 people in the 13 gangsters apart from Ling Yun. Many people's breathing quickened when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. I called all of you here today to inform all of you that you can choose to participate in tomorrow's test on your own or choose to work with others. Of course, you can only work with one person. The city governor of Mound Hill City continued. We can even work with others? Many people's eyes lit up at once. However, what the city governor of Mound Hill City said next made them dumbfounded. However, those who work with others have to bring a latent dragon camp member who's not one of the 13 gangsters to participate in the test. Moreover, the points that both of them obtain will be divided into 3. They'll each take 1 share and the rest will go to the latent dragon camp member who's not one of the 13 gangsters. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, most of them gave up on the idea. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? They did not mind working with others. However, it was difficult for them to accept the fact that they had to share their gains with a burden. At that moment, more than 90% of them decided to participate in the test on their own. Work together? When the city governor of Mound Hill City said that they could work with others to participate in the test, Guoli's gaze immediately fell on Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. If she worked with Duan Ling Tian, her chances would definitely be higher. However, when the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, she looked away in disappointment. She knew that Duan Ling Tian would definitely not reject her if she insisted. However, could she be so selfish? No. It would be fine if she only worked with Duan Ling Tian and shared the points equally. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Ling Tian, she would have to bring a burden with her. That was not all. Most importantly, they would have to share the points equally with the burden. Each of them would only get 1/3 of the total points. Guoli, let's work together. Just when Guoli was ready to face the test alone, a voice entered her ears clearly, causing her body to tremble. Subsequently, she looked at the purple-clad young man who was smiling at her. It was Duan Ling Tian whom she had been staring at earlier. The true energy voice transmission earlier was from Duan Ling Tian. Guoli snapped back to her senses after a moment of shock. Duan Ling Tian, I know you mean well. However, I can't drag you down. Guoli smiled wryly. Drag me down? Duan Ling Tian smiled. If Guoli knew that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City at all, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Although Guoli had rejected his request, Duan Ling Tian did not give up just like that. If that's the case, then I'll forfeit and not participate in the test set by Master City Governor. Duan Ling Tian said to Guoli through true energy voice transmission. Guoli was speechless when she heard Duan Ling Tian's childish words. Duan Ling Tian, stop joking. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Duan Ling Tian said with a serious expression. As time went by, Guoli realized that Duan Ling Tian was not joking. In the end, she could only compromise and choose to work with Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian forfeited because of this, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Of course, she knew that Duan Ling Tian did everything to help her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. After the city governor of Mound Hill City left with Xueqi, Duan Ling Tian and the rest returned to the latent dragon camp. As for the heavenly leader guardian, he had disappeared when Duan Ling Tian and the rest left the meeting hall. No one knew where he went. However, Duan Ling Tian and the rest did not care about the heavenly leader guardian's departure. The heavenly leader guardian was famous for being elusive. Therefore they were used to it. Duan Ling Tian, if the 2 of us are working together, we'll need a 3rd person. Guoli said to Duan Ling Tian through true energy voice transmission on the way. All right. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.